These away to a commenter that leaves the best comment in the description of why Boom Sounds is the best name ever created for earbuds. And right behind me on the table right here, you do see the Boom Sounds sitting so fresh and so fly and ready to be opened by Supercar Street Racing and reviewed for you guys. So why don't we get to business here? Let's get this opened up. Let's check it out. Let's listen to it. Pair it to the phone, see what it sounds like on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Guys, we're in the SCSR compound kitchen right now, where all the eating takes place, and we do have a new product for you today that is sponsored, RST-T30 earbuds right here for you guys to check out. So the good part is I am going to be giving these away to the best comment in the description. Whoever leaves the best comment, free earbuds for you. So go down below and comment why the name Boom Sounds is the best name ever created for earbuds. And right across the street, don't pay attention to my neighbors who are outside, but the Boom Sounds RST-T90, I might have said that wrong earlier, RST-T90s are right here in front of me. Noise canceling wireless earbuds, sponsored. There will be a link in the description to the Boom Sounds, but for right now, our primary goal, get these RST-T90s unboxed, see what's inside of them, get them paired to the phone, and go ahead and see if they actually do what they say they do. Let's get the RST-T90s out of the box now on Supercar Street Racing. Directly in front of me are some little tiny pieces of a log which have nothing to do with these Boom Sounds RST-T90 noise canceling wireless earbuds that we were so graciously donated by the company as a sponsor for Supercar Street Racing. So today we take a look at the box here. There is a manual here. You can go ahead and scan that right now if you want to, so you can download it with your own phone. And right in front of me, it does show a picture of the charging case and the headphones right there. And it says that they are noise canceling and wireless earbuds for your ear holes. And right here, it does say that they have different ear tips, large, medium, and small. I'm assuming all those are actually in the package. And then on the back of the box, it does have the specifications. It has their Bluetooth version, their supported protocols, their transmitter distance, and all of the delicious good stuff about the RST-T90 Boom Sounds headphones is located right on the back. And right on the side of the box here, it does say that it has an environment noise canceling feature. It has a dual mode, I guess that pertains to music and or voice. It has a voice assistant. They are wireless, of course. It has 6 hours of battery life, it says right there. There is a multi-function button on the device, easy pairing, and then also sweat proof. So for those of you who sweat a lot, you'll be happy to know that these are sweat proof. And that rounds out the side of the box. And on the top of the RST-T90s, Red Star Tech has graciously put their logo right there and put their Boom Sounds name right there along with the model numbers for you guys to see again. But that's a good look at the box. And the next step just really has to be to get these things unboxed and see what they're all about and possibly even charge them. Right in front of me in the SCSR compound kitchen, and also directly in front of me, are the Boom Sounds RST-T90s that Boom Sounds, and they're not really Boom Sounds, it's Red Star Tech, but Boom Sounds is the best name of any product ever. And so let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR scissors to get the Boom Sounds opened up so we can see what's inside. And the first thing we have is the plastic condom, and I'm giving these away to the best comment about why Boom Sounds is the best name for any product in the world, especially earbuds. And it does have two protective plastic-ish condoms on both ends. All right, inside of the box here of the Boom Sounds from Red Star Tech, we do see a case here that looks like it's probably for charging. And yes, there is a USB Type-C on the back, and everyone is moving to USB Type-C as the standard, so it's good to see a USB Type-C on the back. And it does open up just like that, and inside of that little enclosure, you can see the actual earbuds right here sitting so fresh and so fly, and they just kind of push down into the actual charging case there. And then over here on this side, we have something, yet another short USB Type-C to USB Type-A cable to add to my arsenal of ridiculousness. And then over here we have different sizes of the headphone ear filler things for your head. If you have weird or different types of ear holes, you put these guys in there, and that is it. Underneath that, we have a little user manual. Let's see what this says real quick. All right, taking a deep dive into the user manual here for the Red Star Tech Boom Sounds earbuds. The first page just shows you their Facebook, their X profile, their Instagram, and their email support. And then there's an accessory list here. This comes with the actual charging case, the earbuds, and then a USB charging cable, and some extra tips for different size ear holes like this one. And then down below that, you can see it is compatible with the Android smartphone and iPhone. It is compatible with laptops and tablets. So it does support both iPhone and Android. And it shows you how to operate the different modes on the actual device. There's a call mode and a music mode, and to change the mode, you follow these instructions right here. And there is a Google Assistant or Siri option right here. Okay, the last page of the manual just does have specifications about Bluetooth earbuds here, and then it has instructions on getting started, how to power it off and on, how to pair it, and then also reconnecting the earbuds and other things like that. You can go ahead and check out what you're going to have to do to get started with your new earbuds. All right, so the last page does just have a reward. They're giving you a reward on your next purchase for buying the Red Star Tech Boom Sounds RSTT90s. So go to the back page of the manual when you get your Red Star Tech headphones here, and go ahead and get your reward so that if you want to order another pair for someone else, you can do that. All you have to do is simply scan the QR code on the back page and go ahead and get a reward for your next set of headphones or any purchases in the future that you wish to do in Red Star Tech. Okay, we are over here at the Cam Duck, right here, the Cam Duck. All we have to do right here and right now is plug in the Red Star Tech. And looky here, we already have a USB Type-A to USB Type-C plugged into the Cam Duck. And right here on the bottom of our earbud container, there's a little USB Type-C thing to plug into. Let's go ahead and get that plugged in now. Alright guys, we are out in the supercar street racing sunroom, as you can see right here. And I just got done with my workout using the Red Star Tech earbuds. When I turned them on, they were beeping, and I read on the manual that that may be related to a command that was issued wrong to the earbuds. Now they do have a button on the side that controls music and things like that when you want to use them with a device that plays music, so you can change the tracks and change the volumes, etc. I was personally using them for my TV here. You can see I still have them in right now, and I did my whole workout with the Red Star Techs. And what I can say about them is they have decent sound quality for the price, and also they do have noise canceling. I couldn't notice it that much on the treadmill, but it did block out a lot of the sound around me just simply by being earphones and plugging my ear up. So I spent about 30 minutes with the Red Star Tech earbuds, and I gotta say I'm pretty happy with them. As long as you pay attention to the manual and what it says with all the directions and how to operate the multifunction button, which is located on the side of the earbuds, you should be good to go. There isn't a ton of bass, but adding an equalizer to the music should help with that part as well. And the Red Star Techs do come in this nice case here that form fits to the device and also has a magnet in it. So when you put the Red Star Tech earbuds down, it does kind of suck them down into the case, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link to the Red Star Tech earbuds in the description of the video. And if you would like to check these out, go ahead and click through my links to order anything from Amazon, but especially these. If you want your own pair of Red Star Tech headphones, go down into the link in the description. And while you're at it, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like and subscribe button for Supercar Street Racing, it helps us out greatly with a few dollars here and there to keep the channel going. And we're so happy to have you as a new viewer or an old viewer if you came back to check us out again. Guys, that's gonna do it for Supercar Street Racing today. Hope you enjoyed the video about the Red Star Tech earbuds, and we'll see you guys on the next one. I gotta go lift weights. Let's find that button. All right, it went to green, blue, purple, white almost, yellow, red, light blue, green. Oh, and then you can go through all the other ones. You can individually set. Oh, that's cool. And that one's going through all the colors by moving up and down through them. That looks awesome. I love that. So that's a look at the Easy Era clock. Really cool thing from Easy Era that they sent me to let you guys check out. Go ahead and grab one in the description of the video, and we'll see you guys later. In front of me, we have the Alcatel WP100 Titan that we're going to be unboxing today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go ahead and get this thing out of the box. All their boxes look about the same. They all have like an AI logo. They tell you what kind of RAM and ROM are inside of it. They tell you the model number and that it is a 5G phone. Let's go ahead and crack this thing open now. We don't need this plastic where we're going. And right here in front of me is the WP100 Titan box, ready to be opened. There's not much on the back except the IMEI number and a little label, so we're not going to show that on camera, but let's get this thing all opened up now. And there is the fly and fresh Alcatel WP100 Titan in the case. It does have the Alcatel brand on the little cover. Now this thing is heavy, guys. Now I am telling you right now, this might be the heaviest smartphone that I have ever felt, and there is a reason behind that, and we will get to it in the unboxing video. But there is the WP100. Look, it is made of metal there. You can see, look at the buttons on the side here. Very cool. You can definitely tell this thing has some weight to it. You can see on the back it does have a camping light like the other phone did. You can see its triple camera system right there as well. Yeah, on the side there's your card slot right there. There's some buttons and there's some more buttons down here. There's a USB Type-C port right there, and I would say, I don't know the exact weight. If I had to guess, I would say a pound or more, and we're going to get into why that is when we get into the specs of this awesome phone. But yeah, for right now, this is the WP100 Titan. And what else is inside the box is a user manual, and there is a charger down at the bottom here. There's a warranty certificate. There's a USB Type-C. And yes, they do actually give you a charger brick, which Samsung is not doing anymore. So that is it for the WP100 Titan. Let's get that thing back in the plastic now. It's very heavy and very solid. What a phone. This thing looks like it could last through a war. All right, you can tell we're in the dark home theater room because you can't see anything. So if we go to the home screen here on the phone, you can see there's a little projector icon. We can just tap that. And look at this. We actually have projected the phone onto the screen. Now notice it's much wider. You can actually see light on the edges of the square. There's our video. It's pretty small. I'm sure we could back up a little bit and make it bigger. This is what we just shot. Now let's look at it in regular light. You can see right here, it is shining directly on the wall right there. On the side of the phone here, right on this side, there are two little buttons that control the focus. You can see right there, it's in focus, out of focus, but I can actually do it myself with the buttons, which makes that much better than what we were looking at before. That's the only controls that I could find. It does tend to autofocus, but at the same time, if you look at this, like this is you when you come and break in. Welcome back to the channel, and I know we started on this delicious steak, but today we are actually going to be taking a look at the Mission Carb Balance flour. I guess they're just tortillas, more or less, but they're supposed to be carb friendly for a keto diet. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I am Brad. I'm so glad to have you today on the channel. And today we are looking at a keto-friendly Mission Carb Balance flour tortilla. And you can see right here that this says that these guys have 3 net carbs. They're high in fiber, and they are 45 calories, and they're supposed to taste really good. I have not had one yet, but looking at the back, it does confirm 45 calories. 2 grams of total fat. You want fat in a keto diet, and 12 of regular carbs, but that does not indicate total carbs because that would come from your sugars here. So your net carbs here are good. Usually you can have between 25 and 30 net carbs a day in a keto diet, depending on your exercise. I do exercise for an hour and a half every single day, so I can probably have more. But what we're gonna do next is go ahead and fix a nice steak lunch with cheese and mushrooms, and we are going to put that on a Mission tortilla and see if these things can live up to their hype of they're supposed to be great tasting, they're low carb, and we're going to see if that happens right now when we make some lunch. All right, Supercar Street Racers, we have a grilled portobello mushroom here from last night over at Rich and Trish's. We made burgers and we threw 3 of these on the grill. I'm gonna go ahead and slice these up now and get them prepped for putting on the nice steak quesadilla. Okay, we are over here at our air fryer now, and what we are going to be doing is creating this delicious steak quesadilla. So the first thing we're gonna do is cook our steak. I'm gonna go ahead and spray our air fryer down. I have our chopped steak here, quick steak. We go ahead and throw it in the air fryer. Spread it out real nice. Make sure you spray everything down. Air fryers need like something on the meat to let them cook well, so just put some fat-free stuff on there. I have some garlic salt here. I'm gonna go ahead and generously coat that with garlic salt. And I like these to be rare, so I am going to go 3 minutes. And at 1 minute, I am actually going to add our mushrooms and our cheese inside of the air fryer. Let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pause this and flip over our our steak. And that looks like it's going to need maybe 2 more minutes. So I'm gonna put this back in here for 3 minutes. Okay, that's cooked enough for me. I'm gonna go ahead and add the shrooms. And put the cheese on top of the steak. Actually, I'm gonna add the cheese later to the actual quesadilla. That makes more sense. Let this finish. While this is going, I'm gonna nuke this for, actually no, change my mind on that too. I'm gonna nuke it once we get everything on top of it. That might be better. Looks like it's doing good. So let's go back over here. Okay, we're back over here on the other side of the kitchen now where we're gonna prep our lunch. First we have our steak over here that we need to cut up. So we need a different plate for that. Go ahead and get our steak out. Delicious and juicy. And I do like it rare. Hopefully you guys don't mind that. It's actually a little bit overdone from the way I like it. This is not rare. But you guys will probably be happy about that. Most people don't like super rare food like I do. It cuts very easily. Kind of just pulls apart. It's a little off for one quesadilla. It's a pretty small tortilla. Don't forget these are small, so you gotta weigh that when you're looking at the carbs. Okay, let's build our tortilla. That's just from the mushrooms, no big deal. First things we're going to put, there's our tortilla, our Mission carb tortilla. Let us throw some steak on there. So we'll eat most of this not in the tortilla because there's a lot of steak here. We want to make sure we can wrap it. It's a lot of steak for that small shell, but we still got to put mushrooms and cheese. Let's try the steak. Yummy. Throw some mushrooms on there. Yummy portobellos. And our cheese, which kind of melted. Remember, no fat-free and keto. You gotta eat whole cheese and whole everything, because fat-free has sugar in it. Steak is so good. Some mayo. Mayo is important in a keto diet. It's fat. All right, let's throw this in the microwave and melt the cheese. A little bit more. All right. Here we are back with our Mission Carb Balance Flour Tortillas. And as you saw in that last clip, we just sat down and had a delicious lunch with these guys. And now I'm going to tell you about my experience compared to some other products that I've tried. So these guys are actually really, really good. I was surprised how good they were, honestly. I tried another brand. I actually already got done with that brand. They were more thin and almost would fall apart because they weren't soft. They were just hard. These guys actually look, feel, and taste like real non-carb balanced flour tortillas, in my opinion. Now, if you have them side by side, you might be able to tell a difference, but I could not tell the difference at all, especially once you get that delicious food on there. We had steak, mushroom, and cheese and mayo on ours. Completely carb-friendly lunch for keto. Our total lunch carbs was very, very low. These have 3 grams of net carbs. Now, how that is calculated is it has 12 grams of total carbs. You subtract the fiber, which leaves you with 3 grams of net carbs. It is right here on the back of the actual package. Now, going by the list of ingredients here, it has 2 grams of fat. It has no cholesterol. They have 210 milligrams of sodium, 12 grams of carbs, 0 sugar, so that's great, and 4 grams of protein, which is also important for your keto diet. So you can check these out on missionfoods.com. We will go take a look at that here next. But this actually comes with quite a few in the package. Don't know how many actually it comes with. It looks like about 10. And then on the back it tells you, you know, it's balanced, high fiber, lower carbs, and 0 sugar, and it matches up well with a keto-friendly diet. As long as you keep what's on top of these keto-friendly as well, you can't go wrong. Now let's go have a look at these on the computer and check out the website. Guys, here we are in front of the computer again, where we can take a good look at this product, these Mission tortillas that are carb balanced and only have 3 net carbs per tortilla. So here is the missionfoods.com website. And if we go on the website, here is the Mission Carb Balanced Tortillas. They have 4.7 reviews. And I would love to see what the bad reviews are, because do not put this in your body because it has this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the taste. And these guys have so many good reviews here. I'm going to go by the good reviews here. They have a 4.7 star rating here on their website. Go back to it. So this thing says they are low carb, great taste, taken to the extreme with these Mission Carb Balanced Flour Tortillas. Okay, so they are 4 grams of net carbs, not 3. I said 3 a minute ago, but they're 4, as I stated earlier. And the full nutrition facts are right here. As I stated earlier, when we were sitting over there doing our actual review of the product, these guys actually have 70 calories. Mine says 45, I thought, on the container. Huh. I'll have to go grab that and check and see if I made a mistake over there. I thought mine said 45. But yeah, here we go. Carb balance, Mission tortillas with great reviews online. Shows you here how to make some air fryer chicken fajita wraps, which looks absolutely fantastic. It's kind of like what I just made. I don't have any avocado, but that's actually a good idea for next time. Throwing some avocado on there would actually spice up this meal quite a bit. And down here they have all kinds of cool recipes for you to try with these Mission low carb tortillas. And you can actually put in search terms here, or just come down here and look at all their delicious recipes, like this breakfast quesadilla with fried eggs, which sounds fantastic. Tostadas, Chipotle nachos, just all kinds of great ideas. Oh, Eggs Benedict breakfast wrap sounds absolutely fantastic. Chicken and eggplant quesadilla. Just come on to the missionfoods.com website /recipes. You can check out your own recipes and get some mission balanced, carb balanced tortillas in your life, where you will cut down on your carbs and you'll be right keto friendly with all the rest of your low carb dieting needs. Guys, I really hope you enjoyed today's video. I love it that you guys come and check out all my videos. Leave me some comments. Make sure you like and subscribe. And also, make sure you check out The Incredible Universe, my other new channel, which has a lot of topics about the universe that I really enjoy doing some research on. The Incredible Universe. I'll have a link down below in the description. Please like and subscribe my new channel. We'll see you guys soon.
Reach out for the new, that needs you too. I forgot the rest of the song.
Guys, we got to do something about this old sprinkler controller here. Check this thing out, the old technology, the Rainbird. We're going to do something about this today.
Drove him away.
Guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and today we are taking a look at the Wyze Smart Sprinkler Controller. I've been wanting to get this for a while, and it finally went on a payment plan, and I was figured, why not? I'll just go ahead and pick it up because I've been putting it off. So this guy right here comes, I think, with a year of free, like, Wyze service, so that it actually works with the forecast and all that. I'm not too concerned about having it know when it rains and that kind of stuff, because I have a well, so it's not like I'm wasting city water. But let's get this thing opened up and see what's actually inside. And here's a good look at the box. So that's the front of the box. Shows you kind of the zone layout here. Shows you the app here. So this uses the regular Wyze app, which I have a lot of the Wyze cameras. Water Anywhere from the Wyze app, edit schedules from the Wyze app, DIY, which we're going to go through that as well, sunrise, sunset settings, offline schedules, and customizable zone details. Good look at the back with the terminals here that we're going to be checking out. Look at where the apps are for both Apple and Android. And yeah, that's about it. We're going to go ahead and open this guy up now. See what's inside. Get both of these sides opened up. It looks like it slides out from the center. The box here. Yep, it does slide out from the center, and then inside the box we have this lovely green box, which is also the color of grass, if you didn't know it. Take a look at the green box. Got the presentation here. There is the Wyze sprinkler controller with this nice peel back. How fulfilling was that? And then take a look how sleek this is compared to the old Rainbird. And then on the back here we have real easy push terminals for doing wiring. So that is the actual control box. Here is the mounting plate for the Wyze Smart Sprinkler System. Looks like it Goes this way and clips on somehow like this. Apparently, yeah, you just kind of mount this to the wall. We'll show you all this when we do the installation, and then this pushes on to that. I also ordered another smart landscape lighting transformer, so that's going to go next to this guy inside of the garage and do the, if you're facing the house, it'll be the left half of the landscape lighting. If you're looking away from the house, it's the right half. Here's the beefy, chunky power brick, pretty heavy, probably 3 or 4 pounds power brick. The standard, I forgot what these are called, connector. We've got some drywall inserts, which we won't need. We're putting it on pegboard. And it looks like we have, I don't know, Velcro maybe? Some kind of wire management. We have a little free year worth of sprinkler. A little quick setup guide here for our new guy. And it looks like we have a little sheet here for putting decals on your wires when you disconnect them, so you don't get confused. There's actually a quick setup guide inside of the app, so we're going to start that process next, and we will start recording on our tablet and our phone at the same time. Phone does the video, tablet's going to be doing the app, and we will see that next on the channel. Alright guys, we are here outside in the garage with the old school Rainbird controller. We've also got some recording going on our tablet, and so you guys can see this installation progress. And clearing the bench off here a little bit, make some room for the install procedure. And let's go into the tablet now. Click the plus. Let's add device, home, Y sprinkler, mounting. Okay, first steps. I think we got everything we need here to do this. Drill bits, screws, anchors, power adapter, all here. And I've unplugged the power to my existing controller. I have not unplugged the power to my existing controller because it is, oh, it's behind so much stuff that I can't get out. Okay, we're gonna have to pause here while I figure this out. Alright, it took me a minute to clear some stuff away, and I got the power undone on the existing Rainbird controller. Here it is. So we are back in the app now, and it says I've unplugged the power. I have, so I'm going to click begin. Take a picture of your current wiring. Not a bad idea. Let's do that here. Allow. Allow. Share a photo with Y? Sure, why not? Select the terminals with wires connected. Okay. COM. I'm trying to understand how you do this. Common. My eyesight is so bad, I need to get my flashlight. Got the flashlight. Okay, it looks like we have COM and 1, 2, and 3, and we have All right, well, obviously this is powered. So red and blue are powered. Master valve or pump. Master valve is not connected. C or COM is connected. And we have 1, 2, and 3 connected for 3 zones. I don't know what, let's see. Ground. S. It looks like SNES, sense. Looks like I got a sensor too, which I don't use that anymore. So I'm gonna take the tablet here and get some better pictures. No, I don't want. Tablet's trying to do video. No. I just took a bunch of pictures with my phone, and I think that's good enough. Continue to mounting guide. Label your wires with the included stickers. So we need to take off these gloves, get our screwdriver out. Don't know where the screwdriver adapter is. Guys, I'm sorry that I am not prepared here. I don't know where the screwdriver end is. I know, this is ridiculous, dude. Whoa, almost knocked the camera down. That makes for good video though. Okay, so we got one is yellow. And we need the label. So basically one is probably zone 1. There's one label. Blue is 2. These are the zones, so these are the valves. And there's number 2. These are all the positives for the valves, and then the white is the common, which would be the negative ground, common ground. There's 1, 2, 3, and white is C. Probably all standard colors like the standard ones. And the rest is just, this is the sensor, the rain sensor, which we're not using anymore. And then this stuff is power. And ground. Actual wall power and ground are right here. They run down here and down over the wall. This is all coming out. I'm going to run the new wire down the back of the pipe to hide it. So it says click next. Disconnect and remove your own controller. All we have here is 2 screws holding this up to the wall. And the pipe goes through the bottom. That one is going to stay. This screwdriver is so good. We won't use the same screw going back in because I believe I just stripped it out. And that is fine. Ah, we got some other. There it goes. That is that, my friends. The old controller is removed. New controller. Next thing in the instructions says, hold the mounting plate to the wall and mount the hole. So I'm gonna line it up with these existing holes. So that's how I'm gonna get it straight, and then I'll use the level. So it looks like we're probably gonna wanna put it about right there. Man, I really wish we didn't have this. Wonder if there's a way to run the wires through the wall. Don't know if I can do that. Really don't want this pipe sticking up anymore. I think that's gonna take a lot more than I can do today. I think that's a project for another time, but we kind of want it right there. With the wires running behind it. So we want this controller to sit about right there, level. So this is the row. Let's see what that looks like. Here's the mounting plate. Man, how does that thing go in? Oh, it's upside down. So we need it to sit about right there. So it hides the wires. So I have to get something to mark this with. I really want to get this away from. I want to get this. I have to disassemble that whole pipe if I'm going to get rid of that thing. It's just not for today. It's not for today. It's for another day. I really want it to go inside, but the wires are outside. Okay. There puts it about midway there. Is that even close to being level? Level is right there. Levels right there. Okay, so top of the mounting plate needs to go there, and then hopefully I can get the screws in. Okay. So it's got it's got a a word on it that shows you which way it goes up, and this is kind of what we're going for. Right there. And hopefully that, well, neither one of those are in. I didn't mark the center either. perfectly level right there, which means the pipe looks crooked. Center's going to be right here. I don't know how we're going to figure this out. I'm just going to shoot for it. I'm leveling it out right now, and then I'm going to put a screw in. Oh, it went right in the hole. Such a bummer. I really don't want to use this pipe. I mean... I don't want to do it this way, guys. We'll have a meeting in 5 minutes. Little update. Big update. 45 minutes later, 2 hours later, I finally got the stupid wire pulled. Must have pulled that wire 40 times to get it through. And now I lost the mounting plate. I gotta find the mounting plate now. I found the mounting plate. We're gonna mount the mounting plate right above where I pulled the power wire up through with these guys, and so this should be it, and then these three should be not used, so we can probably clip these three. We only use 3 valves and 1 common and power, but I will just tuck those back in the wall just in case, just like that. There's our 3. So now we gotta get our mounting plate done. And for that, guys, you don't even know what I went through for the last hour and a half. Like, it is the worst. And it's probably 95 degrees out here. But now we can take this out because we don't need it anymore. And we need to mount our mounting plate in such a place where our wires can go up through it and connect. And if we lose this, it's going to fall on the wall and I'm going to be super mad. But I think right there is good. And so we will get one done and then level it with the other one. And we are going to do this the best we can, people. Hopefully that screw will work. Not the one that came with it, but whatever, dude. Okay. So now what we're going to do is level this guy off. Then put the other screw in. Way off. That's level. Let's get our other screw. Hopefully these screws will work. They do kind of have like bulging out. Okay, we were on the tablet about to mount and wire up the Wise sprinkler controller. The instructions here tell you how to mount the wall plate. We did that already. We already did this part with the anchors. We already screwed it in. Now we have to connect the wires. And they're push buttons. So there's 2 C terminals here, which I see one. Get it? C? Okay. So basically the white is the C. So we just, either one of these, we just push back. And then clearly marked 1, 2, 3. 1 is yellow. You push the little Retainer black, clip back. 2 is blue. Push it back. All the way. Oh, wrong one. Too much vodka. And 3. And then the last thing is the power wire. Now let's hope, actually let's run that back around this way. Let's hope that this thing goes mounting without having to do anything else weird. But we do need to get these wires back in the wall. Okay, so it just kind of sits on this back plate and then pushes up. Tucking the power cable under. So there's a catch on the top of it, up here, that has to catch. So it goes underneath the whole unit, and then you rotate it up. It just doesn't like to catch as good as it is when it isn't on the wall. But yeah, there's tabs that catch. And then you're just supposed to literally like, wow, it looks like it's going to be like facing upwards. That's really weird. Alright, I'm kind of fighting with this right now. Wow. It's angled upwards. Wonderful. That is not good. Alright, so we gotta fix that right away. It's angled to look up at you. That doesn't work for us. So what we're gonna have to do is shim these guys way out. Hopefully that'll still mount. I don't know why they do that. Why do they do that? That looks absolutely terrible. That's gotta go like way down. Why on earth do they have it facing upwards like that? That just makes no sense at all. I'm going to try to find something to put behind this. What's happening is the plate. We really need to, well, no, that won't work either. But we need this plate to be way out here like this in order for it to mount correctly and display correctly. And I honestly don't know how we're going to do that. But there's a washer there. No, that's too thick. That is just insane, guys. That's not a great way to mount this thing. It needs to be shimmed way forward. Like, way forward. Why would they do that? It's like it's angled up at you. I know you guys see what I'm saying here, right? This stupid thing is angled so far up. When you mount it, it's like it catches the top of this thing, and it's like, why would you want it facing upwards? Like, seriously, stupid. This has to be fixed. I'm looking for shims. I found like 2 or 3 washers that I can use. I mean, it's gotta be way up there. Let's see what that does. Why would they want it like so? And the display already looks scratched and I didn't touch anything. I have not touched this display whatsoever. That won't even go. Yeah, that won't count. It doesn't like the angle. What is the deal with this mounting plate, man? Alright guys, I settled for it facing the ceiling because fuck it. At this point I'm fed up with this crap and I don't want to mess with it anymore. And I have a scratched display and I just don't care, and I've shimmed it and shimmed it and shimmed it and it is not going to get any better. It faces upwards. If you guys buy this, no, you better mount it down here, which I would have. Now I got a hole in my pegboard. So here we are on the tablet. I've connected everything. I plugged the sprinkler in. Now we have to provide power for it. I'm doing that now. Power, and as you can see, it lit up. It's blinking. It's on the mounting plate. It's in pairing mode, as the app says. It wants us to begin and turn on location. It is on. It is on. Okay, it's on. What do you mean turn on location, you dumbass? It's on. Do we have to have Bluetooth? I think we do. It's not going to find it. I'm going to have to use my phone. Dude, this is stupid. Alright, still struggling with this thing. It just says place the bottom of the device. It does say in the video it's supposed to be angled up, but I think that that's stupid. I don't understand why the hell they would do that. This thing is just... Ooh. It's worse than it was before. It's not going to get any better. Well, I'm disappointed in that design. I'm not understanding, unless it's supposed to be way down here, which I would have mounted it lower. It sticks out, man. It sticks out. All you can do is like put some stuff behind there to keep it from flexing back, but that's the way it's going to be, guys. It's angled upward. All right, guys, taking a look at the Wise sprinkler app now, while this other footage copies over to the computer for editing. We can see here we got our sprinkler at the top. We can hit that guy. Now, if you look at the very top, those are our 3 zones. And if we go inside the actual zone, it has some details about the schedule and the soil moisture, and I'm not sure how accurate that is without an actual sensor for that, but there's the front. And what is cool is you can actually take a picture of the zone, which I have not done yet. I think I am going to go do that right now and then come back and continue this video. Alright guys, so I was not successful in taking pictures of the zones. There's something about the tablet that the app doesn't really like the way the camera is, so I will have to probably do it on my phone. But as you can see there, I tried to take a picture of it and it's absolutely goofy looking. You can go into each zone here and look at this. Look at the current status of the zone. Looks like there's a little indicator here that shows you how far through the cycle it got. There's the mailbox side of the house and how much it watered. Shows you the weather forecast here. You get a year of free Sprinkler Plus service with Wise for this guy. And then if you go up in here, you can see right there, Sprinkler Plus is activated. I think it's like $10 a year after that or something. It's not super expensive. There's the name. You can get notifications for it that are pushed to the phone. If you look at schedules here, I'm on the default schedule and the name is default. Zones, all zones are on. I have them all set to 30 minutes and to end by sunrise. So here are the days of the week that they're watering. And you can tell it to skip on temperature, wind, rain, and saturation. This is supposed to use weather to, like the weather forecast, so that it doesn't water when there's rain expected. You can share this with other people in your house or other households. So there's how you set your skips. If it gets below 32 degrees, it's not going to water. If it's going to be more than 0.125 inches of rain or 100% saturation. Here's the device info. It is connected to my wireless repeater. Obviously great signal strength. The repeater's up in the front of the house close to the garage. It shows you the firmware revision, and it actually updated the firmware when I got it. So yeah, this is a look at the Wise sprinkler. Integrates well with the rest of my Wise devices here, and so far so good, and I will update you guys as I use this more and get some more information for you. Have a good one, guys. Alright, we're over here across the street in the Rich Street Racing shed, and the flow switch I think is bad on this Pentair because it no longer shows salt levels. So we ordered this new flow switch off of Amazon right here, and today we're gonna go ahead and install this for the Spivey team. Alright, now that Rich has the beast out of the shed, we can take a look at this Pentair flow switch replacement. Now, Pentair wants you to spend money and get a whole new salt cell. If we go underneath this little cover here, there should be a flow switch that is probably bad and causing not to show a salt indication on the app. And so we see right here, right now, this flow switch, notice it is hardwired to the salt cell. So we have to cut it and put our own on it. So we are gonna do that right now. Here's the replacement, and hopefully the wires are the same color codes. Otherwise, I don't know what to do, but I'm gonna find out right now. All right, we got the existing flow switch wire cut here. And if you notice here, this is a 4-wire with black, red, green, and white. And the new flow switch is white, green, red, and blue. And so going on to the purchasing link, there is a wiring code there. I'm gonna throw that up on the screen for you right now, right here, and then I am going to start splicing these wires. Okay, we got the wires redone. And now we are turning the switch on. You can see here, the only difference in wiring was that blue goes to black. Other than that, it kind of lines up. White goes to gold. I think gold was meant to be white, but yeah, we got the thing on now. And we're just trying to see if it is going to work or not. And if not, I'm out of ideas. All right, we got the replacement flow switch in. These lights for low salt flashed for about a minute, and now we have solid greens. Now Rich has to go on his app and see if it actually indicates that he has salt or not, and we'll let you guys know if this was a successful replacement or not.
We have reading 3200. Salt is perfect.
So is that what they said at Pinch a Penny, that you had 3200?
3200 is perfect.
Okay, but what did they say?
I have to look at the sheet. I don't know. I can't remember.
I'm curious how accurate.
I'll check it out and inside.
All right, guys, so that is how, yeah, that's how you replace a flow switch on a Pentair. Like I said, blue goes to black, so the new blue goes to the old black, and the new gold goes to the old white, and other than that, it's red and green match up directly, and that will save you about $350 to $400 on a new one of these salt generators, because they won't let you just unplug the flow switch. They make it difficult. Hopefully that saves you guys some money. All right, guys, we got the mini beer shots, and nobody knows how to make them on Earth, but you get the liquor 43, you get the heavy whipping cream, you put the liquor 43, and then you put the heavy whipping cream on top, and you got the mini beer shots, right?
Damn, can't
My sister
wait.
knows. Bon voyage. Oh my God, she's insane.
Wow!
You're crazy.
Girl!
I told you. We got the new double gang outlet inserts for the home theater system. On this side, we have regular power. We've got USB type A, and we have USB type A there. And then over here, we have Ethernet cable, which we're not using, and then a HDMI cable. We've already pre-wired, so we have power here, we have Ethernet here, and we have HDMI. So all we have to do is put the power in here, wire that up to the back of this, put the Ethernet right into there, the HDMI right into there, and then the TV is updating for the last hour at least, and it's ready to install another update. Let's get this here installed. And I'm gonna do power on the left, so I'm gonna do power right there. I'm gonna do HDMI and Ethernet right there. And I got my screwdriver over here ready to go, and all my tools. So all I need for this is my Phillips head screwdriver and my workman's pliers. Whenever you wire up this, when you wire up an outlet, neutral is always on the left, so the white wire always goes to the left. This is an odd one because they're usually on each side. In this case, they are all on one side, so we have to see which one is neutral and which one is hot. Okay, so right here it does say white, and then right here it says hot, so white is always neutral. And so when you connect this to the outlet, you always want to go in the direction that the screw tightens up. So when we undo the screw, you see how it goes to the left like that? So it loosens to the left, counterclockwise. So when you put the screw back in with the wire, you always want to go in the direction of the tightening. So for the white, you just take your workman's pliers like this, and you do a loop like that. And then we'll go ahead and do this one too. But they're both gonna go clockwise, so to tighten. So those are ready. And then we'll do the ground too, I guess. So these guys are ready to go. Loosen the ground. I'll do the ground first. And then sometimes you have to actually hold the wire while you put it in because it will tend to back out. So if you keep pressure on it like that. That's the ground. Just like that. And just kind of hold pressure on it while you tighten it. It helps to have like a regular screwdriver too. And then believe it or not, these electrical connections can actually get loose over the years just from the electricity. So it helps if you really torque them down with a manual screwdriver. All right, so that thing's ready to go. Now, all we have to do is put it in like that, and it should have screws. I like to leave them loose though, so when we get the wall plate in, we can move this around if it's not squared up with the wall plate. Okay. On the way. I'm the worst at this stuff. I really can't. I'm not good at getting the wires back in the box. Kind of force them in there. Instead of doing like what electricians do, which they fold it like a certain way. I can't do that. All right, now we got to get both of these straight to put the faceplate on. So we're going to loosen this up a little bit so we can go left to right. I can tell already this thing is like leaning towards you. Yeah. So I leave it a little loose and then I let the faceplate kind of tighten down way better. These will pull up to the faceplate. I have them really tight though because I was trying to get them straight. Yeah. All right, so the next step is power down here. So I'm just gonna pull out this and I have power already run down here. All I have to do is connect it to the power strip. This should have power at that point. Or either blow up my house. So this has no indications of power run, has no LED lights, nothing like that. So I think the best way to test this is just get my phone charger. Okay, so we're gonna plug the phone in right now where you guys are actually recording and we know if it starts charging. Okay, so the phone started charging, so we have power, this thing's good to go, and we're ready to mount the TV. What do you think? All right, Patricia's here helping me, and today we are putting this 75-inch Amazon Fire TV on the wall, but first we have to actually install our Govee DreamView LED kit. And over here on the table we have the Govee DreamView. This is designed for 65 to 75-inch TVs. So there is a certain pattern that we have to install this on. So we have to get out the instruction manual and check how we're supposed to install this. I have them in the bedroom, I have them in the studio, so I've done it. But I only did it correctly in the studio. I think I messed up in the bedroom. So there's the strip. These are 3M stickies to help keep the LED strip from coming off. That is the actual controller. So we put that somewhere back here where we can reach it.
Yep, okay.
That's where it starts. And so there's a certain pattern we have to go in, and we're gonna have to get the manual out. What's in here? Let's get the manual out and see how we're supposed to actually install these.
Nick.
Deal?
Deal.
Okay, let's go. close?
We're close. My side is on.
Mine on?
No, back. Go back some.
Mine on?
You look like you were.
Mine on now?
I can't see it over there. Hold on. Don't move.
We gotta go all the way your way too, by the way.
Okay, there we go.
That's it. That's it?
No cords.
That's kind of money right there. Patricia just satted the TV and we connected it hardwired, so it's Ethernet. There's no Wi-Fi on this at all, and you can see we have like a good connection here. So the next thing we have to do is set up our Govee DreamView. We have the camera there. Now we have to take our setup kit. So they give you these little setup oranges things, and you put them there. So you put them on all the quadrants. And then you go to the app, find the DreamView, and set up DreamView. So let's do that right now.
Yes.
And it looks like there's some thread lock that's put on there. That's the blue stuff that once you tighten it down, these should stay in there pretty nice.
So there's 2 in the front and 2 in the back, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. That is going to be the entire assembly, which I love that. You really don't have to do anything.
I got to be honest with you, for something this nice, you know, you think it's going to take a while to put together. It does not. It is very quick. That is the fastest I've ever put anything together.
Now there's going to be a couple more steps after that just to get this thing completely unboxed. We're going to need to go ahead and cut off your tag here and take off the plastic and the deck down here. So,
all right, so we're going to go ahead and take the tag off.
Okay.
Here, there's some plastic we got to rip off.
Just underneath the wheels, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Looks like you're going to have to take off this protective deck cover as well. Rip that off. This thing's unboxed. So good.
All right, looks like the display screen has a little bit of protective film on there with some information for, it looks like maybe downloading the app that goes with it. All right, so I just downloaded the app, setting up my username and password, which was very easy to do. Now I'm going to go ahead and take off this screen protector here, where I was able to find the QR code to download the app, which is very easy to do.
Right.
All right. Now, with that being said, I believe we have to power it on, and then we just need to link the devices. All right, power's on.
Power came on.
All right.
Looks like your battery's at 50%.
Yep.
All right, so you're going to go ahead and add a device now, huh?
Correct. I'm going to link the device.
Okay, found it already. Look at that.
That was fast. Link the device.
Cool.
Sound like we're connected. Writing. So there's a writing guide that goes along with it.
You can skip that.
Yep. All right, we're connected.
Awesome. So you can see your scooter now and all the perimeters, right?
Yep.
Okay, we're out here with Joe's ST3 Pro here from Navi. And we did power it on and pair it to the app. What's our next steps here?
Yeah, so it's charging right now, which is pretty easy. I think we're gonna let it get to a pretty good charge before we take it on its first official ride.
Okay, yeah, and then here's the actual charger. So it's a power brick and it comes with a separate power cable. And basically here, when the bike is charging, it will be red or green when it's fully charged. It'll turn fully green. Now there's some other things you can set in the app, like that has to do with the lighting and the acceleration and the rate of acceleration right off the rip. So all that stuff can be set up in the app, so I'll show you guys that separately, but we're already good to go on this thing. It was literally a 10-minute setup, and now it's just got to charge for a little while.
It took more time to get it out of the box than it did to assemble it. That's how fast it was.
Absolutely. Now let's go get the other one and put it right next to this one while they charge.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, we're back. Bubba, get...
He's driving on a suspended license. He just fled from police. He's got felonies there.
Bubba, massage that car. Massage that car.
He's hipping
All right, you can see Sledge right there on the left.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have worked with Wildcatch in the past. They did reach out to us and see if we wanted to work with them on these Wildcatch glue traps. These things are pretty awesome. You just stick them anywhere you want to control rats and mice and other pests, and they literally have 30% better sticking power. You can literally just put these anywhere you want, and then when you're ready to dispose of them, you simply just throw them away. You get 6 in a box from Wildcatch. I will have a link in the description on Amazon to these guys for you. Now these things are indiscreet and they are flat, and you put bait right in the center of them. You can see it right there, and they will get a lot of different creatures. They can get rats, mice, snakes, spiders, lizards, ants, flies, all kinds of things. These are also non-toxic. That means they're safe for both your pets and your children. There's a center bait slot right in the middle right there to put the bait in for you to try to catch whatever is bugging you at your house. Now, once you put these down, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is basically put these back down in a different area every 2 to 3 days and try again, and probably you'll figure out where your problem is and start catching things. These things are about 5 inches by 3 inches. Now make sure you pay close attention to where you put these things. The placement could mean the difference in you catching something or not catching anything at all. And the best part about these are they are non-toxic. They will not harm your pets at all. These things catch all kinds of different creatures. You can see right here on the screen, they catch like 5 different things with no problems at all. This thing will be really effective also when it gets colder outside, because mice are going to try to get into your house. But if you have these outside your doors and everywhere else outside, there's less of a chance that you'll get mice inside during the wintertime. There's a comparison on the screen right there between Wildcatch and other brands, and you can see right here with the Wildcatch all your advantages you get. And this is not the only product they have. We have their insect catching UV trap as well. That is on the channel. I'll put a link to the Wildcatch down in the description of the video here. Make sure you let them know Supercar Street Racing sent you and that you're enjoying the channel and them being a sponsor. Wildcatch is awesome. I'm so happy to have them on board, and I am very grateful for everything they've done for Supercar Street Racing. With a little T-Mobile update, because we wanted to get back to you. A couple of people, 3, 4, have commented on the video, and we wanted to just get back to you guys and let you know that we are going to be moving away from the T-Mobile 5G internet. It just isn't working out for this particular situation, just due to the layout of the house, and some other factors were involved. But we are going to be moving this place to Comcast on the 1 gig connection. And there's some factors involved there that we need to talk about at another time, but just wanted to get something out there for you guys to let you know that we're going to be moving this house back to Comcast, away from T-Mobile 5G. It's better for business reasons, and also the amount of load that will be on the internet. So we'll update you guys when we get the Comcast stuff. But for now, we are going to be moving away from the T-Mobile, and just for reasons of just connectivity and Wi-Fi in a few places in the house. That's the only reason, but no other reason than that. And yeah, we'll update you guys as soon as we know something more. Later, Gators. What's up everyone, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where we push tech and machines to the edge. And today we're taking a first look at the Alcatel WP100 Titan. This thing is an absolute beast. It's got a rugged build and a 22,000 milliamp hour battery. It's also got a cool camera setup that punches way above its weight. I'm just giving you a little bit of a taste of this now, because in the full video coming up, we're gonna stress it, we're gonna test it, and see if it actually lives up to that Titan name. Now let's get into it. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and before we dive straight in, we want to give a shout out to Alcatel, who is a long-term sponsor of the Supercar Street Racing channel. And they just dropped one of their craziest rugged phones directly on this channel, the WP100 Titan. Now let's break down what makes this thing such a monster. Now first up, let's talk about the battery in this thing. That is the largest battery ever created for a smartphone. Now what this means for us is when we're out there on those long days shooting on the road, like Las Vegas CES on January 6th through the 8th, we'll be there. We're gonna have the WP100 Titan with us. We won't have to worry about charging the phone for days. It's gonna be so nice to have that available. Now you would think with a phone with a battery this big, it would take forever to fill up, but this guy works very quickly and can fill up in a fraction of the time. That's perfect for us when we're jumping between shoots and we don't have time to charge, but more than a few minutes, this thing comes in clutch. Now, as usual with Alcatel phones, it has a rugged military build. It has IP68 ratings, IP69K ratings, and it has MIL STD810H. And in plain English, it's dust-proof, drop-proof, and it's waterproof. Now, we've had phones die on shooting days before. It's not gonna happen with this one. Now, I've got it right here in front of me, and it has a 200 megapixel camera out back, and it does actually have night vision as well. This is perfect for both regular light and low light situations. Let's say we want to go on a car meet and we want to shoot some of it in a parking lot at night. We've got the perfect night vision right here for that. And it's even great for night drives. And another big one, the Media Dimensity chipset. This isn't some slow CPU in a rugged phone. Apps load fast, 4K playback is silky smooth, and even gaming won't choke you out on the WP100 Titan. And now let's talk a little bit about the display. This thing has a 6.78 FHD screen with a fast refresh rate. It's big, bright, and smooth. It's great for navigating, watching back footage, all when we're out scouting new production locations. Now, something that I really like that Alcatel added to the phone is the dual frequency GPS and the expanded navigation suite. Let's say we're out in the middle of nowhere filming off-road shots or scouting new routes. This phone actually locks onto satellites faster and stays accurate even in wooded areas or around tall buildings. And it's one of those features you don't usually appreciate until you've been lost with no signal, which has definitely happened on this channel. Also, speaking of being out there, this thing also supports reverse charging. This thing isn't just for charging itself. This thing can top off cameras, mics, drone batteries, even another phone if somebody on the team needs charging. Plug it in right there and they can get a charge from you. So it basically doubles as a power bank for those days when you need it. Now let's talk a little bit about the durability. You can actually feel it when you pick it up, but this thing has an aluminum frame. It has shock absorbing corners right here, and it does have Gorilla Glass right out front. What that means is you can drop it, scrape it, slam it in a car door, whatever you want to try. This thing should be up for the task. It is definitely a beast. And trust me, with all the stuff we carry around this house, inevitably some things manage to hit the ground on a regular basis. And it's got this customizable side key right here, and you can actually program that to do anything you want. One thing that I like to do with mine is program it for the camera, so that if I need the camera really quickly, all I gotta do is press this one button. Now the audio on this is surprisingly good as well. So that means when you're checking clips, watching playback, or just using these guys as a mini TV between breaks, it's actually enjoyable instead of sounding like a tin can. It's also hooked up connectivity wise. It uses Wi-Fi 6, NFC, Bluetooth, and it also supports global bands. So whether you're here in the States or out of the country, this thing has you covered. It does have a slot for an SD card, so you can go ahead and expand it to your needs. Now this feels like it was built with creators and explorers in mind. So coming up next, we're gonna go ahead and unbox this thing officially for you. We're gonna throw it outside to the Supercar Street Racing Garage Studio, where we're gonna unbox this thing and show you what's inside. Okay, directly in front of me, we have the Alcatel WP100 Titan that we're going to be unboxing today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go ahead and get this thing out of the box. All their boxes look about the same. They all have like an AI logo. They tell you what kind of RAM and ROM are inside of it. They tell you the model number and that it is a 5G phone. Let's go ahead and crack this thing open now. We don't need this plastic where we're going. And right here in front of me is the WP100 Titan box, ready to be opened. There's not much on the back except the IMEI number and a little label, so we're not going to show that on camera, but let's get this thing all opened up now. And there is the fly and fresh Oukatel WP100 Titan in the case. It does have the Oukatel brand on the little cover. Now this thing is heavy, guys. Now I am telling you right now, this might be the heaviest smartphone that I have ever felt, and there is a reason behind that, and we will get to it in the unboxing video. But there is the WP100. Look, it is made of metal there. You can see, look at the buttons on the side here. Very cool. You can definitely tell this thing has some weight to it. You can see on the back it does have a camping light like the other phone did. You can see its triple camera system right there as well. Yeah, on the side there's your card slot right there. There's some buttons and there's some more buttons down here. There's a USB Type-C port right there, and I would say, I don't know the exact weight. If I had to guess, I would say a pound or more, and we're going to get into why that is when we get into the specs of this awesome phone. But yeah, for right now, this is the WP100 Titan. And what else is inside the box is a user manual, and there is a charger down at the bottom here. There's a warranty certificate, there's a USB Type-C, and yes, they do actually give you a charger brick, which Samsung is not doing anymore. So that is it for the WP100 Titan. Let's get that thing back in the plastic now. It's very heavy and very solid. What a phone. This thing looks like it could last through a war. All right, you can tell we're in the dark home theater room because you can't see anything. So if we go to the home screen here on the phone, you can see there's a little projector icon. We can just tap that. And look at this. We actually have projected the phone onto the screen. Now notice it's much wider. You can actually see light on the edges of the square. There's our video. It's pretty small. I'm sure we could back up a little bit and make it bigger. This is what we just shot. Now let's look at it in regular light. You can see right here, it is shining directly on the wall right there. On the side of the phone here, right on this side, there are two little buttons that control the focus. You can see right there, it's in focus, out of focus, but I can actually do it myself with the buttons, which makes that much better than what we were looking at before. That's the only controls that I could find. It does tend to autofocus, but at the same time, if you fine tune it, you can use the buttons there to get it out of focus. And I tell you what, I think that projector feature is really cool. I am really hyped to actually use this in a certain number of different ways, and I just wanted to make sure you guys saw that, and it looks actually really good even in broad daylight. All right guys, now that we have the Oukatel totally unboxed, you guys can see what this thing brings to the table, and it's no joke. This thing feels like a tank, but it's also modern enough looking that it doesn't feel like you're carrying around a brick all the time. Those buttons feel solid, that battery gives it some weight, and that rugged frame tells you you're not carrying around your ordinary everyday smartphone. You got all the essentials in the box. You guys saw this. You got your paperwork, you got your charger and your USB cable. But the star of the show is the hardware itself, the reinforced casing, the high resolution camera, and the built-in projector system. This phone is clearly designed for people who use their gear hard. But let's not waste any time. You know this channel, you know our mission. We don't just accept claims, we're gonna go test them. Now let's put the Titan through its paces and see what it can really handle. So up next, we're gonna do those famous waterproof tests. We're gonna do a drop test. Let's get to it. Okay, we are with the WP100 Titan, and I did locate this thing called underwater mode. We're gonna drop it in just like this, let's see. I'm walking around with it in the net. It is completely submerged. The bottom, you guys can see it just as well as I can. It's at the bottom of the pool almost. There's only a foot left before it's at the bottom, and it is coming back up to the top. There's our phone. I don't know when it stopped recording. It is recording still. It's recording. All right, great. All right, we put the WP100 Titan through our normal test in the battery test, a whopping 47 hours playing back on YouTube, and we still had some percentage left. In the drop test, we dropped it 3 times from 5 feet, right on the screen, no issues whatsoever. It performed well in this test as well, as do all the Oukatel phones. And in the water test, we drug it through the pool. You guys saw the results. We drug it all the way through the pool, and the screen came right back on when we were done doing that as well. And in the performance area, we did 3D Mark and we did Geekbench. In 3D Mark, it did well as well. 355 on Wildlife, 1050 single core, 3100 multi-core on Geekbench. All right, guys, we're back here in Studio B, and that's going to wrap up the Alcatel WP100 Titan review. This thing is an absolute beast. It is very heavy because it has a 33,000 milliamp hour battery. It has a projector, which is very cool, 1200 lumen camping light, and it does pretty much everything. Has a very nice camera, very detailed, great color. Loved all the pictures and photographs from the camera as well. You're going to see some of that at the end of the video here. But that's going to do it. Go ahead and order your WP100 Titan from the link in the description. And thank you, Alcatel, for being a long-term sponsor. We got to get out of here, though. We got 1,000 other phones to review right now. All right, we're out here taking video now on the WP100 Titan. We got it set for 4K, 30 frames per second. This is the compound here, and you can see the alligator right there chilling, so fresh and so fly. And I just wanted to get you guys an idea of what the video quality was like. But yes, there is the alligator right there. There is the compound. There's some green grass for you guys. There is the pool, should be looking nice and blue. There is the pool tile. And then of course, we want to go ahead and look at some red colors. There's some nice reds and purples for you, and another look at the compound on the WP100. Let's get some pictures as well. Okay, I wanted to give you guys some more of the capability of the night vision of the WP100 Titan. Check this out. This is my completely dark garage. The sun is barely coming up right now. This, on a regular camera, you can't see this at all. But on the WP100 Titan, check it out. You can make out the golf cart right there. You can make out the scooters right there. No problem. Look at that. You can make out the actual posters where there's no light hardly at all in here. So that is the WP100 night vision. Before it gets daylight here, we want to show you the WP100 Titan's camping light. So here's the controls for it. You just click full. Look how bright that is. That is lighting up the whole area here. Check it out. Now I'm recording this on the Samsung, but you can see it's still dark out here. And looking at the camping light, look how bright this thing is. So for example, I always go into my shed here. It'd be super convenient since my phone is already on my body. If I had this camping light, look at this. This thing lights up the entire shed. How cool is that? On the WP100 Titan, the camping light. But look at that. Awesome light, man. Check it out. No light, light. Let's go out here on the dock. Here's the dock with no light. And then, of course, all lit up by the WP100. We are back looking at the WP100 Titan. I just wanted to show you guys how the projector on the phone looks in a real theater room. This is my theater room, completely dark. Okay, that was my channel on the WP100 Titan and projected up onto the home theater screen. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys had a great Christmas. And today we have this carbon fiber dash kit, and I have to figure out a way to put this ignition switch back in. There's instructions right there. So today we're going to start looking at this carbon fiber dash and figuring out how to get this thing back installed so that we can use this cart again. I did get some other stuff done that I will explain here on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas, and New Year's is coming up, and hope you guys have some big plans for New Year's. But you can see here the cart is in shambles. This is just the wiring harness. Literally was just stuffed back in there, and I'm going to clean it up when I put it back. But we need to run some wiring from the front to the back. We are going to be running speaker wires. We will have two crossovers in here under the dash or the front component, 6.5-inch speakers, and then we will run the wire down through the trough right there where the other wiring will go, and it goes up into a little indentation in the dash right there on the end. You can see it. I did clean up underneath the mat completely, and I also got all the rust and stuff off of this plate where the accelerator pedal goes, and I did paint it black or plastic dip it black, and you can see a big difference there. It looks really good. Came out awesome. The seats also came out great. Did those with the Duplicolor vinyl paint, and it looks like it's stuck perfectly. There's no more brown left except this brown stitching, and that is acceptable because you can barely see it. I think if I wanted to, I could get like a dye pen and just run across these stitches and make them black. But for now, our goal is to get the ignition switch off of this panel. Here is the switch panel. We are not using anything off of this panel again except for this ignition switch, and we will make a new label or get one. We're not using that, and we're not using the battery indicator, but we are going to take from this round charge thing here, and that is going to power our USB charger and voltage indicator that won't be here till Wednesday, at which time we will have to put a hole in this dash to put our charge indicator in. Don't know where that'll be yet. Depends on how big it is, but I'm thinking somewhere in here, maybe right in the center, but we won't know till we get it. So first things first, we gotta disassemble this panel. Back here in the supercar street racing, awesome kitchen, and we've been doing some tequila shots here, me and Susie. And today we have not this and not this knife, but we do have the instrument panel here from the Club Card Precedent, and we need to go over a few things here. But first we need to get some sort of table condom so we don't mess up the table. This wonderful IKEA table. Get that tequila cap over there. And so looking at this instrument cluster here, we have on this side, this is an older cart, so 2014, so we have the battery dead indicator, which we don't need anymore. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and pop that out. But first, we are going to disconnect. Actually, we're not even gonna take it out. There's no reason to take it out. So we're gonna pop these spade connectors off. And they are in there good. Then what we're gonna do is cut these zip ties, but we're also gonna label this stuff so that if we want to reuse it in the future, we can. right, guys, welcome back. Here is the carbon fiber dash, and it comes with a, well, it did come with a something taped to the back. Now I have to find it. If I don't have that, I'm in trouble. All right, I had a mini panic attack because I lost this important piece of goodness. Now, this says for the ignition, locate the metal ring, that's this. Slide the ring onto the stock ignition and install the ignition in the dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up with the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. So here is the notch. And okay, so there's the locating pin. See the pin? And it says, slide the ring on the stock ignition. There's the locating pin. Right there. Goes on just like that. And it says now to drop it onto the floor like an idiot would. Okay. Now, what does it say? Wish I had a new piece for this. Slide the ring on stock ignition. Install the ignition dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up where the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. Install the plastic ring back onto the front of the dash to conceal the nut. Okay, so I'm guessing, so here's the hole. That's what she said. Back here with the cart, got the ignition switch installed, and these are the ignition wires we labeled. They are green and blue, and we clearly have a label on here, which I'm glad we do. This one goes to green, and I think they were this way. Alright guys, back outside with the club car and the dash. Okay, I got my trusty screwdriver out with my bit, and these things just really just come right out, no problem. All right, now I get it. Now I got to try to figure out how to reinstall this blinker. All right, I got the steering wheel on, and after a lot of back and forth, I got the blinkers back on, finally figured that out, that I was using the wrong screws. And so the next step is we got to leave all this loose because we're doing stuff behind the dash, and we need to actually be able to slide the dash up, and that will be next. Okay, I struggled with this dash for a minute, but I finally understand, and it looks so good. So high trained. Look at this thing, dude. This thing is awesome. I was like, this doesn't fit at all, and then I realized the back part of the dash has to tuck under the cart, and then this part goes over it, and now it is pretty snug. This is going to be so good once we have everything installed. I'm really excited about this. And yeah, kind of want to paint this steering wheel column. It's all scratched up, so I might do that as well. We'll see. need to go ahead and shrink wrap on top. So we need our heat gun. All right, let's get the battery back in here then.
All right, so this is the comm cable, right? We'll have to drill a hole on one side, so we need the drill bits.
Get that bit bar. Let's go to the side. You got room for an amp over here.
I really do.
This hole's lined up. You don't have to do anything. All you gotta do is got it.
Think so?
I feel it pulling out down. As long as we don't run out of threads, we're good.
Oh wow, yeah, I see it. All right, take that off. Sorry, I should have.
Ah, look at that, ready to go, man. Hey! Hey, what's up, everybody? We are back with Higgsfield AI again, and we are going to take a look at Nano Banana. Now, Nano Banana is cool. It allows you to produce images from just other pictures or reference material, and we're going to do thumbnails for this video. I thought it would be fun if we tried to create thumbnails for this actual video. So looking here at Nano Banana over here, and you can see I've already uploaded the Higgsfield logo right here. Now let's upload a picture of me. So let's find one. And to do that, I have a special folder here with selfies in it. Let's find that. And let's just pick one of my awesome pictures here like this one. So we just added this as reference material for Nano Banana. So then all you have to do is go down to the bottom and select the model, and we're using Nano Banana Pro. You can select the aspect ratio. Now it's going to be 16:9 for YouTube thumbnails, but for Instagram and TikTok, it is going to be a different aspect ratio. So we don't need that right now though. So let's concentrate on that. File size, so we'll keep it on 1K. You can select how many files you want to produce. Let's go ahead and produce 4, and then we have to type a prompt in. Create a thumbnail for Higgsfield AI and Nano Banana Pro. Now we're going to let this guy go ahead and generate 4 thumbnails. Check it out. So all these are in the queue right now. They all say in progress. We're just waiting for Nano Banana Pro to do its magic here, and everything is in the prompt. And if you want to, you can also go to ChatGPT. All I'm going to do in this case is copy this. I'm going to go back to Higgsfield. Now there's our first creation right there. This is cool. This is awesome. This is exactly what I wanted. That is so freaking cool. And the other ones are still going. It's actually a good thumbnail. Let's let that go, and then we'll paste our new one. Here's our Chat GPT prompt. It's pretty extensive, and I'm curious to see how Nano Banana Pro handles this from Chat GPT. I definitely love the Higgsfield logo here that it created from my reference material. All right, we're gonna go ahead and produce 2 of these because we have 2 already in progress. All right, we got another creation here. Look at the Nano Banana Pro thumbnail that Higgsfield created here for itself, this actual video. Now we're waiting for 6 more to generate, and then we're gonna have to show you guys Kling 2.6 and WAN 2.5. We got a couple more. This one just literally took my picture, expanded it, and put Higgsfield and Nano Banana Pro on it, which is fine. Here's another one. While those are going, let's go to Chat GPT and create some interesting content. Tell me 5 jokes about, we got 5 jokes about bananas coming. So we're just waiting on these, but in the meantime, while those are creating, we can go ahead and switch to video. And what we want to check out today is Kling 2.6 first. We're going to delete this reference video. Check it out, guys. Look at all the Nano Banana Pro thumbnails that are going into this video. So awesome. I love it. Okay, we're in Kling 2.6. Let's go ahead and feed this a reference image. I just saved this. Select that. And this guy is going to talk about a banana. Let's go ahead and put that in and generate this video. Let's go ahead and do another one and another one. Create. And all we're doing now is feeding the audio to Kling 2.6. Let's go back to images and see what we got. All right, we still have 3 in progress, but we have some nice thumbnails here for our video ready to rock. We got 3 left still in Nano Banana Pro. All right, we have one ready. Let's see what it does.
I told my banana a joke. It didn't laugh, it just split. Why do bananas never feel lonely? Because they hang out in bunches. I tried to eat a banana quietly, but it still made a peeling noise. Why did the banana go to the doctor? It wasn't peeling very well. This place, it defies everything I know. The universe is far stranger and more alive than I ever imagined. This place, it's nothing like anything I've ever seen. The air, the plants, it's alive in a way I can't explain. Every rule I knew about life and landscapes just doesn't apply here. The universe is far stranger and more alive. This is not just a new world, it's a reminder that the universe is far stranger and more alive than I ever imagined. Every rule I've learned about landscapes, colors, and life no longer applies here. This is like nothing I've ever seen. The universe is far stranger and more alive than I lived in.
Welcome to Second Car Street Racing, brother of Supercar Street Racing.
Welcome to Second Car Street Racing. Welcome to Second Car Street Racing, brother of Supercar Street Racing. Welcome to Second Car Street Racing, brother of Supercar Street Racing.
So guys, make sure you check out Higgsfield.ai. Go ahead and check out also Kling 2.6 and WAN 2.5 and Nano Banana Pro. We got to get out of here though. We got to go to lunch. Peace out. What's up guys? We are back on Supercar Street Racing again, and you see in the Supercar Street Racing living room literally nothing happening except what's on this table, and this is a safety device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome channel, and we've been needing this because we need a backup solution for the channel, and this is going to be it. Hey guys, we are in the awesome Supercar Street Racing living room, and you can see right behind me, literally nothing is happening in my living room except for one thing. Directly and also in front of me is this Seagate expansion 16 terabyte hard drive. My plan right here and right now is to use this backup device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome editing studio. Now, as you guys know, we did put in this cool solid state drive here, right here. This is a solid state NAS that uses M.2 SSDs, and it does have about 12 terabytes. However, we need to get some of that data off of there because we have a lot of data after editing for so long. So we are going to hook that directly up to this NAS right here and go ahead and use the backup feature of the NAS to back up our data to the 16 terabyte expansion drive. Now this does have USB 3.0 and it will plug directly into the back of this NAS right here. But let's get this thing out of the box right now and go ahead and see what exactly we are dealing with, because I don't know what is actually in here. It says something about rescue recovery data services included. I think that means if your drive fails, they will help you get your data, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So let's figure it out. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. This is the Seagate expansion drive that I did purchase. It was $229, and I did use the payment plans with Amazon, so that will pay over, I think it is 4 months. And we do have the Supercar Street Racing awesome registered and copyrighted big huge kitchen knife to get this guy directly out of the box from its plastic wrapper. And on the back it does say add-on storage for your PC and Mac in about 750 languages, which none of them I speak. Here is the Seagate expansion out of the packaging, and on top it just says 1 year limited warranty. And that's about it for the box. There is not a lot of data on here. It says connect with computers on the back. And coming out of the box first is feels like a power supply and some cabling right here. Let's go ahead and see what we have right here. Inside of the box here is power supply and a USB 3 cable. If you want to do USB-C, you can. You will need to buy the adapter for this to go to USB-C, but I don't have USB-C on my NAS or the editing computer in the office. All right, inside of the power supply, there is 1,000 ways to connect this depending on your country. We are in the United States. We use 110, and therefore this is our connector right here. All right, you push the button and the cover does just directly come off, and you take your replacement, push the button and slide it back in, and now we are ready for 110 volt power. Now directly in front of me, we do have our hard drive to get out, and it is accompanied by some cardboard and is inside a plastic condom. Has a kind of a cool carbon fiber like look. Very, very minimalistic, and on the back / bottom, it does have the connector for the cable and the power supply. Let's go ahead and connect the cable to it, and you can only be connected one way, and it is connected. And now the power supply just does go in just like this. And that is it. That is all there is to using the Seagate expansion drive. Now let's get it into the NAS and see if we can figure that part out. Here's our ASUS Store NAS, and there is a USB 3 port in the back here. We're gonna go ahead and try to place this on the side of our ASUS Store and run the power somewhere. So let's get this over to the side. We have plenty of space now for this, but I just need to get in there and get these cables from the back. Let's go ahead and do that now. All right, I do see a power light on the side, or either a power switch. Looks like just a power light, so we should be good. It is turned on. Let's go ahead and take a look at our NAS on the computer and see if we can figure out how to get this called up. Okay, we're directly in front of our NAS page right now. I have not used this at all. All right, I'm gonna do some reading and figure this out. I located my device under external devices. It looks like it has 2 partitions in it. I'm almost tempted to bring it to the computer and delete this partition. It is already formatted, exFAT, so now I just gotta figure out, I just wanna back stuff up without having to do it manually, so I'm looking for a way to do that now. But there's a backup restore, let's try that. External backup. USB 4 is the one that it wants to back up to, and that's fine. Your NAS to an external device, let's go. Multiply items to a single location. Okay, that's what I want. I'm gonna select everything except the USB drive. USB 4-2 is where we're going. USB 4-2 next, backup now, and schedule backup. Weekly, Monday at 1 a.m. Next. Okay, so archive mode is incremental backup. That's what we want to do. Let's go and see what happens. It says it is backing up right now, so we will update you guys if it actually does that. Good morning, it is another day, and I wanted to give you guys a little update about the Seagate expansion drive and the backup from NAS. Now this is my ASUS Store NAS control panel. And as you can see right here, it has a lot of different apps, and you can actually add more apps from their app store if you want to. But part of the basic applications that come with the ASUS Store is backup and restore right there. But I wanted to first show you guys external devices here. Now, if we go here to the external devices, you can see the Seagate expansion came with 2 different partitions. One was 196 megabytes, and the other one was 14.55 terabytes. I did not remove the first partition. I might eventually do that. For right now, this is fine. And also, as part of the apps that come with the ASUS Store, you get this cool little thing called backup and restore. Now, if we go here to external backup, that is how you do a backup from the NAS to an external device, or vice versa. We have our backup here. Now, it finished at 7:54 p.m. last night, so it took probably 8 or 9 hours to do around 6 terabytes, which is not crazy, being that it was USB 3.0. So this backup here, if you go into it and you click edit here, it shows you that we're backing up from my ASUS Store NAS to an external device. We're telling it to put everything from the source to a single place on the destination. We told it what folders. We told it which partition. Now here's where you tell it the schedule. It's gonna back up weekly, 1 a.m. on a Monday morning. And then here's your options for the backup. You can do an incremental backup, and then there's a few little other options. And then when you're done, you can go ahead and confirm your backup. Now you can change the way that backup works by editing some of the options there, but that's my current plan, is to back up this until it gets full. What I'm gonna do after that is go ahead and buy another drive of the same kind. I'm gonna take that one and store it away in a safe place off-site. So that is my plan to archive my channel for the near future. I don't keep anything on the local machines. I edit off of the NAS, so that way I don't have to back up these local machines. Most that could happen is that if these machines failed, I would reinstall Windows and reinstall DaVinci Resolve, and that is not too hard to do. So that is the way this works here for the Supercar Street Racing channel. That's going to keep the channel safe and keep it from losing data. We've got a new sponsor today on Supercar Street Racing. Today we have Zato, who has been so kind as to provide us with 3 products to check out here on the channel. And the first product we have is the Zato oil treatment, up to 5 liters of motor oil treated here on this product. And this product will help engines that have worn out parts run better, perform better, improve gas mileage, and also make your car get better performance as well. Now you do just add this directly to your oil, and it should increase the performance of your car and give you more horsepower, give your engine better life, and also help with older parts that are already starting to wear out. Next thing we have right here from Zato is their catalytic converter treatment, and all you do is put this in your gasoline, and this does treat your catalytic converter, and what that does is allows you to not build up soot. This also helps your EGR system and helps to prevent you from losing O2 sensors, because this will help them from getting deposits on the end, and they are expensive to go ahead and replace. Now, third on the list here is the automatic transmission revitalizer. You go ahead and put this inside your automatic transmission. This does help you with shuddering, with vibrations, with shifting, and with parts that are worn out, and improves the overall life of your automatic transmission. All 3 of these products are going to be available in the description. Go ahead and support the channel by clicking the official links in the description. And I want to thank Zato for becoming a sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. Without them, this video would not be possible. Back at Supercar Street Racing, where the live stream is going strong right now, we have the Seagate expansion 16 terabyte drive looking so fly right here in front of me. And you can see right now that it is $229. I did purchase this for $229. And you can see you can do a plan here for payment. And this is the Affirm plan, and it is not charging interest. So if you want to do that and you can get 0% interest, all you have to do is click that little button there when you buy your Seagate expansion. Now, if you're interested in a bigger one, when you step from 16 terabytes at $229, you go up to 18. The price goes to $329, so it costs you $100 more bucks. Up to 20 terabytes, 24 will cost you $517. That's the Seagate expansion, and right now on Amazon it is sitting at a cool 4.6 stars. It has 262,000 reviews. That is a very good review for the Seagate expansion drive. So looks like people are trusting this drive and giving it good reviews. It has a connector for the back of the drive to a USB 3, and you can actually get a cable for this that will adapt it to USB-C. Looking at the side of the drive there, like I showed you earlier, it has kind of a carbon fiber look. It's saying that once you get this a 20 terabyte drive, if you choose a 20, you're gonna have some massive space that you didn't have before for anything that uses USB 3.0. And you can drag and drop stuff directly out of the Windows and the Mac there. And right there, it's showing you the smaller version of the drive right there. It does come in smaller versions as well. Guys, I wanted to thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing and buying all your products through our links. We will have a link in the description to this Seagate expansion drive. I know it's not a lot of data in the video, but what I wanted you guys to know the most was that the drive has great reviews on Amazon, and we did get one to try and help Supercar Street Racing not lose any data. So taking a look at our channel, looks like we've gotten over 5,100 new subscribers this month alone. We've done some big things on the channel, and we appreciate you guys supporting us so much, and we hope that you continue to support the channel by liking and subscribing. Go ahead and pick up a Seagate expansion if you need some extra space. The 20 terabyte is a great deal right now. It is on sale, 50% off. Go ahead and grab one and let me know what you think in the comments. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Super Street Racing, and you've got Brad here, and it is a beautiful day in northern Florida and a perfect time to talk about the summertime coming your way and a product that not only is inexpensive but high quality, and we will show you guys that today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I hope you're having a wonderful week. I know I am, because look at that view and look at that pool, and it is about 85 degrees out here today. It's going to be the high, and it is absolutely beautiful. And I did get all this concrete, this pool deck, and the fence, and the soffits and gutters all washed and sparkly clean yesterday. About 4 hours worth of work. But today we are here to tell you about this ABC canopy umbrella that I just purchased from Walmart.com. My other umbrella went somewhere else in the wind. I don't know where, but like an idiot, I left it open and it is gone. So this is the ABC canopy umbrella. Now this sells from Walmart.com for the unbelievable price of just $35 delivered right to your door. Now I won't ever make money off of Walmart selling their products because I don't get any kind of affiliate. I only get it from Amazon, but I'll put some comparable Amazon products down in the description. But what I wanted you guys to see is that I already had a base here. It does not come with a base, but I used my old base, and I replaced my Mary Poppins Gone with the Wind umbrella with this lovely umbrella from ABC Canopy. And yes, my clock is wrong back there. I have to fix it. But I wanted to kind of give you guys an idea of how this looks and how it operates. And so I have it actually folded in right now because we have some lovely wind going. As you can see, it's actually really nice out here and it's cooling me off greatly. So next I'll show you guys how this thing operates. Alright guys, we are back with the ABC Canopy umbrella from Walmart.com, and the first thing you can see on this umbrella is that it comes with a tie strap so that when you have it in the down position, wind won't get under it and start Mary Poppinsing it away like what happened to my old umbrella. So I have this tied up right now because it's pretty windy, but I'm going to show you guys the operation here. Pretty straightforward. Unlike my other umbrella though, it does have a way to tilt it, which I don't think I will ever use here. But if you just pull up on this, and then you can reach the ratchet just enough for you guys to get under here, and I can show you. So basically there's the ratchet and there's the pull string underneath it. This will give you an idea of how the thickness of the fabric is because you can kind of see through it. I wouldn't say it's the thickest fabric in the world, but it looks like a pretty good amount. And this guy does have really good reviews on Walmart.com. So judging by its reviews, it might be a product that would last, and that is debatable because nothing lasts in Florida over a few years. Everything gets moldy and mildewed, and things just tear down in the humidity, the heat, and the rain of sunny Florida. There is the tilting mechanism, which I have not exercised yet because I don't need it at this point, but I have heard that it works pretty good. There is the mechanism for the drawstring, and you can see already that it's trying to fly away from us. And here is a good look at the top of the umbrella. And you can see it has a nice round ball thing at the top. Overall, pretty nice quality. We'll step back here for you to take a better look at it open. And there it is, wide open, looking beautiful above the extra patio table. And you can see now why I'm going to be retracting it, because the wind is pretty high today. So to retract it, you just go the opposite way until it's down enough for you to then just kind of squeeze it together like that. For storage, you go back to your drawstring, wherever that went, right there, and then you just tie around it, which is impossible with one hand, and I don't have my tripod out here, but maybe I can manage to show you. So that's all there is to it right there. Pull the string right through and tie that thing up, and that is going to secure it, which I'm going to do now. 10 seconds later, this umbrella is secured and ready to go, and the wind is not in danger of taking it. And under here in the actual table, that little crank is what secures the umbrella to the table and the base. So this guy is ready to be safe and not blow away in the wind. And now we will go inside and take a look at this on the Walmart.com website. We are right here in front of the computer again on Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad, and I'm so happy that you joined us today, and we can take a look at this ABC canopy umbrella from Walmart.com. Now, this is the actual Walmart.com site with the umbrella up, and I did order the 9-foot umbrella, which is pretty big. You can see outside there that it actually covers the table and then some, which I'm really super happy about, because I didn't know how good or bad this umbrella was going to be. But if you look right here, it has 4.8 stars, which is solid. If you go into some of the Amazon umbrella orders, you're going to see that they have a lot less, and especially the solar like LED light umbrella that I was thinking about ordering from Amazon.com. Now here's some of the pictures of the umbrella. This is the exact color that I got. Notice here that it tilts. I did not demonstrate that tilting on mine, but it does tilt right there, which is nice. My old umbrella did not. Here are the dimensions of this umbrella. Here is a couple of fun people on the beach chilling out under the umbrella. And here it is on someone's deck and looks really good with this little table and 4 chairs around it at their house. Looks better out here with the pool though, honestly. It says right here it's waterproof and UV protection, so we'll see when it rains exactly how waterproof this is. Auto tilt, I think that might not be auto tilting because you have to actually do it yourself. It doesn't automatically tilt. And you crank this to open and close it. Here is a good shot of the umbrella in the closed position. Back to the actual listing here on Walmart.com. You can see there's some other ones down here for even cheaper, but they don't have the ratings that this guy has, and they have one down here that is kind of broken up into sections that looks a little different. And then it talks about down here all the features of the umbrella. Like it says it's 100% polyester, water, UV, and fade resistant. I will keep you guys posted whether it is actually fade resistant in the long run. The pole's 1.5 inches, so make sure that with your table and your base, this pole is good enough to work with your system at home. 12 colors available, and here are the colors. This says 11. One of them is not available at all, and that is the super light blue. I have That is actually the color that I have. It must have sold out after I bought it. It has 8 ribs in the actual umbrella that keeps it sturdy and supposedly gives it longer life and is able to deal with weather better. It says excellent fabric. I don't know what that actually means, but it is excellent fabric, and sure enough, it is sold out now. I must have bought one of the last ones available. Says you need a 50-pound weight is what they're recommending for this. There's an air gap at the top, and what that does is lets the wind blow through it and it doesn't pick up on the umbrella, because I can tell you for sure that mine went bye-bye. Now let's take a look at the reviews. There's not many 1-star reviews, but let's look at the 1 stars first. Somebody didn't like the orange color. They said, received a blaze neon orange umbrella. Says the tilt's difficult to use and it gets stuck. Somebody got a faded, filthy one. Looks like maybe they got a used umbrella. Rain pours through it. We'll see about that. I don't really sit out in the rain under it, so I'm not super concerned, but for you guys, you might be. This guy said the dark navy color did not arrive. Some other color, like cadet blue, arrived. Broken out of the box. I can understand the bad review there. And then here's some without any feedback. Now going to the 5-star reviews, which we have quite a few of them. We have 223 5-star reviews, so 4.8 rating here for the umbrella. Says great quality, love the looks more expensive, color is great. Nice addition to our deck. Patio umbrella is built with great quality assembly, very easy, just push the tube in and that's about it. Great value, love the bright color, focal point in my backyard. Umbrella steady, went through a few storms. Fabric is well made, no single drip under the umbrella. So that guy says that it is waterproof. So I don't know who's actually telling the truth here, but we're gonna find out on our own. Great crank handle here. Good quality for the price. Nice large size umbrella. It is bigger than the last one that I had. That is 100% true. This guy says it's high quality, much better than expected. And use the handle to open and close. Very convenient. 9 is big enough, and I agree. It's a nice size. Should keep the shade good, especially on a big table like that with 4 chairs. Great water repellent and good color. They seem to think that this thing does repel water. Blocks sun well. Came packaged with no damage. Quick setup. Easily fits the center of our patio table. That's great. It works out great. I bought this umbrella for my newly built patio. It fits great with my existing table and base. Now if we go back to the actual guy and we go to some of the competitors, this is the same company here, and they have another high quality product here with 243 ratings and a great rating. Here's one a bit more cheaper, only 10 reviews, but with good ratings. And here is one about the same price with 60 reviews. So by far, the only ones that have a lot of reviews are the ABC Canopy and the Mainstays. And we've had bad luck with some Mainstays things lately. But here are some other choices down here. So I believe that this is actually a good, safe choice if you're looking for an umbrella for your patio. And guys, I really appreciate you tuning in. Like and subscribe, and please click through our affiliate links. They help pay for the things that I can't afford to pay for. I lose money on the channel, and every little click just makes so much of a difference to me. And thank you for being on Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you guys soon.
Hey, what's up everybody? Brad from Supercar Street Racing checking in with you on Wednesday. Just got a couple of texts and some emails saying that my new car is going to be here on Saturday. So my car is being picked up from Chesapeake, Virginia, and apparently it's going to get here on Saturday. So it's costing about $500 to ship. I think that's worth it to not put miles on the car. I wouldn't say the car has low miles, but the build has low miles. Not gonna give you guys any more clues, so So to reiterate, the dealership sent me a text about 30 minutes ago. Just wanted to make sure that I was available on Saturday. The car is going to get picked up tomorrow from Chesapeake, Virginia, and we'll be here on Saturday. I'm going to keep you guys posted. Super stoked for some projects coming up. A lot of good racing for sure. You guys know that we're going to do some racing, right? If the car's fast. We still haven't figured out what it is, so it may just be a Toyota Corolla. You never know. Might be a Smart. I have had one of those too. Stay tuned, guys. I'm going to update you guys with a video when this vehicle comes off the truck on Saturday. We're going to have a whole big thing. We might do a live stream at that time. Later, Gator. Okay, so
it's rumored that you couldn't sneak in liquor or anything in a bottle on your checked-in bags, but on your carry-on you can.
So let's see. Is it in there?
We've been waiting.
Is it in there? Is it in there? That's the key. Let's go! They stole it.
They took it out.
They took it. They took it. 100%. You're running out of time. You're running out of time.
The dude was like, I can make that happen, but hope it's not too late.
You're running out of time.
You fucked up.
You're running out of time to open this.
Brad, you fucked up.
You got 15 seconds.
You should let me
Come
go.
on, hurry.
God.
Hurry.
Where am I going? This right here?
Zipper, hurry. Oh my God!
We got one through. How is mine not in here?
You got chipped, dog. Let's. That peel set is back, and it's so good in your life with the tequila gun. And then you've got the Wise Cam. You got the tequila gun, and you got the Wise Cam, and you got the peel satisfaction. That peel set, you love it. Are you so hyped for the peel set in your life? That peel. All right, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing, but there's something flashing there, and I just want to. Oh, check it out! The light came on. Oh my God.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we have what you see on the screen right here, the Philips Smart Sleep Wake Up Light Colored Sunrise and Sunset Simulation. Now, I was in the thrift store the other day and I had no idea what this thing was, but I am super fascinated by things in the thrift store. And I found this guy right there. You can see it in the background, sitting on the shelf, and I was like, what is this thing? Didn't care though. I bought it anyway and brought it straight home. Now, I had no idea that this thing actually was selling for about $193 and is actually still selling, as we can see right here on the screen. So this is the 5 natural sound FM radio and reading lamp. This is the HF3520. And if we look down here, it says that it does personalized wake up and wind down, simulated sunset and sunrise, 20 brightness settings, and 5 natural wake up sounds. Now, it also has an FM radio. You can snooze it. It's a bedside lamp and an automatic dimmable display. Pretty crazy. It says it gives you energy to wake up and improve your morning. I don't know about that, but we will see. And it's clinically proven. So doctors have proven that this does supposedly do something, with a little star by it, of course, recommended by physicians and pharmacists. Now, this thing does have great reviews. It's got 13,000 reviews for a total of 4.4. Taking a look at some of the pictures here, that is exactly what you're seeing back there on that speaker over there, and here is the light. And it's supposed to simulate like a sunrise to wake you up. You can actually do that on the on your show device as well. And check out how it is a midnight light as well there. And as we scroll down here, we can see that other people have copied this device and selling it for much less. And there are some with colored LEDs, and I believe this one just does one color. As you can see here, there's one design here that has a hole in it, but we have the one that is a big globe. Now, it doesn't change colors as far as I know, so it just looks like it does only the sunrise color. And then down here we have a bunch of videos here where people have reviewed it, and a bunch of questions here as well. And then all of our 4.4 star reviews for this Philips amazing smart sleep wake up light. And then I've never actually known how to operate it. I just got it and kind of just turned on the light and just leave it there. But here is the actual operation manual that we can actually go through. So it tells you here what's in the box, just basically the lamp and the cord. Tells you the effects, so it says it gently prepares your body for waking up during the last 20 to 40 minutes of sleep, depending on the simulation that you set to it. In the early morning, your eyes are more sensitive, so you can wake up slowly. You can actually do that on your show device as well, like I said. Shows you here the device and the menu buttons here, and how to navigate through the menus, which are a little confusing. So it wants you to place this between 16 to 20 inches from you on the bedside table. And then here shows you how to set the clock time, which we can play with here in a few minutes. Then you can select your wake up profile here. You can wake up at 2 different times. You can set your sound to wake up to FM radio or built-in natural sounds, which I have not attempted. Here's how you adjust your clock times. And your display contrast, switching the lamp on and off. There's actually a little light on top. That is the one thing that I did figure out. And how to do the brightness, I did figure that out. There's how you turn the FM radio on and off. This is a rather large alarm. This is the fall asleep. So you can fall asleep with a timer. Your dawn duration settings here. A demo mode, which I did not know, which we will try that. Tells you how to store it, dispose of it, assistance, guarantee money back, and I'm assuming it's about to go to a different language. It does go to Francais after that. So the most curious thing that I have here is we will go through this with you when we get the device and we get a camera over by the device. So we'll do that next. We'll take a look at this thing up close and personal and go through some of the menu settings. Okay, we are here in front of the Philips light, and this thing is supposed to wake you up at night and in the morning keep you more awake and make your wake up just gradual, because the light gradually comes on instead of like popping on from the very beginning. So see here, it says it helps you wake up more pleasantly. And it says the default time is 30 minutes, and it gradually increases, and it prepares your body for wake up. It says the effects of wake up light prepares your body to wake up in the last 20 to 40 minutes. It makes you more alert. Here's some of the icons, and here is the device right here. So it shows you to navigate through the menus. You press the menu button. So menu is where? Menu select. Menu is on the front. And it's flashing O2. And it looks like this is where you set the time, I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like that's the time set on this thing. You can see here it says 6:40. To exit the menu, you press the menu button or wait 30 seconds here. All right, so it says to set the clock time, you have to set the clock time when you plug the appliance in for the first time and when there's been a power failure. Let's hit menu. This has a short in it. Yeah, okay, the cord has a short in it. Okay, so it's not on the time set part. Let's see. Let's see if it'll come back up flashing. Yeah, this thing has a issue. It is not 641. All right, menu. It says 552. Let's lower this so you guys can see it better. Menu. Okay, let's get out of it. Menu. So it thinks it's 641. Let's select that. Yes. 641. Let's see. It's 818. All right. Looks like we have an alarm on here too. Not sure what that's about. So we're past the first part. To set the time when you first turn on the device. Now, when you set your wake up profile, you set your wake up time, the light intensity, and the sound level. So you can set these two different wake up times if you want to wake up at different time in the weekend. The procedures to set the wake up profile and wake up sound is the same for both. So you hit menu, and then there's a bell here. You select it, you select the time. Let's set it for 8:25. Whoops. Let's set it for 8:22 and see what happens. It may not work because we have to have 30 minutes. And then I guess this is the, let's see, time, and then this is the brightness level, it says. And this is the sound level, I take it. It says that the alarm's on. Let's see what happens here in a couple minutes. I went ahead and turned the camera back on because, as you can see, we're already getting some sunrise wake up action. So this is how this light works. It slowly comes on to wake you up. And you can see it getting brighter, so it will change brightness until your preset clock time, at which time it should be at 100%. I would take it if that's what I put on my profile. So we have 2 minutes to go before that happens. And look, it is gradually brightening up here. And we still have actually a minute to go. So let's go down the menu. So you can actually choose different sounds when you put on, it looks like when you select, when you're going through the alarm settings, there's a little note here to select where you can do, it says it has 5 natural sounds. One of them looks like a bird, one of them looks like the radio, then there's some music. We got 1 minute to go before we get woke up here. Let's see what it's actually set to. Might be able to go in and look before it gets... Yeah, it doesn't say... I didn't see what sound it was, so let's just see. Now notice the light turning into more of a white light now. Less of a like a dusk or a dawn type of sunrise effect and more of just a bright white light. We should any second now be getting our wake up call. Come on. There it is. It looks like it's set to radio and the volume is probably turned down or it's not on a station. So yeah, that is the alarm. Now let's go back to menu. It never showed me like where to set the sound type. That looks like volume. But nowhere does it have what type of sound. Let's see. Menu, select. All right, menu, select. Okay, there it is. So you have to use the plus and minus. That's radio. That's bird. All right, I put it on bird. Let's go menu, go back to the alarm. Eight. Ah, dang it. 8. 24. All right, so we have our menu, our alarm set on 8:24. The light's not going to be able to do anything because we are so close to our wake up time. Let's see how it acts at 8:24. Probably won't be able to turn the light on that fast. It needs a couple of minutes at least to prime up. But let's see. Okay, it didn't do anything as far as sound. Yeah, I don't... It didn't do sound. Ah, there it is. Aha, we found the sound. All right, let's hit the snooze. Okay, I think we hit the snooze button on the side. It looks like a little bell here. Now this is how you adjust the clock time. We already went into that, so we already know how to do that. And display contrast, you can go from level 0 to level 4. Advise you to set the contrast in a dark room. So you hit menu, and you hit select. It's not actually select, it says select, you hit plus and minus till you get over to brightness. And the brightness is this little half moon looking thing. Then you hit select, so the instructions are actually wrong. You can only go 1 through 4 on that, okay. All right, so there's a lamp button as a bedside lamp. There's a button up here with a little light indicator on it. You can adjust the light intensity by pressing plus or minus. And I saw this earlier. This is what blew my mind because I actually got it to turn on. And that's how you adjust the lamp brightness. Now to go FM radio, should be a volume. So that's interesting. Mine does not have that. Mine doesn't have an FM radio at the top. Mine has like a Bluetooth, has like a plus minus. Okay.
Robin smoking clams.
There it is. All right, so mine is different. Mine doesn't say FM at the top. It just has a plus or minus track thing for like changing tracks. But I did find the FM radio there. Here's how you switch the alarm off or on. There's a little bell icon right here on the side, as you can see there in the instructions. All right, so to snooze, you can tap the front of the wake up light to snooze. So you just touch that to get that done. So to do the fall asleep function here, to press the fall asleep button to switch on the fall asleep. The fall asleep time flashes on the display for a few seconds. Where's the fall asleep button? Over here? Yep. So this is how you do the fall asleep. You just set a time, 5 to 60 minutes. And then I guess the light gradually decreases there to help you fall asleep, as is indicated here in the manual. And it looks like it'll play music until you fall asleep as well. So this is the dawn duration. It's the time in which the light intensity gradually increases to set the level before the alarm sound is played. Default is at 30 minutes, but you can reduce it. So you press and hold down alarm 1 and 2. So there's a 1 there and there's a 2 there. And there's your dawn setting. See it flashing there. All right, so let's see the demonstration mode. Press and hold alarm and alarm 2 for at least 3 seconds. So this is alarm 1, this is alarm 2. I guess it's on, I don't know. Let's see. I can't tell if it's actually on, but it looks like the light is decreasing. Press and hold alarm. Switch off the demonstration. Press and hold the previous plus alarm button for 3 seconds again. Oh, or alarm. Alarm 1 or alarm 2. I was doing it wrong. All right, there's test here. Now we're in test mode. There it goes. So it's gradually lighting up there. So awesome. Pretty cool gadget. Something that Techmoan would love, I'm sure. So you can adjust the audio feedback if you want to hear clicks when you do the buttons. Menu buttons have a backlight. If you move your fingers close to the buttons, the backlight lights up. That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't see it happening, but that's pretty awesome. Oh, there it is. These light up automatically when you get close to them. These menu buttons. I'm wondering if you guys are seeing the camera reacting to the LED. And that is the Philips wake up light, which I had no idea what it was until I grabbed it at the thrift store. And here comes our lovely music again to wake us up. And I just turned off the demo mode. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this look at the Philips Wake Up Light. It is quite an interesting device. I've never seen anything like it before and pretty cool. If you guys have any comments, throw it down in the section below the video, and please like and subscribe. We'll see you guys on Supercar Street Racing.
Honey, I know times have changed. So how did I reach out for the new? That means you too. I forgot the rest of the song. I know this part. In the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only like to see you crying in the purple rain.
Why does it take so long to upload videos and I've got the fastest internet ever? Arrgh. Hey guys, welcome to the channel, and today is a special day because I get to reveal the backyard. And you can see right here we got another video editing right now for Supercar Street Racing. Actually done editing, it is uploading, which takes the majority of the time here. So let us take a look at the backyard. It's time to reveal the finished backyard project for the Supercar Street Racing backyard pool and landscaping project. So we're going to take a look at that right now. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is the reveal, completely finished backyard project for the Supercar Street Racing backyard oasis, and we are going to start with the pool here. So this pool was completely remodeled from top to bottom using PebbleTech, and the color of the pool is called Blue Wave. So the way this works is they will give you a standard choice of tiles that come with your pool refinishing. I chose not to use the standard tiles, and I picked glass tile, as you can see right here, and it is called black steel. That is what it looks like in the sunlight, and that is the waterline tile, and you can tell that it reflects the water and the light nicely in all different colors when the sun hits it, as you can see here. Check out that, how it changes colors when you move past it. Does the same on the step tile. So there is step tile and waterline tile on the pool. I left the raft in there. I probably should have removed it for this video. Here is the other step, and we have the brand new LED light, also with the controller right here. This is also controllable with Alexa. If you guys want to go back to my video and check out how that happened, I did all the wiring on that guy.
and also put another switch in this box here. But that is the Poolexa LED pool light. So the cost of this pool alone with the tile was about $15,000, not including the pool deck. The glass tile was around $4,000, the pool was around $10,000 something ish, and that's where we ended up with the pool. The light was separate, that was another $300, and I installed it myself and saved money. There's the Poolexa pool light. Moving on to the pool deck. The entire pool deck was replaced, actually overlaid, not replaced, with travertine. That includes the patio. Before, it was cool deck with a C, the stuff that stays cool when you walk on it. Now it is travertine. This entire portion here that I'm walking around, including this cantilever edge, was replaced with travertine. That is the most expensive part of this project. That was $18,000 for all of this travertine, and this section was not even here before. That was part of the $18,000. I wanted to add a section to put 2 more chairs, because over here, as you can see, it's 3-ish in the afternoon and this section starts losing sunlight. So I added this to get sunlight until around 5 p.m. at which point the entire pool deck starts getting dark. That's it for the pool and the pool deck. Let's move on to the landscaping. Taking a look at the landscaping, we're not talking about concrete or anything yet. The first thing that happened was the company that does all my mulch and rocks came and did new mulch and new rocks. So all of the yard around the outside is mulched. All the way around to, we will take a walk. All this is remulched. All the way around to the fish pond. The small fish pond. The big fish pond is out there. But all this was remulched. Secondly, the river rocks there and the lava rocks in all my beds were refreshed. All these river rocks, all those lava rocks, those lava rocks, this river rock, all the way around the pool. Those lava rocks, all refreshed with brand new rocks. Thirdly, you'll see the next part of that same project when I show you the concrete. The next part of the backyard remodel was the concrete, which took about 3 months to get done. Now don't forget, none of this was here. None of this was here. This was all yard. Rocks, grass, yard, rocks, plants and mulch up there. So my plan was to put a double patio up. So I wanted a step up to the patio. And so we designed this upper level here about 4 inches taller than the lower level. And we added this path. All this was yard. All this was yard. Every bit of this was yard. Rocks here were part of the rock project as well, and rocks around the pool pump. Now while we're over here, actually let's move on. And I'll just tell you guys, and we'll get to it when we get to the other side. We also did concrete on the other side of the house as well, and you will see that in a moment. But let's talk about the fence. A very large part of this project was replacing my fence. I had an old wooden fence that was short over here on this neighbor's side and falling down partially on the other side, and also this side was starting to fall down. I knew I wanted to get a new fence, however I knew I wanted vinyl, and always something I always wanted to do since I bought this house was the fences were actually right here. They ran straight across here on both sides of the house, so we had just the backyard fenced in, and the entire side of this house would just become you know, overgrown and had to be mulched all the time, and it was costing me money to do that. So what I decided to do was move the fence from here to the front of the house and put a pad, concrete pad, to walk into in the front. So this was added. And if we come through and we check this, that's how it turned out. It's got a single gate, and when you walk through it, this gate closes, and now you have all this space to do anything you want to, and you have a less of a landscaping area. All you have to do is blow the leaves off of it. And yes, we get a lot of leaves from this tree. I wish it was gone. But the fence runs all the way to there, continues down by the pond, and then runs all the way to the front of the house on the other side. And there is a double gate on that side, which I will get to momentarily. But now let's talk about the patio. Under the patio, where some smart person was watching Supercar Street Racing channel on YouTube, let's talk a little bit about what was done in the patio. So the patio, first of all, was not changed much. However, there is one pretty major change that made a huge difference. And I've always wanted a ceiling fan on the patio because the air is stagnant out here. So what I did was, with my neighbor's help, we got 2 beams and we bolted the beams to the existing patio roof because there was no place to put a fan. You can see there where we bolted them. And then we bolted them to the house with joist hangers over here. And we were able to put up this beautiful, smart ceiling fan. Actually, it's not smart. I wanted to get a smart one, but I changed my mind. We got this ceiling fan, which I mounted myself, and also I did the electrical that runs on top of the beam. That electrical not only powers the fan, but it also powers the Govee lighting for the patio as well, and the security camera up there. Also got the rug in place here, part of the patio remodel. We got some decorative items over here, these ice buckets, some things on the wall, a new sign on the wall, and that is all part of the patio makeover. We also got this brand new lamp the other day to replace the old one, and it has Govee lighting in it that syncs with these lights. And then we got our turtle that we found buried in the yard that we refurbished and painted copper. I thought that was just really cool that we found him underneath the dirt. And that's going to do it for the patio, which is looking absolutely fantastic with Supercar Street Racing up on the screen. Moving back to the pool deck, we have refurbished all of our torch lights. So what we did is we painted all of them black. These are actually really high quality torches. We painted the torch lights black, and then we painted the actual kettle part, the oil holders, in copper. And as you can see, these came out fantastic. They look so good. Moving on to the new portion of the actual pool deck, and that is this paver area we added. This was not here before, and I really wanted some place to hang out in the afternoon when the sun starts setting. As you can see, the sun is creeping this way, so it will be over here within the next hour, hour and a half. So this gives you a good hour and a half of sunlight, And we got these awesome metal chairs, which are available on my channel to check out if you want to look at my review. I believe they're Christopher Knight, but we added these 2 chairs and we added this amazing table, and now there is a very nice area for you to come and lounge and chill out next to the fish pond. Moving on to the other side of the house, the first thing you notice here is this beautiful fisheye garden, which kind of has a zen feel to it because of the shape. Notice it was also remulched. Now, one thing, everything about this garden is new except the plants and the light. So the plants are still the plants that were there before. You can see we have these 2 beautiful, amazing native plants that don't need any water. They will survive without watering. We shaped a fisheye garden, filled it with lava rocks. My irrigation guy added a spigot here, and then of course we have the expandable hose and the hose pot, which are also reviewed on the Supercar Street Racing channel, so if you haven't seen that, please take a look. Continuing our tour of the side of the house, we see here our fence continues all the way to the front. And let's take a look down where we have recycled concrete that fills the gap between the concrete and the fence. Now, the reason there's a gap, the fence guy would not go all the way to the fence because he can't finish the edge if he has nowhere to walk. So we did 12 inches on each side from the fence posts. Later came back and finished the concrete, and this recycled concrete was about $350 installed. Moving on and taking a look at the pool pump area, we see here we have brand new pool equipment and automation from Aqualink. So we got the Jandy set up with the Aqualink, Aquapure, all brand new automation. It is a variable speed pump, top of the line, low power pump, and all that's brand new, and it is available on the internet. And you can see we formed around it and filled the garden here with lava rocks. Moving towards the front of the house here, you can see we have a nice little area here for the garbage cans, and there is our double gate on our brand new fence. Not much to say about this area, but this was not here before. The fence was moved forward to the front of the house, and now we have this wonderful little area and a pad going out front there for the gate. Now we have one of the biggest, most shocking additions to the remodel, and that is now we have a shed. We have a lean-to, and it is super nice, and I have been working on this for the last couple of weeks trying to get it ready to put stuff in. However, I'm waiting for the concrete to cure so that I can paint the floor now. Yeah, so we got the lean-to shed. It is about 8 by, I don't know, 15 or 16 feet. It has a big double door here. The golf cart will fit. And if we come down the side here, notice, I'll show you all the lighting in the yard here next, but we can go in and take a look at the shed. And if you guys have been watching my videos, you know that the shed is well lit. And the point of the shed here is to, if I want to have a place to pull the golf cart in. And we actually have golf cart space and more, but I'm not going to do anything until this concrete has been sitting for a while so I can get in here and paint it. So yeah, I did all the electrical in the shed, so you can see here where we stubbed out from the inside of the house, ran our pipe over, and then our electrical all goes up and over. And we have our switches here, and we have receptacles, and we still have our hose inside here. I haven't decided if I'm going to leave it in here or move it. It's actually perfectly fine where it is. It's not in the way of anything, but if I ever want this space, I'll get the plumber to come run the pipe through the side of the wall there, and then we will have our water outside. But for now, all you gotta do is open the door if you want to use the hose. Or maybe there needs to be a sink in here. That'd be kind of cool. We could put a sink in. But this is the shed with the LED lights for the garage. They're made for garage lighting, super bright LED lights, and this is the switch. Talk a little bit about the lighting. So all the fences have these nice light strings, LED, bought from Walmart.com, about $7 each. The lights go all the way down to the dock, around the dock, continue on the fence here, and go all the way to the other side here. Those are all on a smart timer, which also has blue rope lights around the dock. The smart timer is located right there by the dock. Then we have some low voltage lantern lights on the pond that are also on a different timer, which I will show you guys. And we have lighting here around the house as well, up on top, that goes into the patio, which I will show you guys that on our night shot. So that is a good look at the lights. We also have lights in the yard in several places here. Spotlights there lighting up trees, lighting up the palm trees here. We have spotlights there, which is actually pointed down. It needs to actually be pointed upward to work. So that is a brief look at the lighting, but I will show you guys all of that when it gets dark tonight, because I want to show you a tour of the yard with the lights on. This is a look at my new patio area. So what I did was I took the table from out there where those chairs are, and I moved it up here to our new upper level patio and proceeded to remodel this patio. We have some really nice artificial palm trees from IKEA. We have 2 outdoor weatherproof storage boxes that are hiding some dirty secrets. This one is hiding the air conditioning from the inside of the sunroom. So when you use the AC, you just have to lift this up, but notice how I sealed it off so no critters can get inside. Completely sealed, supposedly. This other box hides an ugly pet door that is no longer in use, but has plenty of storage now. Got the big nice tree from IKEA, and we have the decorative IKEA metal signs up on the wall. Another little plant on the table, and of course 4 brand new lawn chairs here, or dining chairs, or whatever you want to call them, for the table. The table was respray painted black. All my furniture was resprayed black. I do that about once a year to my metal furniture, and that's how we keep it very nice. So that is the new patio area for the upper level patio, and when you turn this way you get the amazing view down there. And of course, anytime you want to go chill with the wildlife and the alligators, which is right there, you can see one right there, you can walk out on the dock, and there is your treat right there. Hey dude. Going over the cost of everything now. The cost of the shed was about $3,500. Cost of the electrical about another $200. I did all the work myself. So about $3,700 for the lean-to shed. Cost of the fence was $7,000 for the vinyl fence and the gates. $7,000 for the entire yard for brand new vinyl fences. All of the landscape materials, mulch, rocks, recycled concrete, about $4,500 for all the landscape material and the installation, not just the rocks themselves or mulch, but everything. Pool, about $15,000 to $16,000 with the tile. For the pool refinishing in PebbleTech and the glass tile, about $15,000, $15,500. Patio,
I'd say maybe $400 total for everything. And I did all the electrical work and all the labor to put the beams in. So I'd say the pool between $400 and $500. Let's make it $500 due to the rug. Same furniture was used before, I just refurbished it. Pool deck is completely travertine there. And the new addition we made here with pavers to put these new chairs, you're looking at $18,000 installed for the pool deck. These cushions were around $200. I already had the chairs, so the cushions for the chairs about $200. On the patio out here, I already had the table. I purchased 4 chairs, 2 storage boxes, all the plants, all the decorations. The chairs were $100, the storage boxes were around $50, the plants were $350 with the decorations. So let's say, I don't know, 100, 354, 50, let's say $500 to remodel the patio completely. The big one, the concrete. All this concrete addition with the forming. That's both sides of the house. And on the other side of the house, the concrete is $8,000 for concrete and labor to form all this up. $8K, and it came out pretty good. Well pump refurbish I did on my own for about $15 worth of paint. And there is a video on that if you guys are interested. Came out really good. So about 15 bucks for that, plus my labor. Hoses and hose reels, maybe, I don't know, $80 each. And I have one on the other side, so $160 for new hoses and new hose reels to hold the hose up on the house. Landscape lighting refurbishing. 2 cans of paint at about $8 each, so $16 to refurbish the landscape lighting and these nice torch lamps. Moving on to the chairs and table. The chairs were about $360 and the table was $100. So to furnish this little area here, $460 in furniture is what you're looking at here. Hoses and hose pots here, maybe around $75 to $80 for everything, and I have 3 sets of those, the ones in the front yard, so let's call it $140 for the new hoses and hose pots. Brand new pool automation system, all internet based, around $8,000 worth of equipment here to get a brand new pool system put in with the most modern technology salt system available, and that's what that costs, around $8 grand. New low voltage landscape timer around $100, 90 to 100 I think, and then the smart timer down by the pond that controls the rest of the AC lights. This is for DC low voltage. The AC timer down by the pool was around $30, so another $130 in timers for the backyard.
right, guys, taking a look at the total here, we've got our plumbing coming in at 1,000, which I left off of the video, but it was there. The shed at 3,700. Defense at 7,000. The landscape rocks at 4,500. That's with installation. The pool at 15,000 for remodeling the pool and the tile. The patio at 400. The deck at 18,000. The cushions at 200. The upper patio level for 500. The concrete for 8,000. The pump refurb for 15. The hoses for 160. The lights refurbished was $15. Furniture at $460. More hoses for $140. Pool automation for $8,000. And timers for $130. And our grand total is $67,220 for the backyard pool remodel. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the whole series and this video, and I hope you like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys again really soon. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see Joe and I are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage. We have everything set up to do an awesome project today. So Joe, what's one problem we need to get fixed on this golf cart?
Well, if you guys remember in a prior video, we did a full system in my golf cart, but at the time I had an old subwoofer sitting around. That old subwoofer didn't last very long with the system that we put in here. I have no bass right now.
Right, so we did notice that your old subwoofer box, when we did that last project, that box is actually falling apart. I don't know if it's got wet so many times or if it's just old, but basically when we did that last project, there were actually pieces of wood of the MDF falling directly off the box. Now we actually do have that box somewhere. We'll show that to you guys here in a few minutes and show you what actually happened with that. And today we are so happy because we have a new sponsor.
That's correct, yeah.
So who is that sponsor?
That's Crutchfield.
Absolutely, Crutchfield decided to go ahead and sponsor this video. So today we have some products by Crutchfield that we're going to be throwing into this golf cart, and we have a piece of wood right here that we're going to be using also to do what?
Build a new subwoofer box.
We're going to build a subwoofer enclosure. We're going to go ahead and calculate the volume. We're going to do the measurements. We're going to cut all the wood. We're going to do that all today, so hang out with us.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Joe, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage again. It seems like we're in here all the time. And today we have a cool project. We have to get the base on this cart redone because basically the woofer blew up and the box was falling apart, right?
That's correct, yep.
So what's our plan today? What are we actually gonna do?
So as you mentioned, we got this great sponsor by Crutchfield.
Right.
They've provided us some really awesome products, including a very nice subwoofer. So in this particular situation, although Crutchfield has an enormous amount of subwoofer boxes in very different sizes, for us, we are doing a very unique situation because we're putting it in a golf cart and we need to maximize the space that we have inside there to put a 12-inch subwoofer. So it's going to be very unique. So they supplied us with all the stuff that we need to do a DIY project ourselves.
They did. So inside the house, we'll show you guys this in a few minutes. We have a brand new Kicker comp subwoofer. It's a dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil. So what we're going to do is we're going to parallel those voice coils, and that's going to be a 2-in load on the amp that's inside of the golf cart right there. We'll show you that a little bit also later. We also have some carpet, so we're going to try custom carpeting your brand new enclosure.
Yep.
And then we also have a square speaker terminal thing. So that goes on the side of the box and connects to the woofer voice coils, and that's how we will supply power to your subwoofer.
Absolutely.
So all that's inside, but for right now, we also want to take a look at the old subwoofer. Can you go ahead and pull that out?
Let's pull it out. So I've already disconnected it. And if you can, flip that seat down, Brad.
Okay.
And let's take a look at this thing. I found this subwoofer a long time ago on the side of the road, and it was in decent shape, but over the years sitting in the garage, it's just been weathered too much, and we did a quick carpeting job on it, but one of the things is that the carpet is completely falling off, and that's really stemming from the box falling apart. As you can see, all the particles on the side of it.
Wood's coming off.
Yep, and that happens, right? So this was a quick job at the time, but we knew we needed to upgrade. So on top of that, a 10-inch subwoofer that was in here. I think this is made by Boston Acoustic.
It was.
It was. And as you can see, the dust coil, I think that's what they call that, is falling off of it.
Dust cap, yeah.
Yep, and then I think it's also got some other issues with it. So obviously it's time. We needed an upgrade. The 10-inch subwoofer for this cart sounded good, but I wanted some more bass. I wanted to be deeper bass, so we went with a 12-inch for this particular project. Out with the old, and then we'll start putting in the new.
We're not going to do ported. We're going to do a sealed enclosure. Sealed enclosures hit tighter. They don't go as deep low as far as low frequencies go, but they are tighter bass, and we're not going to bother with the port or anything like that this time. We also have some polyfill to throw inside of the box, and polyfill helps the box seem like a bigger box to the woofer that is mounted into it.
Yep.
Now also, we're going to have to mimic this enclosure style because we want it to fit just like the old one. But at the same time, we do have a 12-inch woofer that we're going to be putting in here. This is a 10. So we're going to have to figure out if we have enough width to actually hold the 12. And also, we probably want to make it as big as possible because the 12-inch woofer needs a certain amount of airspace. And I believe it was anywhere from 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5 per driver. So we're going to try to get as close to that as we can. And if we can't, we'll have to deal with what we have. We have a limited amount of space down here, as we will show you guys here in a few minutes.
And one last thing, whoever built this box at the time, they used an old style of just cutting a hole in the back and then sticking the speaker wire out of there. So that's letting air out, right? We don't want that. So that's why Crutchfield was nice enough to send us over a new speaker connector, which is going to be a nice connection, perfectly sealed. It's going to be great.
And also you can see as we're working on it, you guys can't quite see this, but literally the box is all over the back of the golf cart now because it is literally disintegrating as we look at it. So what's our next step? Should we show them all the brand new stuff we got from Crutchfield?
Absolutely.
All right, why don't you grab this old disintegrating box and let's get out of here.
I got a plan for this old box too.
Okay, we're back in the garage and we brought all the stuff out that we got from Crutchfield. The only thing Crutchfield did not provide, just because I forgot at the time, was this polyfill for inside of the box. But they did provide this 12-inch dual voice coil kicker comp woofer. This is the CWR12, and I'm really hyped to see what this thing can do in our own custom enclosure.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this compared to the old Boston Acoustic subwoofer that we had before? It's a different age, a lot newer technology, and do you think that this is an advantage that we have a much newer style woofer with new technology?
Absolutely. On top of that, it's a 12-inch subwoofer, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to be dealing with, is that's why we're building a custom box, but to maximize the amount of volume at the same time. So we have some tricks up our sleeve to get the volume that we need.
We do.
Hence why we had the polyfill. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Also, we got some carpet here from Crutchfield. It's just standard enclosure carpet for speakers. It is black, and we probably have enough to do 25 boxes, so we'll have some extra for the future. And then what was the last thing we got from Crutchfield?
Yeah, we got this nice connector here. So we haven't opened it up yet, but pretty simple. So this is what's going to seal that off. So when you have that connection from your speaker wire from the amp that goes to the subwoofer, it makes that clean connection.
Right, and also when we put that in, we'll go ahead and caulk around it so it'll be absolutely sealed all the way around here. And if you notice on the back, it has the spade type terminals. I have a bunch of those. I have all the solder stuff for that. So we're gonna do it correctly when we do it. We're gonna do everything the right way so that it looks nice and that it performs great. So one cool thing about ordering from Crutchfield as opposed to something like Amazon is their technical support is amazing. They offer full lifetime technical support. That means when we're 75, if this woofer dies, we can call them and say, hey, this woofer's doing this, and they'll offer us free technical support. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's awesome. That's a great benefit from buying directly from Crutchfield.
And they have so many good technical support features that we'll touch on some of those during this video. But for right now, we want to talk about our enclosure and what we're going to be doing to build our enclosure.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we have to go over is how we're going to build this box, right? So I went out and got ourselves a nice big old piece of 3/4 MDF for us, right? MDF is the preferred wood that most people use when they build a box. It's really good, it's strong, and it holds up, and it makes a great sound at the same time.
Absolutely. They recommend not using plywood or anything like that because of the sound qualities of the plywood. You can see we have some MDF over here, and basically all MDF is it's like shavings of wood that are pressed together and glued together.
Absolutely.
So when they cut other wood, they take that, they press it together, they glue it, and that makes this big, huge sheet of MDF right here. Now, how much was that sheet?
Yeah, I paid about 50 bucks for it. So wood prices are a little up, but not too bad.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So we have this right here. Now, what are we gonna do in order to go ahead and measure? Where are we starting? What is our starting point for building?
Yeah, so the first thing that we wanna do is we obviously wanna get down here, take some really good measurements. We want this thing to fit in there really snug, maximize the space because we have a big subwoofer going in. But at the same time, what we don't want is a big bulky box sticking out. So we're really gonna get down and take some serious measurements and make sure this box is perfect.
Right, that sounds good. And then once we measure everything, how are we going to go ahead and mark that out and cut it on the actual wood?
So we have a couple sawhorses that we have set up outside. So we're going to get the MDF set up out there. We're going to take our measurements and then we're going to go out there, take a pencil, we're going to lay it out, cut to the size that we need. From there, we're going to obviously start to assemble it.
Okay.
Part of that assembly is making sure that everything fits up correctly, screwing it together while using wood glue to make sure that we got a good bond so it stays together nice. After that, we're going to need to caulk it to make sure that we're sealing up every opportunity that we have so air doesn't escape.
So we have a couple of tubes of caulk in there that I found in the shed a few minutes ago. We'll use that in all the seams on the inside. We should be able to go through the actual 12-inch hole for the last board to go ahead and caulk that last little section. We can just use our fingers and run it in the inside.
Absolutely.
And then after that, do we have a plan for carpeting? I thought I saw you watching a video about how to do like the edges and everything and fold over the carpet.
I did. So I carpeted the last box and that was kind of a rush job, but I wanted to make sure I did it perfect. So sometimes it's not bad to just go on YouTube and watch someone else give you some advice on doing it. So I watched a quick video and I'm going to try to duplicate that, and I think it's going to end up being really nice.
And you don't just cut it straight. There's a special pattern you cut and then everything folds over nice and neat, huh?
Yeah, really, really easy. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is obviously make a cutout for this to get inserted in there.
Yeah,
so
how are we going to do that?
So you have a jigsaw, so we're going to obviously get a template made. I believe that this is going to be pretty simple because we're going to lay this down, do a quick measurement, cut the hole out where it needs to go, and this will sit flush right in the box.
Yeah, I kind of have an idea of what I want to do with that. So it's the inner square here that's going to flush mount. So we'll take that, we'll measure that, we'll cut it, and then we'll just take a drill bit, put a drill hole there, and we'll jigsaw this out nice and neat. That'll sit nice and flush. It'll look great on top of the carpet, and the carpet will seal off any of the airflow, so we don't really have to do any caulking on the inside.
I don't believe so. Nope.
So that sounds like our plan for actually building the box, but first, we got to get a bunch of measurements done.
We do.
Let's get down here and take a look at what we have and get some measurements done on this cart.
Let's do it.
We're back in the garage with another sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. We have this awesome AIXPI. We don't quite know how to pronounce it. We did some research, but we couldn't find it. So we're gonna call it AIXPI or AXPI, this solar sensor light here. And I'm pretty hyped about this, Joe. This is pretty cool. What do you know about this thing from looking at the facts?
It's LED, which is nice.
240 LEDs also.
Exactly, and it's solar powered. So you never have to have any power supplied to it. It's ready to go at any time.
Right, now here's the sensor part of it. So this is what detects your actual motion. And so this thing is solar powered. You can see the solar cell right here, how it charges. There's the connector that you mount this with. They give you another little bracket here. So basically what you do is you mount that to your house or your gutters or whatever. Then this thing just simply slides right there.
Yep.
All right, so this thing is not fully charged. Admittedly, it's been sitting in the kitchen, but you can see when I turn it on, it flashes. It's pretty bright, even completely dead. So thank you AIXPI for this awesome solar security light. 3,000 lumens is pretty bright, and it's just got a tiny little lithium-ion battery sitting inside this little box right here. Now let's get back to the video and see what's going on at Supercar Street Racing.
All right, so we're gonna take a couple of basic measurements right now. One of the things that I really wanna do is to get as much space as possible for the volume that we need for the speaker. With that, I also want to make it as clean as possible and flush so that when this box goes in here, we don't have folks that are sitting on the back riding around having the speaker box pushing out. So with that, I'm going to hit the bottom here. It tapers back a little bit towards the top, but I can't worry about that. My measurements need to be where I know it can fit. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 14 inches deep. We're going to maximize the width, maybe a little bit shorter. We'll make a call on that, but we can go up to 18 3/4. And then on the height, we're going to try to really get as much as possible, but we have to keep room for the subwoofer because it's facing up. And there are some metal brackets that run across the top here, so we have to be very careful that we leave enough room for not only that subwoofer to fit in there, but for the excursion of the subwoofer, the up and down of the subwoofer.
Exactly, and also the top of the subwoofer probably sits a little bit up. We have to open it up to really get those exact details though.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got roughly 13¼ on that. So what we'll probably end up doing is making this box roughly maybe 10.5 to 11 inches tall to give us the room that we need.
So when you measured your 14-inch depth, did you measure to the edge right here?
I did. Well, I measured it just here, although it will stick out a little bit, but your legs will not sit on it because your legs are going to come out here. So it's going to come right to this part over here.
Okay, that sounds great. That looks like the measurements that will work for us. So now let's go ahead and unbox the actual subwoofer right here. What do you think?
Sound good? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this subwoofer out, get a couple of basic measurements on here. The biggest thing that we're worried about right now is the height of where it's gonna sit above the box that we build itself to make sure that we have room for the subwoofer to sit on top and to have the room for it to move up and down. So let's take a look at it. All right, inside the box, always awesome is we got a nice sticker there to put somewhere, usually on a good outdoor refrigerator. And inside the box, we got this beautiful, nice, brand new competition kicker subwoofer. It looks amazing.
We don't need that where we're going?
All right, so let's go and open this thing up and get inside here. All right, I will say, just from the looks alone, this is a beautiful looking subwoofer. The first thing I noticed is that the outside is very strong and it's got this really strong red stitching inside. It's a really great looking subwoofer here. So this is a competition speaker, and although I'm not going to be entering any competitions with this, it's going to drive really good solid bass. So I don't have to turn it up too loud to drown it out. It's going to have really good deep tones in it. On the back, we got a really nice large magnet on the back, and then we have great connections right here. It's a 4-ohm dual voice coil, so there's 2 connections on both sides, positive and negative. One of the great things about this speaker already is the easy setup for putting the speaker wires in there. It's a push connection, so you push this open, slide your speaker wire right in there, let off, and it puts a nice connection. And now we're going to pass this over to Brad to give you some more technical aspects of this great subwoofer.
Okay, we're right here in front of the Kicker Comp 12-inch woofer. It is the Comp R. Now this guy has 500 watts RMS power handling. The RMS part means it's the average power that it can handle. It can handle up to 1000 watts peak also. Now taking a look at this woofer, if you're unfamiliar with dual voice coil woofers, basically there are 2 connections here. There's one on each side here, and what that means is each voice coil has an impedance level. This impedance level here is 4 ohms, this one is 4 ohms. So depending on your amplifier and what the actual ohm load it can handle is how you wire up this woofer. If you put both of these voice coils here in parallel, it'll be a 2 ohm load presented to your amplifier. If you put them in series, it would be an 8 ohm load. So for our amplifier can handle a 2 ohm load. We're going to take off of this voice coil, go to this voice coil, and then off of this voice coil, go down to the connector. That's going to present a 2 ohm load to the amplifier. We can prove that with an ohm meter also. We can put it on the end of the second wire here as we loop here, and then out, we should see a 2 ohm-ish load at the amplifier.
All right, so here we are on to our next step. We took some really good measurements, and one of the things that we were most concerned with was the height of the actual subwoofer because it's going to be facing up. So with that, we had roughly 13¼ to play with, so we're going to reduce our height down to about 12 inches. That gets us about 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches of play to make sure that we have enough room for the top of that subwoofer to not only sit in there, but to have room for it to go up and down. All right, so one of the most important measurements for us was to make sure that we had enough room for the subwoofer to sit in there. So we roughly have about 13¼ inches of height that we can play with. We're going to reduce that down to about 12 inches. That's going to be more than enough room for that subwoofer to sit on the top and have room for it to go up and down. So what we're going to do is take a few minutes here to kind of outline the box itself. So there's going to be quite a few cuts. One of the things that we don't have at our leisure is a nice big table saw. So we're going to be doing this by hand. So to make sure that we get as best cuts as possible, I have this straight edge here that we're going to use to clamp down to make sure that when we're running our skill saw, that we get a nice clean cut. So we're going to take a few minutes right now to take these measurements, transpose them onto our MDF, and start outlining all the cuts that we need to get done. And then from there, we can start to assemble the box. So we took a couple of minutes to make sure that the measurements were correct, and we went ahead and wrote them down just so that you guys can understand what we're doing. So the first thing is that we got to put a top and a bottom and 4 sides. So for the top, we know that we needed 18.5 inches in width, and we had 14 inches of depth to put it towards the back of the golf cart. So with that, we just times that times 2. So our tops are going to be 18.5 inches by 14 inches. Easy cuts for those. Now we need to do the 4 sides. Our 4 sides are not equal because the front and the back are going to be 18.5 inches, which will match the width. However, we need to go 10.5 inches to take in consideration that this is 3/4 inch MDF. So with that being sandwiched between the top and the bottom, we needed to take off 1.5 inches. So we wanted to get to 12 inches, so we're gonna do 10.5 inches on that. And then for the left and the right, that one, it's 14 inches. In regards to the depth, same thing, 10.5 inches to make sure that we have the room to sandwich it to get to our 12 inches. So here we go. We're gonna go ahead and lay out the exact measurements that we want. So one of the things that I always try to do is we have plenty of wood here. So I don't mind having a little bit of scrap left over, but I always try to utilize any of the factory edges. So we need 2 cuts on this particular one. So what we're gonna do is measure out 14 inches for the top. So on here, we're gonna lay out 14 inches and then we're gonna have 2 cuts here to complete the top and the bottom, which are gonna be roughly 18.5 inches. All right, so here we are. We're gonna take the time to cut this out. We got a little break in the weather, so we're gonna make this pretty fast. Like I said, we had already laid out all of our measurements. So from here, we're just gonna make our quick cuts, get back inside as quick as possible. So again, we don't have a table saw. So to try to get this to be as even as possible, I'm gonna take this straight edge here. We're gonna clamp it down so that we can bump our skill saw right up against it and make a quick, so we can make a quick cut and hopefully it's nice and straight. Are you ready? Okay. And for the sake of time, I'm turning and burning here, all right? You ready? If you blow us off, we can come back inside the garage, close the door. Yep.
Guys, I am so happy to announce Crutchfield as an official sponsor for Supercar Street Racing, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about what makes them special. Now, one of the biggest things about Crutchfield is obviously their technical support. You have free lifetime technical support on everything. You get a 60-day price drop protection at Crutchfield. 60-day returns is also awesome. They offer that. They have all kinds of information on their website like DIY articles and videos, a huge car stereo database. They can figure out what fits your car. They also offer free custom vehicle instructions, car-specific installation packages, research, wiring, and things like that. They've been doing it since 1974. Check out Crutchfield. I will have a link in the description. Buy what you need from them and support the channel, and let them know Supercar Street Racing sent you. All right, as you guys just saw, we were outside cutting all of our parts for our enclosure, and you did a little rough math on ChatGPT. And how big was that box?
Yeah, so it actually came out to about 1.29 cubic feet in volume, which is perfect.
Absolutely perfect. The woofer has, I think, a range of 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5.
I believe so.
Feet, so that's perfect. So what is our next step here?
Yeah, we're gonna get into the assembly part of it. So pretty straightforward. So I got a couple clamps. We'll kind of roughly put this together. The biggest thing is that we're gonna get our wood glue down. We're gonna clamp it together, and then we're gonna pre-drill our holes, because what we don't want is the wood to split. MDF is a little susceptible, even in the cut, when we cut it, a little piece chipped off. So to stop that from happening, we'll get this roughly put together with the clamps, put the glue on it, and then we'll take the time to pre-drill our holes, and then we'll countersink if we want to. May not be necessary. Our screws in there to make sure we get a good, nice contact and a good screw down.
Sounds great. Let's get to work.
Yeah, let's do it.
Got your drill ready here?
Yep, got a good bit. Where's our screws at so we can make sure that we have the correct screw size?
Okay.
Make sure we got plenty of the same. These are 2.5. We're gonna pre-drill to get our holes, then we'll take it back apart, and then we'll glue it, and then we'll screw it back in. All right?
Okay. Is this looking good right here?
Yeah, just so you can see in the center. Yep, perfect. Let's go straight in. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so now we'll disassemble, get the glue ready.
Perfect. I'm wondering if we should have countersunk them, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Got
no!
him.
I let go of it. It didn't hold.
Oh!
So, it is what it is.
Pop another one in there?
Nope, go ahead and screw that one in. Yep. All right, so as you just saw, we assembled the box. It actually went pretty smooth. We did have one little issue where I made one mistake on a cut, but that was very easy to fix. We just had to take a little bit more off. The box went together perfectly. The fact that we were using a circular saw and everything was almost perfect was shocking to me, to be honest with you.
And there's only like
that much
clearance.
It is absolutely sitting in there perfect. So our measurements were right on spot. The box is almost perfect. Very happy with it. So from here, what we're going to end up doing now is removing it and carpeting it. So we are not the best carpenters by any means, but I think we're going to be able to do a good job on this. So we'll let you guys follow along, but it goes pretty fast. And so far, this project's been pretty smooth. I think we're at about 3 hours in. The majority of our time is really moving cameras around, doing stuff. Yeah. So maybe we got an hour and a half, maybe, into this project so far. And once we get this carpeted, put in the speaker in, goes very fast, and we'll be done.
All right, should we get this box out of here real quick?
Let's do it. We're gonna do our best here.
Next time you do it, you'll be an expert.
Maybe. Now that together, this together.
Perfect.
Okay. You're gonna hold this tight. Pull that and hold it tight. Pull it towards you. Okay.
That's sick. Should peel off, right? And then that flaps down and you're done.
Drape it over it, pull it hard again. It's actually not bad. That's not bad. All right, flip it over.
All right, guys, you just saw us carpet this enclosure with the half moon method that we borrowed from Soundman. And now what you're seeing is we're cutting out the hole for the speaker so that I can go ahead and start wiring. Now, this wiring is going to involve going from voice coil to voice coil, first of all, to make this woofer in a 4 ohm to 4 ohm parallel load will be 2 ohms at the speaker connector. And then also what you're seeing is me crimping these connectors on and then using my heat gun to go ahead and heat shrink the end of the connectors onto the wire. So all that's happening right now, let's take a look at it. Now what you're seeing here is we are installing the woofer and we're making 100% sure that we are covering up the surround with a piece of plastic while we're screwing in the screws so we don't make any stupid mistakes. All right, we're back and we did install the subwoofer enclosure and we've been adjusting the amplifier a little bit, the gains on the amplifier, just to compensate for a different subwoofer that might be a little bit more sensitive or less sensitive than the other one. We turned the gains down on channels 1 and 2, which are supposed to be the highs, but it's actually, I think, 3 and 4. But turn the gain down on that, and then when volume goes up on everything else, it'll bring the subwoofer level up. Because the subwoofer gains are maxed out on the amp. The amp is pushing as much possible power as it can, which means we also might need a second amplifier. But I was going to suggest, and I will send you a link to this, I was going to suggest we get a 12-volt USB fan and strap it right to the side of your amplifier and power it off of your inverter in there. It's got a USB port.
Keep it a little cool.
It'll cool your amp off and keep it from going into overheat. Okay, you can see the woofer clearly through the back here. If you ever pull up to a party or anything, all you gotta do is open the back hatch and you've got that woofer.
Yeah, and the other reason it's up right now is because this panel, it rattles. So we're gonna probably have to do some dynamatting. Sounds so good. Like, perfect. Sounds really, really good.
It is. That was a lot of power I was pushing for that. All right, that came out really good, but maybe we can do some improvements. What do you think about maybe improving the amplifier side of the bass?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the current amp is working, but this 12-inch subwoofer can handle a whole lot more power, and certainly with the battery that we have in this thing, it can take a bigger amp. So it might be a good idea to go on Crutchfield again, look around, see what makes sense, and beef it up a little bit.
Sounds good to me. I'll get in touch with Crutchfield tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's wrap it up from in here and throw it back to literally us.
Yeah.
Okay guys, so you just saw us build an entire enclosure for this club car. How did that go? How was it?
I thought it went pretty easy. I mean, we had a couple of tight measurements that we had to figure out, but otherwise, I think the whole box put together very nice. So you just saw us build the box from scratch.
Right.
Install it, test it, run it, and it turned out great.
Right, it did.
During the process, we need a little extra help. So one of the things that we're able to do is go to the Crutchfield site, do a little research on there. They got a lot of great stuff on there. They have videos, articles, a lot of various different links that help you out, which was tremendous amount of help for us when we built this.
And don't forget also their phone support. You can actually give those guys a call and they would be more than happy to walk you through anything that they can. And if they don't know it, I bet you they can find an answer.
Absolutely.
Today you saw us do all the steps to get that enclosure put into this 2017 club car. So if you have a club car and you'd like to copy our design, I'm gonna go ahead and put the dimensions down in the description. I'll put all the products that we use down in the description. Go ahead and click our affiliate links because that helps us out tremendously. Crutchfield wants you guys to use these links so they can see if you guys are engaged in watching Supercar Street Racing.
All right, well, we're all wrapped up here. I just want to say thank you to everyone, including our sponsor today, to give us this awesome subwoofer that we put in, and to the 150,000 subscribers that you have obviously built up over a lot of work and a lot of time. So thank you all for subscribing.
Right.
If you haven't, like and subscribe. It's a super big help for us.
It is, and if you're just here, if you found the video somehow and you're not a subscriber, it does help a lot if you'll hit that subscribe button. Leave us a comment too. We're really interested in what you guys are doing on your club car. And if you do this same project, we want to know about it, and I want some video of it. I'll put it on my channel and feature it for everybody.
Love it.
Because we really hope that you guys like our design and you copy it.
Yeah, and you know what? We want to hear from you so that we know if we made some mistakes, we don't mind it, you know?
Absolutely. Part of the learning process is making mistakes. We're fine with that. We kind of learn everything on the fly sometimes, especially like with this carpet job. That is an on the fly thing. That was the first time that we've ever tried that.
Correct.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We got to go to lunch because we're starving. Let's go. Let's go. Not again. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. And we are here with this high yard doormat that we're going to be opening and taking a look at today. Now, as you could see outside earlier, that doormat that we had before on the outside not only got really dirty from all the construction with the door, but also it was so lightweight and thin that every time my yard people came around, they blew the thing into oblivion. So today, we've got a better alternative with this high yard doormat. Sitting in the SCSR compound with this beautiful high yard floor mat, and we do have the SCSR scissors that I still have PTSD from, because as you know, in the last video they sliced my finger wide open and it was not fun. So what we're going to do right now is open this carefully and hopefully not destroy our fingers in the process like we did last time. So no touching the actual blade. And we open up this high yard floor mat so we can take a look at the inside of this packaging. And right here it just says doormat MAT. Keep your home away from mess and be clean and tidy. Keep your home away from mess. Trap dust, easy to clean, absorb water, widely use. So another hilarious, badly translated thing there inside the package. And getting this thing completely opened up. It is pretty heavy. This weighs about, I would say about 10 pounds. And then the rest of this is going to involve taking this outside and getting it all laid out in front of the SCSR Studio. So let's take it out there right now. All right, guys, we are out here in front of the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and we have the brand new floor mat right here. Let's go ahead and get that installed and see if that prevents our yard people from blowing my floor mat away every single time they come. Now, this will take a few days to kind of settle and flatten, but it's much heavier than the old one. You can see here it just kind of unrolls. I have the same one inside the studio door. And basically it will eventually become flat. And let's get this thing straight and lined up in front of the door. Just like that. Goes nicely all the way up against it and hides the ugly bottom of the door. And there we have the floor mat installed outside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios. It is just not the right. There we go. Now it's kind of perfect. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. We are out here having a great time and making videos for you guys. And one of my pet peeves is that I had this tiny little cheap dollar floor mat, and I don't even remember where I got it. I think from IKEA a long time ago or something. And every time my yard people come, they take their leaf blower and they blow it right away. And yes, they should put it back, but they don't. And I've told them a million times. So today, right here on the screen, you can see right here in front of us, we are taking a look at the High Yard durable front floor mat. It's supposed to be absorbent and it can like take all the mud off of your shoes. It's dirt resistant, non-slip rubber, and this size that I ordered was 36 by 24 here, as you can see right here on the screen. Now it also does come in a 30 by 17 configuration if that is better for you. It comes in beige, which you can see right here. Now we'll take a look at the bigger view there. It's black there, but in beige, the bigger view looks like that. And it does also come in gray, which looks like that. And so if you order the 36 by 24 in black like I did, you will have the one that we just saw sitting right there out on the ground. And then here's some other little pictures for you guys to check out. Now it says it's the perfect size, 24 by 36, 0.3 inches thick. Captures dirt and moisture. It has a non-slip rubber backing, and it says it's fade and stain resistant. Let's hope so, because it is outside. It says it's low profile and versatile, meaning the door can open right over it and not get caught on it, we're hoping. And then it says it is also easy to clean up. And let's take a look at some of the things in the review section. So if we go to the reviews up here, this guy does have a 4.7 overall review. Not many one-star reviews, but let's take a look and see what that says. Not very absorbent or resistant. So it says that the dirt won't come off and it doesn't absorb as well as it claims to on the one-star review. Now, some of the 5-star reviews say that it's a good doormat, decent quality, good price, nice weight. Works perfectly outside of the front door, and I agree it does. Looks nice, matches well, and this is a very nice doormat. Dependable and stylish entryway essential. Looks like this person got this free from Vine way back in the day, or actually June 7th. So you can see right here, I don't know what Vine Voice is per se, but you can see right there, it does have a lot of good reviews. And let's take a look at some of the alternatives. So let's go back up to the high yard durable front floor mat. Absorbent, muddy, dirt resist, welcome doormats, outdoor, indoor, non-slip, natural, rubber, backing, low profile doormat for entryway patio. 36 by 24 black. What a description, guys. $29.99 is what I paid for this floor mat. It is 2-day where I am, 2-day shipping, not 2-day, 2-day shipping. And here's some of the alternatives. There is one for $37. There is another Gorilla Grip Ultra Absorbent here for $24.99. There is a Gorilla Grip Waterproof for $17.94. There is a Yamorba Durable Front, almost looks the same, but it's a 29 by 17, so you have to take that into account on the price right here. And it is $9 right now. And we do have this Home Ideas 24 by 36 for $21.99, that if you want to give that a little comparison. And then we have some 4 stars and above down here in the reviews. This Mobeo, which actually looks like a completely different type of material with a rubber backing there. We have this Pure Rugs Dust Trapper Doormat, non-slip entry for $31.99 as well. Another couple of high yards, a Dexy and a doormat there. And no one did any video reviews at the bottom, so I don't have any video to show you guys. And then there is some down here that also have a word printed on it like hello, that if you like those, you can take a pic out of those. There's some down here with actual designs on it that say things like freedom, if you're into that kind of thing. Here's a multi-stripe one, the Kit Enjoy indoor floor mat only. That's an indoor, so it may not work for what you need. We need it also outdoor. And here are some of the reviews with images. You can see it right outside. That looks like that's inside of somebody's front door there. This one right here, also inside the front door. They're using that for indoor. And there's a good close-up picture of it right there. Another good close-up of the gray. And one sitting, looks like outdoor on a deck. People were using it outside. And yeah, guys, so the high yard outdoor floor mat, I do have 2. There is one sitting on the inside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios right here in front of the door, and then I added the second one outside the door there for when you come in from the outside, because it's sometimes wet out there, because this is a directly outdoor studio room with no connection inside of the house. Guys, let's take a minute to talk about the Supercar Street Racing channel. We bring you high quality reviews in 4K, and we do actually lose money from the channel. So we would love it if you would click for the description down below, click in the description down below, and order things through our official affiliate link. Now, that doesn't mean you have to order this exact product. Any of our videos that you see affiliate links in, you can click that affiliate link and order anything you want on Amazon. It gives me a small credit to help pay for the Supercar Street Racing station, because we do lose money on the station. Now, coming up tomorrow, we do have a review of a portable blender. It is a rechargeable blender, and I'm pretty hyped about this. It's a pretty cool little product, so hopefully you guys come back tomorrow, and we thank you for your support. Please like and subscribe down below as well, and we will see you next time, because you know what's up now. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you know we've been doing a lot of the OBD2 scanners lately. We have quite a few of them on the channel, and Mukar reached out to us about their BT200 Max Bluetooth OBD2 scanner. It's in this box right here, and this is different from the other ones because you actually use your smart device to go ahead and scan your car with their software. So today, we got this thing in the box right here. We're gonna be opening this thing up on the channel, trying it out on Rich's truck, and see how it works. Let's get busy. We're out here in Studio A, which is the main editing studio here at the SCSR compound. This is the best studio we have to edit in. Our other studio inside is Studio B, and it is just a little bit smaller of an area. So we're out here today with the Mucar BT200 Max OBD2 scanner. Now this thing covers a ton of different things and a ton of different scans. It deals with things like air conditionings, transmissions, has auto VIN retrieval and automatically recognizes your car. This thing also does things like oil resets. You can do it right on their software. You get all that stuff for free for 1 year, no cost to you. Now, when this thing uses auto VIN, it very easily identifies your car and retrieves the correct codes for that vehicle. It supports 10 OBD2 test modes. And it's great to let you know if your car is ready for emissions. Now they're saying that this thing is worldwide compatible. This thing handles a lot of cool features like TPMS, ABS, SRS, your steering system, your transmission, and many, many others. And look how convenient it is. It's just this tiny little adapter. So the next thing we have to do is get this guy opened up. Let's throw it into Studio B now, where you can get this thing out of the box and see what's inside. Okay, we are right in front of the new Mucar BT200 Max right here. And you can see here in the box, there's not going to be a whole lot to this unboxing. There's only a couple of things inside of the box. Let's go ahead and get it opened up. Just a plain black box here. There are some facts on the back about the Mucar, and that is about it. It tells you a few things about the Mucar, about what its compatibility is and that sort of thing. There's some specifications on the side right here as well. And that is it on the box. There is a serial number on one side, and then there is a nice carrying case right here inside the box as well. And a nice quick start guide. And if you open up the carrying case, you should just see the Mucar BT200 Max sitting right inside there. It's pretty cool looking. It's got a sleek, nice metal looking shape with an LED on it. And there is the OBD2 connector right there. So that is literally all there is to unboxing the Mucar BT200 Max. The BT200 Max, we will test it next, so let's get on with the show. All right guys, we just unboxed the Mucar BT200 Max. You saw everything that was inside, and what this guy can do now, we have to find out by connecting it to someone's vehicle. It's either gonna be Joe or Rich. Let's go ahead and test this thing out now and see what it can do. Okay, we are out here in Patricia's Kia today, and she is letting me borrow the car to go ahead and pull the diagnostic codes on it. And the first thing that we have today that we're looking at is the Mucar BT200 Max here. All we're gonna do right now is get this thing out and get the app downloaded and go ahead and connect this to Patricia's car and pull all the codes and see what the app can do. Let's get this guy connected up. There should be an OBD2 port underneath this dashboard right here, but there is a quick start guide here, guys. You have to download the app called $Fix, and there is a QR for that. Let's stop down here and get the phone connected and the Mucar plugged into the OBD2 port. And the Mucar does come in this cool little case you can see right here. Let's get that thing unzipped and get the OBD2 connector out. There's a cool Bluetooth adapter here that we have to figure out how to plug into Patricia's car. Should be right under here somewhere. It is. It is right there. Okay, you gotta be smarter than the actual device, and I was. All right, we're recording on both the phone and the Insta360. Let's go ahead and find the $Fix app. And we did find $Fix here on the phone. This is $Fix Plus. It is downloading currently right now. We'll let that download and go ahead and get it installed. All right, we are gonna open up this $Fix app now. It says it collects location data. I got to allow it. And you can look at close by device. It found the new device and it is connecting. Now it wants me to log in. It is connecting to our device now. And it's asking if we want to pair. We do. Vehicle communicating. Go ahead and turn on. Now it wants me to activate. You guys cannot see this part. I went ahead and started the car. It found it on the app. Okay, it does not want us to do anything as far as updating the software, so we're not going to do that now. I'm assuming the app has all the latest car data in it because it is downloaded from the Play Store. Let's go ahead and let's do the VIN scan. It does say loading now on the screen. Let's see what that's about. All right, it found the car. It said add vehicle is done. And it found a Kia Sorento SXP 2021 model, and it is counting up to 100% now. It is downloading actually and installing the Kia add-on. I'm doing a health report. It is scanning the whole vehicle. So check this out. It scans your whole car for ECM problems, for TCM problems, ABS, and it did fault on the AC. Got one fault, humidity sensor short low. And you can generate a PDF file here, which I will then send to Patricia. And you can also clear codes, by the way. We could have cleared that code if we wanted to. A couple of alarm settings here. You can set for your coolant temperature and your overspeed. You can also do performance testing. You can do auto diagnosis, and you can record. Now in here, you can do all of the resets for the different things in the car, like oil maintenance or immobilizer or your throttle. There's ABS, there's brake reset, and there's some other things you can do actually online as well. They have a whole library of fault codes online, recalls, safety information. So this thing just does everything, and you could see what we did for Patricia. We actually found that fault code for her. We had one fault code there, B128111. That is a good look at the Mucar BT200. This thing is cool. If you don't want to have a full tablet and you just want to use your phone, this is a good option for you. All right, we just tested out the Mucar BT200 Max. You saw what it could do. You saw it pull codes and identify the vehicle. This thing is pretty cool. It is on sale right now. There is a coupon. Don't know if it still will be by the time this airs. Check it out on Amazon. And to see that, let's throw it back into Studio B to see where you can get yours. All right, guys, we are right in front of the Mucar BT200 Max. And yes, this is different because I could not find the product on Amazon. I will talk to the manufacturer, but this is the actual one. The other pictures had a different model called the BT200, not the Max, but we have the Max in front of us, and you can see right here, this guy does all kinds of cool OBD2 functions, and it uses your phone, so you do not have to have a large tablet to do it with. It does everything from a phone app. And you can see right here, it's brand new. 2025, their latest added protocols are all in here. Bidirectional, CAN FD, and all of the cool things that you need. And then here's another picture of it showing that it does support Android and Apple. And then here's a lot of the cool functions it has. Intelligent diagnostics with AI, a lifetime of free updates, intelligent sleep mode, 15 plus essential resets, and 125 brands of coverage. And then here's some reasons why you should choose the BT200 Max from Mucar. It shows you all of the cool things it can do right here in bullet points, and then another set of features down at the bottom. Now here's the difference in the Pro and the Max and the driver scan. The one we saw earlier was the Pro, I think, but this is the Max. It has a lot more features. You can see all of the stuff that it can do that the other two cannot do. So keep that in mind when you do buy one. Now it's saying that this is the first AI intelligent diagnostic system, the first Bluetooth OBD2 scanner with an AI system to help you diagnose. Says that you get free lifetime updates, bi-directional, so check that out. Now, not all vehicles can use the bi-directional tests. They have to actually be supported. Here's all of the available systems that it could possibly do on your car. It's quite a few things like engine, transmission, airbag, immobilizer, ABS, seats, instruments, other things like that could possibly be done with this BT200 Max. And it says that you get a lifetime of free resets, and there are 15 of them total. So that is the BT200 Max from Mucar. You saw us test that thing out over there. You guys should pick one up if you need some diagnostic tools for your vehicles. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you, but also tell them I had to leave, and thank you for 225,000 subscribers. Mr. Binks, are you sleepy time? He's so sleepy. Are you sleepy time? Oh, you. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Out here at Titan Motorsports. See if I can get somebody in here from my channel. Titan Supra right here. This thing is sick. Taking a look at the Titan Supra. Sorry, I was away. I had to get the live stream posted up on Facebook. So far, nobody's in here yet, though. But here's the Titan Motorsports Supra. Pretty cool. And then back there, you can see there's the car on the lift. There's some sick cars. I think this is a twin turbo Lambo right here. Rocking gold wheels. But yeah, there's the car out there. Here's a look at some of the wheels they sell. Pretty cool. But this Supra though, sick. Probably gets traction. I don't know. There's the Titan Supra. Thing is ridiculous. And look at some of the stuff they sell here. And some of their accessories and stuff. And then this is the Titan Billet 2JZ block. Sick block. Holds like an unreal amount of horsepower. Here's all their drag racing awards. And then if you look back here in the shop, that is a twin turbo Lamborghini right there. And pretty sick Supra right next to it, right there. And then there's my car up on the lift. And back here, look at this lineup. Yes, that's a green Supra. Hey man, back here in the showroom, just waiting for Ryan and the technician that works on my car to get here so we can get started on dyno tuning. but apparently the fuel system rewire is totally done. Hey, is it alright if I go back and take some video back in by my car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. They're gonna babysit me. I'm system done. I'm doing the wiring. Yeah, basically yesterday probably put all brand new wiring into new relays, a new circuit breaker, and all new wiring. But the car's up in the air. I can't really see under the hood to see if they put new wiring to the battery or whatever. But there's a good look at everything. And like, if you guys haven't seen the underneath of the car, that's the V160. It's brand new. There's a little bit of oil on it. I don't know if that's coming from the motor or what, but this is a Superstore billet transmission mount. There's a Clutch Masters twin disc carbon in there, and then this is a Toyota Sequoia drive shaft. Made it to a Subaru BRZ Y38 rear end. This is a 411 rear end. So the gearing is not top end. It's more low end torque, less high end. Full suspension coilovers. This is a yellow speed racing coilover right there. All bushings done. Sway bars. Here's a look at the fuel system that Tracy put in. So it's in addition to the factory fuel line. There's the hard line. There's the super brakes, powder coated. There's the yellow speed coilover that you can see right here. Super brakes. And the wheels and tires. Here's a look at the charge pipe. And there's the new pipe that Tracy designed. And wastegate. So they looked at the wastegate spring. Apparently it's going to be enough to deal with what kind of boost we're making. So yeah, that's a look at the underneath. And gonna sign off for now. Let these guys get back to work. And then I'll be back online when we start dyno tuning later. What's going on, guys? Supercar Street Racing here. That was the install of the Power Urus 48-volt lithium-ion battery. Now, this is the part where we would have taken you guys on a test drive. However, Joe had some problems with his golf cart before we put this battery in. And when we were about to do the test drive, the golf cart died. And we've been talking to the manufacturer of his controller, and it looks like maybe his controller died. So we were not able to finish the test drive, but we just want to say thank you, Power Urus. Their battery is awesome. It's smaller than the other battery that was in there, which makes it much more compact and easy to use. It's an awesome battery, really, really cool install with a nice little display. And we want to just say thank you one more time to them. There will be a part 2, so stay tuned for part 2 Power Urus install. As soon as we can get the golf cart repaired, that's going to be coming right to you. Thank you guys for 1 million views on our Navi scooter video and over 250,000 subscribers. But we got to get out of here right now. We got to continue working out. guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have the Marantz Cinema 70S, and we're going to be replacing this old, tired Pioneer VSX 1021. So hang out with us while we take a look at this flagship Marantz receiver. Now, about 1 year ago, we did create this nice 5.1 surround sound system in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and we also added this nice big Fire TV from Amazon. It has a UE error 22 showing on the screen, and for some reason the sound cuts out all the time or just gets really loud and blows you out of the bed. So we're gonna have to disconnect this and get this brand new Cinema 70S connected. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Okay guys, we got the brand new Marantz Cinema 70S in front of us. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. Now this is the flagship, one of the flagships of the new Marantz lineup. And this is replacing the NR1711 that we have in the Supercar Street Racing Studios as the new updated model. I was a little bit too early to get this model when we built the studio. Let's get it turned around. And inside the nice packaging, very, very nice presentation. You can see already, there's a nice Marantz box on top here. There is an Odyssey mic for calibrating your sound. And then there is your power cord. And inside the box here, check out the presentation. We have the remote, the Bluetooth Wi-Fi antenna, some batteries, and a nice quick start guide. And then under that, it tells you how to use the HEOS app to listen to high resolution audio. And then there's an antenna right underneath that for FM and AM radio. Very, very nice. Once inside the box, we see this nice presentation here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Let's go ahead and get the mic out. This is unlike any receiver I've ever unboxed before. The quality and the presentation is very high end for a $1,100 receiver. And you can see the nice wrap here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. We are gonna have to get it off the table now to get it out of the box. And it is a slimline receiver. Okay, that is all that's inside the box of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Now here's the Marantz Cinema 70S compared to the VSX 1021 from Pioneer. This Pioneer receiver did come from a thrift store a while back, and it is giving me quite a few problems. But notice how well built this Marantz looks compared to the Pioneer and how much more high-end this looks. All right, now that we have the Cinema 70S up against the Pioneer VSX 1021 here, let's go ahead and get this VSX 1021 disconnected and get this Pioneer out of here. All right, taking a look at the back of the Cinema 70S from left to right, we do see one Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna upper left, and then we see our phono inputs. We've got our standard audio inputs here, right next to our antennas. At the top, we've got digital inputs, we've got a coaxial, and we've got an optical input. Then we've got our Ethernet input jack here. And then we've got the preamp outputs. It does have preamp outputs for all the channels, which is important if you have a high-end system. Right here, there's a remote control. And then at the top, all your inputs for HDMI, and we will be using the ARC input for ours. Now, ARC is audio return channel. This will allow us to play audio from the TV through the receiver. And then you have your speaker outputs at the bottom, front, center, surround, and surround back and surround back. And then your standard power jack and your other Bluetooth antenna. Now, I did not label these wires when I put them on the back of the Pioneer. I have enough slack where it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we got the Marantz out. We got it plugged in. We have the audio return HDMI going to the television. And so this is what it looks like here in front of me. Looks so good, so much better than the old one. And I have the remote control right here as well. And I decided to go ahead and just use Wi-Fi because I was using a power line adapter before, and it is very slow. To do anything fast, we're gonna need better network. I would like to run Ethernet to this room eventually. And here is the remote control for the Cinema 70S. All right, so we have the receiver plugged in. We have power to the remote control. Let's go ahead and power it on. It did come on, and on the front it does say Marantz here. Really cool looking display. Input. We should see the setup for this. We do. Okay, we have the setup on the screen now for the receiver. All right, now you guys can see the AV receiver setup assistant here. I'm gonna go ahead and click English. I'm gonna click next. Already got all that stuff done. Okay, is this a speaker setup? Yes. Okay, no height speakers, no front, top, no that. No, I don't have Dolby Atmos. Yes, that's already connected. We're gonna play a test tone, so let's see. Set the subwoofer at 30. I do hear front left. I do hear center. I do hear front right. I do hear right surround. I do hear left surround. I do hear the sub. And we have the Odyssey calibration, and we are going to go ahead and break out the microphone for Odyssey. And there is a microphone jack on the front right here to do Odyssey setup. So go ahead and get that plugged in. Go ahead and hit next. But I'm gonna go ahead and plug in. I'm gonna plug in the Odyssey mic. It is plugged in. Connect the calibration microphone to set up. Main listening position is gonna go in the center of the bed back here. Main listening position is going to be with a pillow, just like that. And let's go back to the front. Okay, it's ready to test. Main listening position. Okay, I'm moving the mic. All right, it is done. I stopped at the third listening position. It says disconnect the microphone. Went ahead and did that. The antennas are actually already connected to the back here, and it's gonna connect us to network here. Firmware, let's go ahead and try to update the firmware. Yep, there is an update. Okay, it does say 1 minute left on the update here. And you can see the TV went into screensaver because the receiver has switched off the HDMI signal. Okay, it is not outputting audio to the subwoofer. This is what I was talking about. I need to find that setting. Okay, I did figure it out. It was set on full range. For the front speakers, I set it to crossover at 40 Hertz, and now we have subwoofer audio here on the front. And I don't know what surround sound mode we are in right now. I'm gonna go ahead and get the app opened up, and I'm going to record it when I do that. And let's find the app now. Marantz. Go ahead and open the app. Now don't forget we have 2 Marantz AVRs now. Now it's detecting. It found master bedroom and it found studio. I'm gonna select master bedroom, and it is loading. Now it is on Dolby Audio, Dolby Digital plus Dolby Surround, so it's on auto. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, you're in the 4K production studio, and we are taking a look today at the Marantz Cinema 70S, as you can see right here on your screen. And the 70S Marantz is one of the flagship Marantz models, and it is a slimline model as well. Now this receiver has 50 watts on all 7 channels. It does 4K 120 and also 8K. Now right here in the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have the old NR1711 from Marantz, which is also their slimline model.
And unfortunately, I got it right before the 70S came out, so I wasn't able to pick up the new 70S. I did pick up the 70S for my bedroom, and you guys remember we did a 5.1 audio project in the bedroom about 1.5 years ago. And I did use a thrift store receiver at that time. It was a Pioneer, and I was trying to save money, so I just picked that up, and it got by for a little while. Now, the Pioneer started giving me errors like UE22, which is something to do with updates. And it is so old that it is no longer supported by Pioneer. Now, checking out the Cinema 70S right here on Amazon, you can see that if you buy it from this person, this seller, it is $11.93, but you can actually get it for right around $1,000, and I will put links in the description for both of them. When you take this link here, you can actually pay it in Amazon payments. The $1,000 version, you cannot pay it in payments. And this receiver has a 4.2 star review out of 52 ratings. Now, I will tell you on YouTube, this receiver has great reviews, and it's one of the best receivers I've ever personally used. Just the packaging and presentation was so nice on this receiver. When you open it up, you immediately see the quality there and the effort that they put in to make this a little bit of a higher quality experience for its customers. And going online here, you can see the pictures here of the receiver. And there's the front of the receiver. It has a really nice, modern looking, high-end feel. Here it says elevated performance for the Cinema 70S. Soundmaster tuned using precision components ensures your listening experience is extraordinary. And right here you take a look at the back of the Cinema 70S. And we did go over all this stuff in the video, and I showed you the connections on the back there. But notice here, one of the higher quality things that it has are preamp outputs for every channel. You can see right here, that is something that a lot of manufacturers are leaving out of their receivers now. And right here to the right of that, you can see all the speaker outputs and the HDMI inputs, including the 8K monitor output there. And you can see it does 4K 120 as well. It also does have 2 subwoofer outputs. And they're just letting you know right here that it has an included microphone, so you can use their Odyssey setup to perfectly tune any room. And right here, it's showing you the style, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. And it's telling you here in this slide that it has the most modern technologies available right now. Now, this also supports HEOS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, and multi-room, so it has multi-zone support. And taking a look at the reviews here, I don't necessarily agree with some of these bad reviews. There are only 52 reviews total on this ad. This one says buggy firmware. I have not had that experience. Now, I did update the firmware immediately when I got the receiver, and so maybe I had a different experience. This one says it doesn't have Odyssey multi-EQ. It does not. It has regular Odyssey. But checking out the 5-star reviews here, you can see that it says pretty happy. Best audio gear I have ever owned. Fantastic sound. Hard to beat the price. I also agree. It is pretty hard to beat the $1,000 price point on this receiver. Incredible sound reproduction. I kind of agree. It sounds amazing. I've listened to music and movies on it, and it does sound really good. Perfect addition to my home theater system. I think the plan is for me to also, in the future, get a second one to upgrade my home theater room because my Yamaha is getting old at this point. So far, everything excellent. I agree with that review. For me, everything is great so far. And this last review says it was just fantastic. So the Marantz Cinema 70S has worked out great for the Supercar Street Racing 5.1 surround sound in the bedroom. And like I said a few minutes ago, I do plan on buying another one for my home theater room to replace the aging Yamaha. Guys, I want to thank you for supporting Supercar Street Racing in every way possible. Please buy all your products through our Amazon links that'll be in the description, including this Marantz Cinema 70S. And you can buy anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the product that you're currently looking at. And we have to get out of here right now. We have to go upgrade every receiver in Jacksonville. Out here at Tuners Inc. I almost called it Speed Fab. Tuners Inc. What? About to change the oil in this thing. Get up on the lift. What do you think about?
About time.
What about that? So we didn't even get the AC refrigerant.
No, didn't need it. There's too much pressure.
Yeah, we didn't recharge the AC. We had to drain some of the pressure out to get it working again. It was overpressure and the compressor would cut off. Now we're gonna change the oil. About to get under here. Look at that wastegate.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
There's the oil filter. Easy peasy.
That's hard to get to.
What is it we wanted to look at last time? I forgot. Oh, the rear end's one thing I wanted. Y38, yep. So that's the Subaru rear end right there. Oh, this axle's leaking.
Yeah, right at the.
Yep. Just that side though.
Yeah, it's throwing quite a bit of grease.
Yeah,
right there.
look at that.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Yep.
Layer.
Yeah. Axle's leaking right there. Yeah.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Hot oil coming your way. And who knows how much spurt power it has. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Perfection. Dark. Oops, I put my phone in it. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to look at was the coilovers. Take a look at the yellow speed racing coilovers. Look at the coilover. Oh, sick. I can actually see the premium performance. Yeah, that's the ones that we thought. Yellow speed racing premium performance. And man, they got 3 inches of. Got the new oil filter in there. Right there. Oil still draining out. World's smallest drain plug. That's the tiniest hole I ever saw.
That's what that girl said.
I know.
Went over and tried.
But no
Are you more
spring.
interested in having a big gaping hole?
Oh, what?
Are you more interested in having a big gaping hole down there?
No, it's a good size, I guess. I guess that'll work.
Right?
Cleaning up all the oil from the oil filter. Still dripping. Some oil right there too. It's a tad bit. Right here?
Yeah.
Wonder what's going on there.
Here too, so it's going for the fuel.
Oh yeah, it might have just been from the engine. Yeah. Yeah, transmission's like brand new. It is brand new. Coil pack's out now. I'm probably running to go get some spark plugs. Tracy's getting the car up on the dyno. We're not sensing boost on this. We don't have the thing hooked up. You can see it from here. Here we go, dyno pull 2.
It spiked to 14, but it dropped to about 12.
15.
Yeah, it spiked to about 14 and then it came down.
We could put the manual on there and run it up to 30 and see if we can blow it up.
I don't think he wants your car to be in here another month.
Well, Lexus. Did it hit?
I think he hit on
Yeah, he did. $428 at 14 pounds, 15.
That's like pretty much exactly what I made. First round.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's his first dyno pull.
Right on.
That's with no tweaking. He hasn't even touched it yet.
Right. Just running on the spring.
This is so odd. There's like a million birds during the hurricane out here by the pond, and then there's a beach ball. Look at the beach ball. Check out the... Yo, the mook's insane this morning. Look at that. So cool. I think it's like 6:30. I don't even know what time it is. That is just the coolest thing ever. Is 2 parts. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit.
Hey, that's what she said.
All right, in front of me you see the whole home audio, and then we have our power cable right here. You can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone. I'm putting the LED strip through. The last piece of the wiring puzzle did come in. Now this doesn't mean that we can crank it and do everything because our WIM has not arrived yet and it won't be here until the 24th to the 27th, I think is the delivery date. We have the wiring ready for that. However, everything else can be wired and hooked up right now. This stuff that came in is two parts. One is for the output of the Behringer Ultra Bass to feed the distribution amplifier to feed sub down to the subwoofer in the closet and also to the subs in the house. So basically we're gonna come out of the Behringer here. It's got a single output. We got a male mono 1/4 inch phono plug to dual female RCA, but we have male to male RCA couplers right there. So let's get this connected up real quick. On this guy, we basically come out of sub out. All these professional products either have XLR or phono. And then we're really just going up here, literally right there to audio in. So I don't know if I'm gonna tie it up yet. I'm gonna look real quick. We got our cable plugged in. We do have a zip tie ready to go, and we got our male to male adapters on this. This plugs into our distribution amplifier where it says audio in, and then we'll tie the cable up really nicely right here with this little zip tie that I put in. Okay, we got our cable all connected up. We're coming out of our Behringer Ultra Bass. It's mono here. It splits to dual mono to go into the distribution amp. The distribution amp's gonna feed the sub down here and also feed the wall plate to both of the other subs in the living room for whole home subwoofer audio. That part is done. The other two male to males are for feeding the WIM, which then in turn outputs to our Juke multi-zone audio amplifier here via this cable right here. The input to the WIM will be either DOT or any other number of things. It can be anything really. For now, to test the audio, we won't have subwoofer. We don't have our sub out connected yet from the WIM. We can't test the sub. We can't connect all of the speakers up though, and we have everything else ready to go. We can put our sub down there, slide everything in, and see if it is going to actually work like it's supposed to. So let's get this thing slid in there. So this thing barely fits. Barely fits. It does not fit unless you take off the base shoe and the trim completely. The base shoe has to be gone from both sides. The trim has to be gone from one side and the base shoe. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit. And once the trim goes in, it's not coming off. I want you to see how close this is. That's how tight it is. Look at both sides. And it's even tighter down here because of the trim. See, the trim's on the way right there. Otherwise, this thing would slide right in. Oh, it's still touching. That's how close it is. Oh, look at that. Fit. Oh, let's go, dog. Now, all we have to do is plug our stuff in. We have everything tied up really nice, right? So the subwoofer will hide this. We have power. Now this is network. Our switch is not on, so let's fire up everything. Make sure our switch links. We got power there, we got power there. Switch is booting up. Looks like we have 2 out of 3, which makes sense because our WIM is not connected. Now this is our house sub. We have some extra cable here we can put underneath. Just like that. Sure, just goes right underneath and you can't see it. This is the LED power for the LED strip. And then this is sub in for the sub. Let's go grab our subwoofer and get it in here. Actually, before we do all that, let's see how close we are on our speaker inputs. 1 and 2. So these just do plug in just like this. So I kind of guessed where these were gonna go. And I'm just making sure they were in and they weren't in all the way. Now I'm firing up the Juke. All right, so that's all the wiring going into the walls. Now there's still an LED strip that's got to go in here. It goes on the trim, it goes around the edge here and faces into the closet, but that's what it looks like without. And then the WIM will go right on top here. Okay, I just tested everything. I probably plugged something in wrong because a couple of the zones were wrong, but I just remapped them in the software. No big deal. It doesn't really matter what zone goes where. They're all labeled correctly. I probably just put one of the plugs in where it wasn't supposed to go. So all that's working and it sounds awesome. Next, subwoofer. I'm gonna go ahead and move this in here and install it. The Polk audio sub installed at the bottom. The only thing I'm worried about is rattling. I don't know what I'm going to do if that happens. Maybe put it on some sort of soft cushion. I had no choice. I didn't want to put the bottom shelf in, but you can't not put the bottom shelf in. You have to put it in. There's absolutely no way around it. It's part of the base, so you can't take it out. Other than that, it's great. Everything looks good. After I test, this thing's ready for action with the WIM, but right now I tested Bluetooth from my phone to the Juke amp and it works perfectly. Looks pretty good too. I like the way it came out. The closet came out awesome. Very clean, white. It's going to look so cool when these LED strips are around the trim. It's going to go all the way around the trim right here, where that lip is, right there, and down this trim here, and it should light up the closet really nice along with that LED strip right there. Guys, we got the WIM Ultra in front of me, and I hope it's pronounced WIM. It looks like WIM or WIM. And this is a digital hub for all your music. It is a preamplifier only. This does not have any amplification in it. It does high-res audio, Spotify, Tidal, Chromecast, and of course, if I say this, it'll wake up, but you know what that is from Amazon. And then on the side, it says it looks good, sounds great, your magic home theater, and it's simplified, and it does effortless multi-room audio. I am super hyped for the WIM Ultra sitting right here, so fresh and so fly in front of me on the table. And on the back of the box, it just says Dolby Audio and HDMI, and then tells you what actually is included in the box. Now, this is for the whole home audio closet to wrap up that project right here. I've been waiting on this, but this deserves its own video. It will have both. It will be in my audio closet video, and it will also go into its own video for the WIM Ultra. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. I am super duper hyped for this. Unboxing the WIM Ultra is as simple as just pulling on this little plastic tab right there, and the box is now open. Now, I have pre-wired everything for this, even power, so that I don't have to pull my audio shelf back out. I will show you that momentarily, but this box should just lift off now. Let's see. And now the WIM Ultra is looking so fresh and fly in front of you with no box on top of it. It is completely naked. It is gray, as you can see right here with the peel set. It is inside of a entire condom here. Let's get it out. First thing I notice is the weight. It does have some weight to it. It came out of the box just like that, and you can see how stylish it is, and the connections on the back and on the front. There looks like a headphone jack, a control knob, and there is a screen there. But anyway, that is the WIM Ultra. You can see there on the bottom it says Dolby and HDMI. There's nothing on the side. It's just a nice, I think it's called space gray. And on the back we have input, output, just regular analog RCA cables. We have a phono input, a phono ground. We have a subwoofer out, which I'm super hyped about. We have a coax out, so this is digital coax. We have a trigger out, not sure what that is for. We have optical toslink out and in. We have HDMI ARC in. This is an input, not an output. We have a Ethernet jack here. We have a USB jack here, and then we have our power right there on the back. So that is what the inputs all look like on the WIM Ultra. Deeper inside of the box, there is a WIM Ultra manual here, pretty thick. It is also available for PDF download, and then right here they give you some sort of cables we need to open up and see what's inside. Now, they didn't even have to do this, but they provided an HDMI cable, a very nice one actually, a nice RCA cable as well, and also a Toslink cable. Unusual for them to include an optical cable, but it is right there. Now, this is labeled power cable, voice remote, and phono ground adapter. Let's get this thing unboxed as well. We are here in front of the whole home audio closet. You can see that we are pre-wired here for our brand new WIM. All we have to do is plug it in, and we have everything we need right here for it, sitting so fresh and fly right in front of us. These two little male-to-male RCAs are for our analog adapter on our Juke amplifiers. Those go directly here, and that's the output of the WIM. Let's go grab the WIM and get it set up now. Okay, we did get our WIM connected. Everything worked perfectly. We have our output of our WIM feeding our Juke whole home amplifier. We have our output of our dot here feeding the input of the WIM in case we want to use that. We have the subwoofer output going to our distribution block right there, which feeds that sub and also the house. We have our Ethernet plugged in here. It is a Cat 6 cable and it goes to a 2.5 gig switch right down there. And then we have our power cable right here. This thing is connected. All we have to do now is hide the wiring and we're good to go. We can test it. The WIM is fully booted up now. You can see the screen cycling with the nice screensaver in the back. You can see the button lit up there. Look how good it looks. It may not be quite centered there. It's just as deep as the Juke. So there's a good look at the finished product here with my shelf all done. This is the remote for the RGB lights that go there. And once this trim goes back on, there is smart Govee LED strip to go around the trim, which should look fly. But now we need to go into the app and see if we can look at our WIM on the app. All right, we're back in front of the WIM and you can see right here that we are playing Soma FM Sinfera. And I love this station, but I can't play it for you guys. I will get a copyright notice. So we're listening to Sinfera, and we do have an audio volume control right here. We also have our remote that we can work with to raise the volume and do other things, or command by voice. We could do voice commands if we want to. But yeah, we can't play any of this music because it's copyrighted. We will have to play some no copyright music for you guys. Okay, when I start the video on the camera, it does mute the volume on the playback for Bluetooth, but you can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone and it was playing the audio in the house from my phone. So that's how you do Bluetooth, and so far so good. I'm going to show you guys a lot more of the features of the WIM when I have a few more minutes to keep videoing. I got a little update for you guys now from right behind me in the audio closet. I've been doing a lot of work on this and I am proud to say that the end is near. Now, I took a lot of extra time to do everything I wanted in this closet, and I spent extra money to get premium audio cables and all the gear that I wanted to make this thing look fly. So let me show you guys where we are right now with this. So last night I did put in the WIM and finished all the wiring on the audio closet, and you can see right here from top to bottom what's going on, and we will go over all that separately. But right here at the top, we have the WIM, we have the Juke audio, full home amplifier. We've got our Behringer Ultra Bass, a audio distribution amp for the subs in the house and down here. We've got our DOT, we've got our Ubiquity switch, we got our power conditioner here from Panamax, and we have our Polk audio sub. We have our power right here for our LED strip that's going on the trim. But right now, our next mission is to get all this trim reinstalled and painted and touch up the closet walls where it did get messed up. So we're going to be doing that next right here on Supercar Street Racing, so hang out with us. All right, today we have a couple of things to do. The trim is not all the way in. We're going to be putting the trim in. We did mess up the paint on the walls a little bit, so we're going to be patching that. And we have to caulk and paint this trim as well. We're going to go ahead and paint this whole section right here. Since we're going to paint this one, we might as well paint that as well, I think. Go ahead and get this trim reinstalled, get it nailed in with my brand new nailer over there, my finishing nailer, and then see how we touch this up and make it look good again. All right, guys, a little update. Someone recommended wood putty for me for these holes, and it's absolutely awful. I hate it. It doesn't dry for 7 to 14 days, by the way. So I went ahead and used caulk, and then I used regular drywall mud on top of that, which I will then try to sand. But I put that putty, painter's putty in there, and it was terrible. I'm gonna let that dry, but while that dries, I'm gonna go ahead and do my Govee LED strip. So the LED strip is gonna go right behind here. So super easy to put in. Let's go ahead and get that, because there's a slip all the way around, and I put power right here. So we'll have our little controller right here, and then it'll kind of be hidden. So let's grab our LED strip. So here's our 16-foot LED strip. The first thing I want to do is get it out and see if it actually is big enough to go around this whole thing. And if it's not, I need to start higher. So I want to see where the start point and the end point is. Let's put it at the very bottom. Oh my God, we got plenty. Putting the LED strip through the side of the rack so that I can hide it behind the rack. Okay, here's my plan. Power's right here, so strip's on. I'm gonna put the controller at the very bottom, tie the wire up nice behind here. All right, guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing amazing living room. The compound is fresh and fly today because we have finished up our project for the audio closet today. And I want you guys to take a look at what we did. I just finished painting the wall after I painted the trim as well. All this trim was painted and all the trim was painted around my home theater curtains right here. And now the project is done and I'm thinking of a fly sign to go right here above this that displays something. What? I don't know yet. Maybe something related to Supercar Street Racing or audio or something like that. But you do see inside of the theater closet that we do have our WIM at the very top, the WIM Ultra right here, the remotes for the LED strips that run along the side, the Govee LED strips. We have our remote for the WIM. We have our Juke Audio 8-zone amplifier, which supplies audio to the whole house. Down below that, we've got our shelf. There'll be a link in the description to the shelf. A little bit of a pain to put together, but once we figured it out, it was probably operator error. Underneath that, you can see the shelf comes with its own LED strip that is circulating into different colors. We've got the switch right here, the Ubiquiti switch. We've got our DOT. I don't want to say the name because it'll wake everything up. We have a 4-port audio splitter for our subwoofer signal. One goes down here and one goes to the rest of the entire house. We've got our Behringer Ultra Bass EX1200. We have our Panamax power system here, though this does do conditioning and keeps the voltage steady and all that. It has some cool lights on the front as well. And we've got our Polk sub down here, and that rounds out our project for the audio closet. It came out awesome. The closet looks so much better. It's so clean. There's room to do, if you wanted another shelf up here, you could do a shelf. There's a lot of room left in here to do whatever you wanted. But I am so thankful to have you guys on Supercar Street Racing. To support our channel, you have to do a couple of things. You need to like and subscribe, and you need to also buy all of your products through our Amazon affiliate links. And there'll be links to all this. Look at this, it's touchscreen. How cool is that? We'll do a whole video on the WIM, but this is awesome. Like, I love this thing. It's a preamp. It's high quality audio. It's very nice. It does Bluetooth and internet streaming and all that stuff. And so you need this in your life ASAP. Guys, please like and subscribe. Buy all your links through us. And we're going to have to get going now. We have a lot of stuff to do today. We got to watch football. Jags are playing today from Las Vegas, but we got to get out of here. We're going to go straight out that front door and just keep walking as far as we can. We are so blessed to have the company Lumery sponsoring the channel, and they sent us an 8-pack of their retaining wall lights to look at. We're going to get these opened up today, take a look, and install them over at Rich's house on his bar. So let's go. Inside of the actual carton, we can see right here and right now that they do look like this. And that is a good look at how they look, and they have a jumper wire on them, and the light is at the bottom, and they just go on the wall underneath the lip just like that. Or it looks like you can flip them over so that they can use the other way like that. So they can mount either way, and then this is hidden up underneath the wall, just like that. Okay, so it makes it so you can light up a wall and you don't see the bracket. As indicated right here on the front in the picture, the bracket is hidden by this little ledge on top of the wall. So that is what one looks like. Let's get them all unboxed now and see if they gave us a power supply. I don't think they did. These are the rest of the lights, but there is no power supply. You will need a 12-volt power supply with these to get them working. So you will use a landscape lighting transformer that converts 114 volts to 12 to 24 volts. And that is all that is included. So we will have to order a low voltage transformer for this. I do not have one. I had one, but I purged it, I believe, so I don't think I have that anymore. I'll have to check. Double check, I do not have a transformer for this. I wish I would have kept the one that I had, but I didn't think that I would ever have a use for one of those small transformers. So I do not have a transformer to put these in with for Rich. I will have to order one for him, and I will get on the horn to Amazon right now and get that ordered so that we can continue this project. Because yeah, you cannot do this without a transformer. It is not the type of kit that comes with its own power. You must provide power for it. So I will show you guys at the end of the video what transformer I did order for the Lumery retaining wall light kit. We'll need a 24-watt transformer for this. You can see on the back here that you get 8 of these, and they take input voltage of 12 to 24 volts AC or DC, and they have a 3-watt per light requirement. So let's find an appropriate transformer that is 24 watts. End up ordering a transformer for $13 total for this guy. There was a coupon for it. We'll discuss that at the end of the video. Now we just have to wait for that transformer to come in. Okay, the second part of the equation did come in for Rich's lights, and that is the 12 volt 30 watt power supply that we got for like 13 bucks off of Amazon. So these will work with Smart Life, the actual app, and then this will provide power to it, and I will have to hardwire this into these lights. And that's all we need to do, except to get over to Rich's house when it's nice and cool outside and get these things installed. All right, we do have the Lumery lights set up now in the bathroom. These are the Lumery smart retaining wall lights, and this is how you would set them up on a wall next to your house. And they do have the ability to kind of pivot on this mount. So it works pretty good here to demo them. I'm not going to install them on a real final surface yet, but we are in the point right now where I've added both of them to the Lumery app by hitting the plus sign. They did show up and they did add to the app, so they are available in the app. Now it says to pair them, you unplug for 5 seconds, and then you plug it back in and hold any key on the remote control. Okay, so I unplugged and replugged them. They would not pair, but it was pretty easy. All I had to do was hold this group button until they paired, and now they are all controlled via this remote control now. So we can go to RGB mode, or we can change the brightness here to low or high. And then we have a lot more options in the app, but I wanted to step back here and let you see these guys as they light up. It's kind of a cool idea even for an inside place. Like, these would kind of work on under cabinet lighting. Honestly, they'd be cool for under cabinet lighting. And then you can change the color temperature if you just want white or warm white. And then I do believe everything else is available from the app, but you can see here how they mount. There's just a metal plate here, and then these are twistable. You can turn this however you want. If you want it to shine more on the outside, you turn it out. And yeah, so these are the Lumery. These are actually promised to Rich for his house. I went into the Lumery app and changed the scene setting to gorgeous. And that's kind of what it looked like right there with the gorgeous mode selected. You can sync these together so you can make them into one group, or you can control them separately. And of course, we only have 2 of them out of the box right now. And there are actually 8 in this kit. So this is gonna look cool on a bar. So this is going to actually be underneath a bar, all the way up against Rich's bar, and replace an old LED light strip that failed. But that is for a second video to install these. The first video is just talking about the actual product and showing you kind of a little demo of them. But there are more in the box, and I am just using this 12 volt 30 watt power supply for them. It was very cheap. I'll put a link in the description to that as well. Let's throw it into the studio for Supercar Street Racing and Brad to see these on Amazon.
Hey guys, you just saw us check out the Lumery retaining wall lights, and Lumery was so generous to send these to Supercar Street Racing. Now let's take a look at Lumery showing you how to use the app to operate the lights. Alright, you just saw Lumery showing you how to use their app. Now let's take a look at them showing you how waterproof these awesome retaining wall lights are. Alright, you just saw from Lumery those lights went right underwater and had no issues whatsoever. Now let's take a look at Lumery Company unboxing their own lights. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video, and I hope you buy through our links in the description. It helps us out so much, and you don't even have to buy this. You can buy anything you want. Go ahead and check out the Lumery 7-inch smart LED hardscape lights, and we'll see you next time on the channel. We got a lot of stuff to do. We have 7 million projects going at the same time, and it's mind-numbing. In the middle of a boring training class, but I got a knock on the door. Got this. These 2 packages I gotta bring inside right now. I was in training all day, just got done, headed to the gym now. But a little bit of information on what's going on in those packages. So the SL65 has an amazing brake setup from the factory. Incredible brakes. Needed for a car of that amount of horsepower, of course. However, there is room for improvement. You can do that by either replacing the brake system with a full Brembo setup, about 7 grand, if you get a good deal on them. Or there's a company called Racing Brake, and they make a aftermarket replacement for the rotors, and they make their own pads as well. So the good thing about Racing Brake products is the rotors are actually lighter than the factory rotors. Not only that, but they're much cheaper. You can't buy the rings from Mercedes-Benz, but you can buy the ring replacements from Racing Brake. I'll put all the information in the description about where I got the kit from. I got it directly from them. It's going to run you about $2,500 plus shipping. Shipping is about $100, and I know why now that I got the packages, because the things probably weigh 75 pounds one package and about 40 pounds in the other package. So we'll get to that right after I get my workout on. Oh boy, there we go. It's time. Okay, so excited while I was at the gym to get back and crack open this package right here. I'm about to open this backbreaker. This thing has to weigh, 62 pounds. So I figured it was up in the 70, 80 pound range. 62 pounds. I can tell by the package that size-wise, this must be the front brakes. So let's see what's in here. Now this package comes with 4 rotors and all the pads. So what do we got right here? All right, there is the brake pads and the rotor. Awesome. Wow. Things look so sweet. And these things are 2 or 3 pounds lighter than the factory rotors, which is huge, as you know, for unsprung weight. That is the biggest performance gain that you can get. So those are the fronts. The rears are in that box. Tomorrow morning, we are heading to S&S Exhaust, which does all the work on my car, and they will be installing these brakes and these lowering links. Stay tuned, I'm going to have another video of the actual install process if I can get in the shop, and then an after with the lowering links. Alright, now we got the patio lights on, so the string lights. We got the Govee sconces, and we got the Govee LED color changing RGB IC bulb.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we got another exciting product to take a look at, and I really wanted to get this out to you guys because I'm super excited about working again with some Govee products. Today we have the Govee RGB IC multicolor dimmable, and they're just like wall sconces. Now, every time I see someone set these up, I always am kind of amazed that they're just kind of strung on a wall with all the light showing. I mean, I guess it's not that bad when you take a look at the package. You can notice here the lights are all connected by wire. Technically, you could probably put those in the wall, but you would have to drill through, probably, you know, put a hole in your drywall and then drill through these studs that go across the wall. If you have a long, flexible drill bit, you can do that. Nevertheless, I do want to take a look at this because these are going out on my patio up on the beam that I installed, which you will get a look at in another video. So these are the Govee RGB IC dimmable multicolor wall sconces. Love Govee, they have so many cool products. We're going to take a look up close now. It's the same for all Govee products. You have to have Bluetooth turned on. You go to the Govee Home app. Gotta log in. And here you can see my other, this is not mine, so I'm gonna remove it. This is my neighbor's. Okay, so you can see all my Govee products on one page here. So you want to press the plus button at the upper right. And now we are adding, let's see what model number this is. Fixture lights H6087. You can actually type it in the search box. H6087 search. There it is. So it says Bluetooth device nearby, so what it's telling you is to be close to the product. Okay, so it looks like it found it. It's got the serial number. So we click on that, it's connecting. It automatically now it says it's got an upgrade screen. So it asked me if I wanted to upgrade it, but then it actually did not do it. So you have to go into the settings and then the firmware update to accomplish this. So here we go, it's upgrading the firmware. So I haven't quite figured out the layout that I'm going to put these in. I think I'm going to stagger them back and forth on the beam if they will reach the entire length of the beam, but I don't think they will after looking at the length of the cables that go in between them. And I don't want to try to I want to have to try to extend a cable, and I bet you I can't get longer cables for these, but man, I wish these cables were just a little bit longer. So it's still going through the firmware update here. Now this might be okay, the length. Alright, we're at 76% guys. It is upgrading firmware at this point on the sconces, on the lights. Govee does have a really, really nice app, and they do stay on top of all the support. 92%. And it looks like it has updated them successfully. So we're going to take a look at how you mount these guys now. Out on the patio now, I'm just taking a look at this light kit and how we are going to lay it out up on the beams up there. We got plenty of room here for the power cable. So I'm going to lay this on the ground the way that it's going to be mounted to see what the spacing is. Don't want to mess these up though. So we'll lay these out very gently. Hopefully not drop any of you, break any of them. So I'm thinking one on each side to like stagger them out. So yeah, those aren't very, oh, of course I dropped one. Hook came right out. That's not been in all the way. Nope. Alright, so now we know how far it's going to work good actually. Yeah, that's going to be okay, I think.
Alright guys, check out the Govee sconce lighting on the patio. It looks so sick. So sick. I guess I better get the tablet so we can like run through the patterns and like take a look. But dude, OMG Becky, look at this. Goodness, right? Her. Look how good this is. So this is the Govee sconces. Oh, it looks so much better than I thought it would. It just looks so good. So I'm opening up the tablet here so we can run through some of the effects. But please tell me that doesn't look amazing. Alright. I am in. Oh. Yes. Yes. Okay, check this out. Only thing I'm worried about is the fan spinning. What that's going to do to the lighting. So we're in the app now. We're in scenes. We're in natural. It's not like those ones that just like skip. This is Aurora. Flower field. It's like purple, pink, yellow, and like greenish yellow. Rainbow. It's fluctuating. Starry sky. So these pre-built scenes, you can't modify the speed, and some of them are just way too fast. Let's go to festival. No, those are all like crazy. Emotion. Here's leisure. This is so good. How bright. Nightlight. Romantic. Candlelight. Dance party. This is good for, actually really good for a pool party. There's the pool by the way. Oh, we gotta turn the pool light on. Oh. I didn't even think about that. Switch off. That's not working at all. Let's go see why. Auxiliary 1 must be off on the toolbox. I can't see auxiliary 1. Alright guys, auxiliary 1 was off on the pool pump controller, the pool automation system. Should come on now. There's the pool light. Of course the light isn't mounted, so it's kind of just laying in the pool on the step over there, but that's what it looks like. Dude, come see the lighting. Alright guys, so that's a look at the Gobi sconces. And you can see how sick these things. We don't even have this guy on either. Should we turn that guy on? Yeah, we should. Let's turn that guy on. How do you LED lamp on? Oh, it can't come on because the lights aren't on. Alright, now we got the patio lights on for the string light. We got the Gobi sconces and we got the Gobi LED color changing RGB IC bulb. And this dude, I'm putting him on sweet or warm. So good. This looks awesome. I am so stoked. And there's the pool light. It's the best ever. Alright guys, hope you enjoyed this video and I hope you like these Gobi lights because I am so stoked on this right now.
In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen today, you got Brad here, and this morning we are checking out the Crafter's Mark picture light. This is a wireless, meaning it recharges picture light. You can see it right there, sitting so fresh and so fly. You can see the mounting hardware that came with it, and you can see the remote control, the charging cable. They even give you some screws, and then this is the manual. And today we're going to be taking a look at this on the channel, so hang out and let's check this out. This tiny Tesla has nothing to do with this wireless Crafter's Mark picture light that we have sitting on the counter today in Supercar Street Racing. Right in front of me, we have already unboxed this thing for the purpose of going ahead and charging it so that after that, we can go ahead and do a full review and hang this Crafter's Mark picture light up in the SCSR garage. We're gonna be adding this over our SCSR custom artwork that we made there. But now let's take a close and in-depth look at everything that is in the Crafter's Mark wireless picture light. We do have the one in brass right here sitting in front of us to check out. All right, a further look at what's inside of the box here with the Crafter's Mark. You get this nice hanging bracket that goes right on this. Basically the way you do this is you screw, the screw's already in the bottom of this, you remove the screw, take it out and screw it to this bracket like this, which we will do here momentarily. And that's how you mount that. Then this ball gets screwed into the end of here, right? And then so that's what magnetically attaches this bracket to the light so that the light is removable to be recharged. Now I'm curious as how long this light actually lasts. We will be testing that as well. And then further in the box, we do have a remote control right here. We have our mounting screws to mount it to the wall and a short pigtail USB Type-C right here. Let's take a look at this remote control now. All right, the remote for the wireless picture light is sitting in front of me and it uses AAA batteries just like this. Let's go ahead and load these AAA batteries up. We did end up getting our remote control batteries loaded into the back of the remote, but I am unable to get the back to stay on for some reason. It does want to fall off. It won't click shut. So I don't know, probably a defective back right there, but yeah, the back just falls off for some reason. Not sure why. On the front of the remote control, you can see our on off button right there. There is a plus minus brightness adjustment. Right below that, there is a timer for 2, 4, or 8 hours. And then at the bottom, they have a warm white, neutral white, and cold white setting on the remote control, which we will test out as soon as we get a full charge on the actual picture light. Okay, so mounting the light is pretty simple here. You have this plate that goes on the wall that's secured by screws, which they did provide here, but also if you take this bracket here and you look at the very bottom, there was a screw there. You simply line up this hole here, the small hole with the small hole in the bracket, and then put the screw right in from the other side like this. Just like that is how it works. And you just take your screwdriver here and tighten up the bracket. Just like that. This thing is ready to be mounted to the wall now by those two screws right there. Okay, for the next step of this, we just have to take our magnetic ball here and go ahead and screw it into the end of this pipe adapter bracket thing. That is it. Pretty simple. And now this adapter bracket mounting plate is magnetic and the light will stick directly onto this part. My plan right here and right now is to try not to use drywall inserts. It's not very heavy, so the combined total of weight here shouldn't be too much that it would pull regular drywall screws out of the wall. We'll just have to be careful when we remove the light. We hold the bracket so we don't rip the drywall screws right out. I'm just going to use what they gave me, but they did give me inserts. Should I use those maybe? I don't know. Let's go see. We are out here in the SCSR compound garage, and you can see my custom canvas artwork right there for the Tesla Model S Plaid, and then my Tesla print right down there. Now my plan is to light up above this. So we're gonna go up there and mount the light up there. So we will need a chair or stool to get up there, and then we'll go ahead and center it and then level it and then put it straight up there. Let's go. Out in the SCSR garage now. And our goal is simply one thing today: to center this bracket above this print, and so that would put us at half of 29.5 is our goal here. That should be the center. So I'm just gonna go straight up here above that. Right there. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get some long drywall screws for this. I did acquire some long drywall screws for this. So all we have to do is get close and get this thing kind of level. And don't forget that the actual light is on a magnet ball mount, so you can actually turn that to make that level as well. And all I'm gonna do is center it right there. I'm centering it with the Plaid logo. I'm just gonna make a mark. And all we need to do is screw this bad boy in. Oh, let me grab the light and see if this is going to cover the picture. That should be fine. All right, that's fine. So now all we have to do is level this with our level and put the other screw in. So I'll put my level on top and then go ahead and push in my screw. This is ready, guys. Drive it right in. It's not tight. If it pulls out, I'll use their inserts for it. It's really light though. Okay, our prep work is done. All we have to do now is go ahead and mount this. And over here on the switch, you have on, and then when you press it again, it changes the color temperature. And then holding it down, it goes off. Just like that, that's all you have to do. And let's turn it on. And we have our new light. And stepping back, you can see our nice artwork lit up there. Very bright. We do have our remote, even though I couldn't get the back to stay on, probably just an issue with the back, but looks like this is the infrared receiver for the remote. So just make sure you have that facing the right direction. And then we can go ahead and dim the light, increase it. And let's take note, it is 1:10 p.m. And I put the light on the second click up, and then we're gonna see how long this lasts. And then at night tonight, we'll come out here again and show you guys what it looks like at night. But that's a good look at the light mounted, and the output is very nice, and it does light up this whole entire picture. It'd be cool to have another one down there at the bottom, but I don't have a second one. So for now, we're gonna see how long this lasts. All right, I wanted to show you guys some of the features of the remote. So this is the color temperature. That is neutral, that's cool, and that's warm. There's also a timer function on here, 2, 4, or 8 hours. When you press it, the light will go off, and that is it. You can dim and raise the brightness there. That is full, 1. There are 3 total brightness levels. This is the lowest, and that is the medium, and that is the brightest. I'm gonna go to medium. And then there's basically just on, off, and that are all of the features of the remote control for the rechargeable LED picture frame light. All right, guys, it is now 9:16 p.m. in Supercar Street Racing compound. So this has been running for 8 hours. Let's go outside into the garage and see what it looks like now after 8 hours. All right, so here is the SCSR garage with the wireless. And I know the colors are probably exaggerated because at night the phone tends to oversaturate the colors, but that is after 8 hours of battery life, it is still running strong. And we'll be curious to see tomorrow morning what happens with this picture frame. But you can see it lights up that on low light just fine, and it's pretty cool. Lighting up the SCSR custom artwork that I ordered online, and probably another one would be nice right here, lighting up this guy. I'll see if the manufacturer wants to send me a second one to put right there, but I'm curious how many days or hours that will go with one battery charge. But we're already at 8 hours. We have no issues whatsoever battery life, and it is on the lowest setting in the garage, and it looks fire, dog. Let's go, dog. We'll check it again in the morning and see if it's still on. If not, hey, it's still a win for Supercar Street Racing and you guys. All right, it is the next day out in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and you can see here that the light is still running strong the next day. It's still on low, and it still looks like it has the same amount of power that it did yesterday. That means it was been running since 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon, so put the math together in your head. This thing's been running for a pretty long time. And I have to say, that's pretty cool. If I only have to charge it once every other day or once every 3 days, I don't mind doing that just to have some ambient light in here. But yeah, so far so good for the picture light, the rechargeable picture light. And now let's throw it to Supercar Street Racing Studios, where Brad has a bunch of more information about this wireless charging picture light and where you can pick yours up and how you can help represent the channel Supercar Street Racing to help us grow. Let's throw it out there right now to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio.
Hey guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. You're back in the 4K production studio with Brad, and today we have a generous gift from Crafters Mark. They donated to the channel one of these awesome picture lights to hang on your wall over your artwork. Now this does come in 3 different colors. You can see right here, gold, black, and brass. Now the one we got was gold colored, and I do like that in the SCSR garage. The light is still running after a day and a half of being lit up, so it does have a great battery life. It is on sale right now, so go ahead and go to the link in the description and pick up your light, because this company would love for you to check it out, and I highly recommend it. It has 3 color temperatures, 3 levels of brightness, and an on-off switch and a timer. Go ahead to the description, get your light right now. You can see right here, it shows you that it does a very wide light range and stronger color rendition than the other lights. 3 color temperatures, a 350 lumen high brightness on the light, a timer setting, convenient charging, so basically it's magnetic. You pull it off the little ball there, you put it on your USB Type-C charger, and it just does charge straight up for you. All right guys, thanks for checking out the Crafters Mark wireless art light. We're so glad to have you on the channel again. Please like and subscribe, and go down in the description. Buy anything you want through any of our links in the description, and it gives me just a little bit of credit on Amazon. We got to get out of here because I'm wearing guitar pants and we have to go to dinner later. Of Supercar Street Racing and providing the batteries for our V6 Max. EBL is my man. 1030 on the display in the front. It's got an LED display right there. You guys can see it. Looks kind of cool, right? And it looks like it might be booting up now. Let's see what happens. We have the remote here. I have not paired the remote yet. Let's see what it says when it comes up. Ah, there we go. Press and hold the OK and the minus button on the remote. By the way, the remote has some weight to it. It says connecting successfully. Now it's asking me for my language. English US, that's us. Remote's very responsive. I guess you push the right button now? Yes, you do. This is for your scale. So this is how you match up the corners. You see how my corners are up in the corner there? Those look good. So I'm going to go to the next one. We are Eastern. I'm going to click next. We are going to connect to Wi-Fi. Not responsible for the content. Agreed. I'm assuming we need to download all these. It is downloading and installing Heat Live. Okay. All right. Well, it's doing something on Heat Live. If we click OK, we get a guide. So Heat Live looks like live TV here. There's sports, there's national, local, Paramount, NBA, NFL. There's all kinds of stuff over here. ESPN, all kinds of stuff. All the WNBA stuff. So it looks like Heat Live has all live channels. You can see all the variety over here on the left side. It goes from national, local, sports, Canadian, Latino, UK, 24/7, UHD, 4K, Paramount, Peacock, NFL, NCAA, etc., NHL, all the way down ESPN and everything like that. Let's go back to the home screen now. Let's go ahead and put Heat VOD in. It is installing. It says feel the heat, stay cool. Okay. And it looks like we have the ability to go to movies or TV series here. And if we go to movies, here is examples of what is available. Here's all the newest. And then you can go to genres over here on the left. I love sci-fi. Looks like you've got some sci-fi movies over here, like the new Running Man, new Predator. There's all kinds, Tron Ares. There's all kinds of stuff right here for you to watch. Let's go back to the home screen now. We're not going to show you any copyrighted content. Don't know what VOD Ultra is. Let's see what that is. It says receiving data. Now, I have not tried to update the device yet, so I don't know if it has a firmware update available or not. All right, so we got movies or TV series as well. Let's click movies. And it looks like there is some categories on the side like Max, Peacock, Hulu, etc. So there's a lot of stuff over here on the left for you to choose from for video on demand. Let's go back to the front. We are on the latest version. Okay, cool. That's going to be the limit of our Wi-Fi connection, 180 megabits per second. Plenty for 4K video. And we do have our regular Google Play Store here, Prime Video, Netflix, YouTube, a file browser, and an initial setup. So far, so good, man. I'm going to use this thing tonight and try to watch my favorite stuff on. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful Sunday morning, but I'm up way too early. I'm headed to Cars and Coffee over at Vaughn Motorsports. It's an all indoor event. Should be fun. We'll take a little bit of video, document all the cars. By the way, here's Torque Pro installed on the Android Android head unit doing its thing. Pretty cool. Love my Android radio. Look at that sunrise, though. That's amazing. Right when I turned the video off, I was hoping this STI would want to get it. But no luck. Absolutely crazy sunrise going on here in Jacksonville, Florida. Wow, that looks insane. Out here at Cars and Coffee, taking a look at all the cars. So sick.
because I already have another device. All right, that's it. It's kind of an easy unboxing because there's not really much to see here. Let's put this back in the box there, and then let's go see how this thing actually works. All right, we have the phone in tow now, and we are going to go outside to the SCSR garage, which is newly air conditioned, by the way, and try to get this cam duct and installed directly on the app. Let's head out to the SCSR garage, which is air conditioned now, which is amazing. Putting out some serious AC right now, and we're gonna be putting the cam duct right here in the garage. Only thing I have right here right now is this Eero device, and we already have the app installed because we have another cam duct. That is it. It looks like a USB charger. Okay, I am trying again to connect to Wi-Fi. I finally got the camera to be recognized again by resetting it. I had to stick a little needle into the front reset hole. Looks like it might have worked. I see the camera now. Yep, there I am. I did select 4K on it. I am up on the screen right now. You guys actually can see me right there. This is a whole view of the kitchen. Now my thing is, can we take this outside now and connect it to the garage and get it to connect to Wi-Fi? Let's see, let's pull the plug and take it directly outside. Pretty wide angle, I like that. I could pull the golf cart up a little bit, but let's see what we get in the app. Okay, we are back out in the garage and the device is booting up. I believe it takes about 1 minute for it to boot up, and we're just waiting to see if it is going to be able to connect to Wi-Fi or not. Okay, I do see something in the app. Let's hit play. All right, it does work. Look at that. You can see on the app me sitting in the garage. Let's see if it is in 4K. It is in 4K supposedly. This is kind of perfect for garage security. I love this. The cam duct did come through in that case, and it is working perfectly. So that's how you actually set it up. It was kind of a pain, but I figured it out eventually. And then down at the bottom, of course, you can take pictures and things like that. But I'm gonna pull the SD card out, and then we'll take that inside and see exactly how that looks on the actual computer. But that is footage of me. And we'll take a look at that footage from the SD card, directly out of the SD card on that. It has motion detection recording and loop recording, so that should be recording now. You said that I thought you had red flags. I don't remember talking about that.
Let's go. You had it all?
No, not yet. I get off this set.
Flat tire, but I got rescued. There's a slice of metal somewhere in this thing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and here we have the 2014 Club Car Precedent. Today we're going to be doing our first mod. We're going to see what happens when we try this. If you take a look at these side skirts here, someone thought it was a good idea to put a ugly chrome diamond plate side skirt on here. We're going to be taking these off, and maybe, I don't think we can take this off. This is actually part of the, I don't know why every single thing on a golf cart has to have a logo on it. That's ugly. It wraps all the way around here like this. Can't get the Ingersoll Rand off of there, but we're going to take these side skirts off and attempt to paint them matte black. I've got the paint up here on the table, and I got it from that orange store, Home Depot, and it is Fusion all-in-one. And I did pick up new screws for the steering wheel. However, I thought they were tapered like this, but they actually are not. The ones that are in there are just regular old screws. So I bought the wrong screws, and I don't currently have a vehicle to get back to the hardware store. But yeah, that's what's happening today. Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, welcome back, and it looks like today there's a screw missing here, but I think our objective is to remove these 4 screws
and take this off. The actual chrome plating is shipping off of this. But let's get the screwdriver out and get this guy off of there ASAP. The screwdriver is in the shed, but I have old reliable Black & Decker here, so this guy has never let me down. I've had the screwdriver for years and years. This screwdriver is really good. For a cheap Walmart screwdriver, it's a lithium-ion battery. It has come through many times. That screw won't come out. I think this just slips off now. I don't feel any screws on the side at all. Feels like it's loose. And there is an ugly skirt under it, and they have screwed holes in this as well, which makes this unusable now. So what we're gonna do now, right here, right now, is take the other side off. Moving to the other side. So the side skirts are the Ingersoll Rand side skirts. I can't even say it. And moving on to the next step, we will prep, but first we will clean what we have here. Okay, so I got the deglosser out here and I went over these one time. I'm gonna go ahead and go over them again with deglosser. This basically takes off shine and helps the paint to stick. And these things are absolutely trashed. So I am either going to, if this doesn't look good after painting, then they are going to be replaced, the original side skirts, with the same ABS plastic ones. But yeah, this thing is, these are ready to be painted. I think I'm just gonna paint it right here. And yeah, I mean, try not to get oversprayed on my card. Maybe I'll throw like a sheet over it or something. But yeah, I'm gonna do that next. All right, ready to paint these things. It's actually pretty cold out here. It might take a while to dry. My yard guys got here. That would cause an absolute mess. I went ahead and brought the side skirts back inside the garage, and I got the heater out here because it's pretty cold. The only thing I don't have any black screws, so I don't know if I should paint these screws or what. I'll probably throw a little paint on the top of them. Maybe I could just like do a quick you know, like touch up of them when they're on the cart itself and kind of put a sheet around it so I don't get anything all over the cart. But yeah, so the first coat is on. I think it's sticking. Thought I saw a couple places where it might be bubbling, but the deglosser usually does pretty good. It's going to need multiple coats for sure. So I'll put 2 or 3 coats on this, probably 3, and we'll see what's happening. We'll let these dry for about 30 minutes. All right, out here ready for the second coat. First coat came out awesome. I do have the heater going in here. It feels nice. Let's do it. I'm going to go ahead and try to put them back on and see how they look. Right out here, and there is some abnormal wear on this passenger side tire in the front. I'm going to go ahead and rotate the tires, hopefully, if I can get that done. I think I have all the tools I need, and then we'll figure out what's causing the wear on this. It may be bushings is what someone was telling me, but we got to figure that out and replace whatever is shot. All right, so I rotated the tires and found some weirdness on the PSI. So this tire is, they're all over the place basically. This tire is at 32, the other one is at 17. I read online a good PSI is 20 PSI. So I'm gonna go ahead and take some air out of this one and air the other ones up. All right, everybody, we're out here, Rich and Trish, and we are decorating the cart for the annual golf cart parade. And we have probably one of the best carts, I would say. We have like passengers riding on the sides. We have the snowman and the Santa Claus. We have garland, we have balls, we have lights, a Christmas tree, which we haven't decided what we're going to do with yet, but let me turn the lights off so you guys can actually see. And let's shut the door. And we get a good look at night.
And this is coming.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, it went off. Oh, it's got issues. And there it is at night. This thing looks crazy. Oh my God. This thing looks insane.
I love it.
Oh, the light came back on. It's so good though, man. Guys, we are here in the kitchen starting on the golf cart audio project. We have everything except the front speakers, and the reason we don't have the front speakers is the speakers came in and they actually did not have grills, and so they were the wrong ones, so I sent them back and I ordered speakers with grills. So we are waiting on the front speakers before we can finish the dash install. We got the subwoofer here, we got the subwoofer box here, we got the amp and the epicenter here. We got the voltage reducer here, so this guy takes 48 volt golf cart voltage, or 48 volt any voltage, and reduces it down to 12 volts for the audio system and for anything else we need power for. Everything else is laying out here on the garage floor, and I've just been taking some measurements and doing some things, and it looks like the voltage reducer is too fat to fit inside here. The battery, it's just slightly, it could, I mean, another millimeter and it would fit right down there, but it just is too fat, and it's unbelievable that it also will not fit there, and I think it's because that's in the way. That's the charge port. So voltage reducer has to go elsewhere. It could go under the dash, actually. There's plenty of space back there, inside there, tons of space back there, which means I would have to run a pretty hefty 48 volt line that way and then 12 volts back to the back for the amplifier, so I don't know if I want to do that. It might make more sense to mount it back here somewhere. There is plenty of space inside this little cavity behind the golf cart. I still have to check that out, but for now we're just kind of looking around, trying to see where we're going to put everything. And we're not doing rear speakers at this time, but eventually we will pull this back seat off and do 2 more 6.5s right there in that position where those guys are. Okay, I looked at the box. I think the best place to mount the amp is on this back seat, honestly. There's plenty of space back there, plenty of room, and I'm thinking mount the amp in the epicenter there and run the wires down this like rail here and down with some tubing. Only problem is this bolt's in the way. Look. Or actually, we could come to this rail, down the back of the rail, and go under there, right there with our wires. So really, you would hardly ever see anything if we make a cross here with the wires. If we cross right there with some tubing and then zip tie it and then come down to this rail and go under, I think that's the ticket. And I really am contemplating taking this back seat off so I can get these speakers out. You can't get them out because the freaking screws are underneath. Like, I tried everything. It's just not possible without cutting them out. It's so close. I don't think I could even drill a hole in that rail and get them out. And I don't know if they're any good or not. I don't even know what they are. What do they say? TU? I don't know what that is. No grills either. So lame. But I think that's the deal. I think the amp's going on the back seat. I don't want it like out in the open on the back of the cart because I just know people will fuck with you like that. At least it's kind of hidden in here. Like we can put it right in the center and you'll barely see it. And then honestly, the voltage reducer could go back here as well. There's plenty of space for a whole amp rack back here. Literally everything. All right, I went ahead and ordered some cable clamps, the kind you screw on for wire organization, because I think we have a good plan now. We are going to put the amp and epicenter and voltage reducer on the back of the seat and just run everything down these rails and into the bottom of the cart. We can even mount our what is it called? Inverter, 12 volt inverter back there if we want to. And I think it's a good plan. It gets all the equipment out from underneath the cart. It keeps everything away from the back of the cart, and it also hides everything mostly. So I think that's the deal. The amp is actually too big, too wide to go on the enclosure. It would fit, you can make it fit, but you would have to, it's very close. The screws, you probably have to drill new holes in the amp mounting area to do it. So new plan is pull off the back seat, design a pretty cool amp rack back there directly to the seat, screw everything directly to the seat, and then run the cables really nice, and everything will be good and hidden, and that'll keep people from screwing with it when I'm out somewhere. And so that's the current plan. I am so glad I did not screw this woofer in. I don't have screws anyway. I'll have to go to the hardware store and get some drywall screws, but I forgot the polyfill. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and we are out here in the garage and we are about to remove this seat. I'm just looking for the correct size of freaking wrench. So I'm gonna find a wrench and we'll get right to it on Supercar Street Racing. All right, we are back and it is an 11mm wrench, and I just so happen to have a ratchet wrench for this guy. Okay, we got the seat off finally, and now we can start designing our amp rack. We are going to be putting the amplifier and some other stuff right here between these rails. And all we have to do is fit between where these marks are here. All right, we are laying out the initial layout here. Looks like the amp will go great there. And possibly the epicenter there.
Perfect. Man, we are getting it. I mean, it's got to be like 50 mile an hour winds. just now. We had gusts that like, that just feels like a hurricane.
Alright guys, we're taking a look at the Barebones factory, wherever that may be, and yeah, so this is just a look at how they actually produce the mirrors. So you can see people working on the mirrors here, you can see them assembling, creating a little bar that the mirrors hang on, and then the thermal, the dehumidify thing that's on the inside there, you can see it part of this video. You can see them putting the frames on the mirrors too, doing all the assembly on the mirrors. Yeah, so I just thought it was kind of a cool little video to put at the front so you guys could see more about Barebones and the way that they create these mirrors. So have a look at this video and then we'll get right into the product. Hey guys, welcome to another video. It's Wednesday. Got an update on my instrument cluster is coming in today from back from Germany or Switzerland or wherever it is. I guess if you guys are gonna have to see me, I'm gonna have to put a hat on here so I don't look ridiculous. Hair's all messed up. Alright, so we're taking a look today at the smart LED Wi-Fi mirror. Now, I wish that I would have saved the pictures of this being installed, but I deleted them a couple of days ago. I had some really good install pictures of what I did. Now, let's take a look at this and see how you install it, some of the features, and whether or not I feel like this was worth the money. So these guys were fairly expensive. I paid, I believe, over $500 for both. There will be a link down in the description for these. There are different brands. I'm going to link the brand that I used. And yes, I know it's overkill to have these on both mirrors, but I wanted these things to match. Now, what came out of here was just a regular wooden framed mirror that I actually created myself. I actually made it. I framed it up and everything. Now, this whole entire vanity, I wish that I had done a video on the replacement. That was quite a project for me because the old vanity was floating. I really wanted a floating vanity so I could underlight it like that. However, I looked and looked and looked and I could not find anything suitable. The other issue doing this vanity was that this trim had to come out. The vanity is too wide to fit through the space with the trim on. So I removed the trim and slid the vanity in there, and this vanity came from California. Very, very heavy and very well packed, very well made, solid wood vanity with also soft close drawers. And so really, really nice. don't know why my computer's saying I have a meeting at 5 in the morning. I doubt that that's true. I'm going to show you this mirror next, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back taking a look at the smart Wi-Fi LED mirror. Now let's make one thing clear on this guy here. This does not come with these color LED strips. So this does not come with those. That is an addition that I did. And if you look back there, we might be able to see. Yeah, you can kind of see what I did back there. So let's turn those off and get a look at what this looks like without my addition of the smart Govee RGB IC strips. Alexa, turn off the mirrors.
Okay.
Okay, so these lights are my own. So notice here, there's no light on here. So these mirrors actually come with this. Okay. Now, so that is the backlighting that is supplied with the mirror, which is actually pretty dang cool. Okay. It looks awesome. Let me turn off the regular lights here. So these guys look like this right out of the box. And that is backlit with a white LED strip. It is dimmable. You can change the color temperature. It's on warm right now because I just like the way warm looks, and it matches my warm LEDs in the ceiling and my warm smart LED bulbs there, which I don't even use the smart part of them. I just use the switch on those because I have a smart switch. So I was really wanting more out of these guys. So I added the Govee RGB IC smart LED strip to the back of each mirror. Now what I did was I hot glued that, and you're not going to be able to see it back there, I don't think, but like I said, I wish I would have taken more pictures, but I didn't. I don't have pictures of that, but I hot glued it all to the back of the mirror, the new LED strip around. You can see the current LED strip right there. It's kind of facing the side. Well, the Govee strip is actually on the inside of that frame just next to it. There's also enough room back there. It's deep enough so that the Govee controls actually fit too. Now, if you look here, there is the mirror on-off switch, and that is also how you change the color temperature on the mirror. There's a switch right there. It's convenient because you can still get to it from behind the mirror right there, and that's how you change the color temperature. They also have a dehumidify function. You just, by holding down the button, you can dim and then change to dehumidify, and that's how you operate that part of it. Now, would you like to see it with the LEDs back on? Because that's easy. Alexa, turn on the mirrors.
Okay.
All right, so that is with both the Govee and the backlight, and it actually looks kind of freaking cool to me. I've never really run it like that, but it kind of looks awesome. Now, let's talk a little bit about the smart part of the mirror. So these mirrors are smart. They are connected to Wi-Fi, as you can see right there. Now, how does this work? Well, this has an app that comes with it, or it's actually a universal app that a lot of different mirrors use, and that's called Wi-Fi Clock. So what you do is, I think that it uses Bluetooth initially to set up, and then it connects to Wi-Fi, and you can change the settings on the mirror so that you can do metric or standard. And that's where you put your location in. And so now the mirror knows that we are in Jacksonville, Florida, and it knows that outside it's 82% humidity, 37 degrees. That's the low and the high, I believe. Yeah, well, it's supposed to be the low and the high for today, but obviously we're at 37 right now. This side shows you your indoor humidity and then your indoor temperature. So I'm going to throw up a screenshot now of the Wi-Fi clock app. I'm also going to throw up a screenshot of these actual mirrors on Amazon. I will link this in the description. Now let's talk a little bit about what it's going to take for you to complete this project, unless you invite me over and we do that together. So, I always wanted lit, LED lit mirrors. When I took off this vanity, when I took off the old vanity in order to, let me get some lights going in here again. When I removed the old vanity in order to put the new vanity in, I had a really good opportunity there to do some electrical. Now, the difficulty with that being that this is an exterior wall, the outside of this, that is the outside of the house. You need to be aware that when you start working on exterior walls, you might have fire breaks, which is going to make running wiring difficult because they go across this way. Interior walls like these in the closet right here, or this side wall here, super easy. They're completely hollow, so you can run wiring really easy. So I had this whole entire wall clear. I already had a plug. Let's take a look at that. Under. So see, I already have a plug that I put in years ago to do LED lighting underneath. I took that opportunity to run wire up the wall and over to the center behind this mirror. There is literally a hole. And if we can get back there, maybe almost see it. There's a hole back there below that bar. Or above it, I'm not sure. That is where the wiring came up from the receptacle down there. Now, I added another receptacle, and it's actually behind there. So there's two receptacles now, and that is where the power goes to the mirrors. So those run up the wall. Now, yes, there was tile there already. I actually used a tile bit to drill through the tile, and then I broke the tile with a hammer. It's that simple. It's going to be covered forever. There'll probably never be anything but mirrors over that, so I'm not too concerned about it. So I broke a hole in the tile, and then so these mirrors, you can see clearly right here, they mount with screws. So that was another challenge there. So how did I do that? Well, I used my tile bit, my masonry bit. It's designed to cut through tile or stone. I used really good drywall inserts. They're the ones that have a strap. You push them into the wall and then you pull the strap and the strap breaks off. They're really, really strong. I used those with some nice big screws to hang that bar right there. I don't know if you can see it, but that's how you mount the mirrors. The difficult part of that you're going to find very quickly is getting the mirrors level. Completely even, completely level, completely the same exact space from edge to edge, the same exact distance apart. Very hard. One mistake and you have drilled through your tile, and then you have to either move up or down because you'll already have a hole and it'll be the wrong hole. And the most you can hope for is that if they're slightly off, you can actually manually take your hand and bend the mirror, and the screw might move a little bit and allow you to level. But I highly recommend a laser level for this. That's what I use. Laser levels are awesome. I'll put a link in the description to one for you. And the final piece of this whole bathroom was, and this is not part of the mirrors, but I just wanted to show you guys anyway. This is an Echo Show 5. Now I want you to notice no wire, no wire, no wire, no wire anywhere to be seen. Now this is my favorite part of what I did with these mirrors. This Echo Show 5 used to be plugged in here, okay? So I ran the wire literally behind the shelf and through the mirror over here, and we had a plug right here. So it literally came out and plugged in right here. Well, that's not good enough. That is not acceptable. That worked for a little bit, but I had the opportunity. And so I made this shelf by hand. So this is just 2 pieces of wood. Those wood are then screwed to each other in the back there with flat screws. So I drilled the bottom shelf out, screwed in the back part to it with a flat screw, and then I caulked this. Well, actually, let's back up a little bit. When I put that receptacle in down there, that new receptacle, I took the existing Echo Show power plug, plugged it into that receptacle, drilled a hole in the tile with my tile saw, and then I used a coat hanger to fish this wire up through the wall. That is plugged into the new receptacle along with these mirrors. Okay, that's how I did that. Then I drilled a hole in the back of this wood, which it already had actually. I pushed the power plug through the back of the wood just enough so it's protruding. Just this much. Like, it's just the power part of the plug sticking through the back of this wooden shelf. You take the Echo Show 5 and you push it onto the power plug. The power plug does not move because it's very tight. I made sure when I drilled the hole, I drilled it just enough where it would barely go through and force the plug through the hole, so it was very tight. So that's how you plug it in. You just push the Echo Show 5 onto it. It's very clean. It's a floating shelf. I then took the shelf, hot glued it to the wall, just hot glued it long enough so it would stay. And then, I did hot glue and caulk on the back of this to glue it to the wall. So I put a bunch of hot glue, a bunch of caulk, pushed it onto the wall, the hot glue held it up, and then once the caulk dried, this thing is not going anywhere. This is a very light device. Now, if I ever want to upgrade, I could probably do an 8 in the same spot. An 8 might fit. I have one in my bedroom, so if I ever want to do that. But the 5 actually looks perfect right there. It came out really good. So yeah, so these are Wi-Fi smart mirrors. Time, temperature. They actually show you if it's sunny or raining or cloudy. And these are the brand Byecold. Byecold. It's kind of see it right there. Yes, I do think these come off. I haven't tried to take the sticker off, but I believe they said they come off. And yes, they have to put those on there. Amazon forces them to do that. I asked that question, why would you do that? Oh, another thing. You're probably wondering why they're both on the left side. Why not do one on the left and one on the right? Well, I tried to get them to custom make one, even though they said they could. They could not custom create one with opposing positions, or both in the center, like one here and one here. So that's just the way that is. So if you guys have any questions about this, please don't hesitate to ask, and by all means, please click through my links on the description, because I do make a tiny bit of money for my time, and actually I'm just buying equipment to make videos. I'm not profiting. I don't have monetization because I don't have 1,000 subscribers yet. So I'm working on that hard. I want to do a bunch of content, reviews. I want to do car stuff. And later on today, we should be able to take a look at my instrument cluster reinstall. So I'll have something on that. I hope you guys have a great Wednesday. All right, guys, taking a look at the Wi-Fi clock app for the smart mirror. Just wanted to go through this real quick with you guys at the end of the video here, but or I might just drop this in right where we were talking about it. But basically here you can see both of the mirrors here, and if you click on the mirror, you got your basic settings here. So you can change the clock format, make it beep when you press the buttons. You can change the month of day format and make the degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. And then you can change, I guess, the brightness to full normally. Or you can let it, I guess it can come on at a different brightness. I don't have any alarm set on the mirrors. That's how you set an alarms. Here's where you set where you are. So that's how it knows the weather. Not sure what sleep mode is. Here's your firmware version. And it looks like that the devices are on the latest firmware, and then you can remove your devices here. But yeah, you see you can choose between each mirror here, and you can see one of them thinks the humidity is 24%, and the other one thinks it's 25%. That has a lot to do with the position where it is in the house. And then if we go to the little menu screen, it shows you the software version and all that. So this is how you configure the smart mirrors. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and on my lap today we have the Invertech power inverter. This is a 500 watt power inverter, and we're going to be taking a look at this today, all the features, what you can do with this, how much it costs, everything today on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing unboxing, and we're going to take a look today at this Invertech 500 watt power inverter. Now what this does, it converts your DC 12 volt power to 110 volt for like home use for anything in your home, and it is 500 watt capable. Now on the ad here for the power inverter on Amazon, we can see here that it has a nominal input voltage of 12.8 to 13.2 volts, and its output frequency is 60 hertz, and it has a continuous power output up to 500 watts. It also has a 2 amp USB port, so if you want to charge something directly or power something directly from USB, it is right on the inverter right there. So what's in the package with it? Supposedly from the ad, it has a 500 watt power inverter inside here, a cigar lighter plug that you can connect to the terminals, a battery clip terminal, and 4 fuses and 1 user manual. Now let's take a look at some of the features of the power inverter, and it comes with these features. It has up to 1,000 watts of peak power, and it comes with battery clamps and a cigarette lighter adapter. It says it's small yet powerful, that it has dual 110 volt AC outlets and USB charging ports, ideal for charging tablets, game players, Kindles, digital cameras, TV, cell phone lights, power tools, or any other household applications. It also includes 2 options for actually powering it. You can actually use the cigarette lighter plug, or you can use a clamp as to clamp it onto your positive and negative terminals in your battery, on your car battery. It says that it's a user-friendly design. It's aluminum, and that's supposed to protect it from any drops and bumps. And it has a smart cooling fan, which hopefully only comes on when it gets under load. And it can increase, I think, in fan speed as well. So yeah, that's everything that comes inside of the power inverter here, the Invertech. Now this thing weighs about 1.5 pounds, so it's not that heavy, and it has 4.3 stars out of 5 on Amazon reviews. Now let's take a look at what's actually inside the Invertech power inverter box here. So taking a look at the packaging, it is a very generic type of packaging here. It's literally just a brown package with a 35 by 35 on the box. I assume that means the size of the packaging. It has a model number on the side that says MA500-11. Not sure what the 11 is, but it is made in China. You can see right here on the packaging. It has a couple of warning labels as well. It says cancer and reproductive harm on the front right here on the box. And it's got your barcode label here with the model number on it. And that is all that is on the generic packaging of the Invertech MA500-11 power inverter. So what does a power inverter do, and what can I use one for? A power inverter changes DC power from a battery into conventional AC power that you can use to operate all kinds of devices. Electric lights, kitchen appliances, microwaves, power tools, TVs, radios, computers, just to name a few. You can connect the inverter to a battery and plug your AC devices into the inverter, and you've got portable power whenever and wherever you need it. An inverter draws its power from a 12-volt battery, preferably a deep cycle, but any battery will work, or several batteries wired in parallel. The battery will need to be recharged as the power is drawn out by the inverter. The battery can be recharged by running the automobile motor or a gas generator, solar panels, or wind. You can then use your battery charger plugged into an AC outlet to recharge the battery. Now we can open up the box and take a look at what's inside the MA500-11 500 watt power inverter box. So let's take a look. Alright, so the first thing we see inside the box here is the power inverter here, and it is black, looks like black anodized aluminum here. And on the front it does say input 12 volts, DC 52 amps, output 100 volts AC, 60 hertz, which is normal, and then it has a USB 5 volt DC output that is capable of providing 2 amps. Now that is not enough to quick charge. It will not quick charge your device, so if you're buying this for quick charging, you will have to power another quick charger with this, and you could use the AC ports here to do that. What else is in the box here? Well, we have 2 things of cables here, which I have not opened. So let's take a look at what's inside these cables. It's actually one single thing of cabling here. Let's put the box aside for now and take a look inside of this. Alright, so inside the cabling we have, first of all, a cigarette lighter plug here. Let's go ahead and unzip tie or unbread tie this guy. And we do have a cigarette lighter adapter one end, and we have a little ring terminals on the other end. And if we take a look at the side of the power inverter, this would be where you would connect the actual ring terminals for the box. So that is the first wiring we have with the inverter. Now let's take a look at the second thing we have here with the power inverter. So the second thing we have here is a connector for a battery. So this connector here is made so that you can power your inverter directly off of a battery. So let's say you have a 12 volt battery readily available. You can go ahead and connect these 2 clamps to your battery, and you can power, and then you connect these ring terminals to the side of the inverter, and you can power your inverter with your standard 12 volt battery, either in your car or any other 12 volt battery. It doesn't have to be inside your car, but you can connect these clamps to 12 volts and power your inverter. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and as you can see here, I am working hard on getting this video edited, but I wanted to take a minute and share with you guys what you need to do exactly to search for an adapter on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description to this adapter here, but you need to kind of understand what you're looking for. So if we open up Amazon right here, we have done a search for a 12 volt power inverter. I may have called it an adapter. It actually is an inverter, and as you can see, what comes up here is the Invertech as a sponsor. Now that means some company, Invertech or another company, paid to have their product go right to the top of the page. Of course, it got my attention. I did end up buying this one right here, and I actually only bought it because it has these 2 feet right here that can be screwed on to the side of whatever you need. That was a big important factor for me, but also here it shows you a big picture of the parts list, and then right here it shows you that it has a 2 amp USB port. It does say ports here, that is incorrect. It has 1 USB port. It has a power indicator here, and I believe an overload indicator. There is a switch. It shows you the negative, positive terminal, and the cooling fan and the fuses. And then right here it tells you that it has some features here. It has over temperature protection, over voltage, low voltage, overload, and short circuit. And then it's 1,000 watt peak power. Don't mistake that for the average power it can handle is 500 watts. And here's some of the things you can power with your Invertech. And then here you see they have actually used the battery clamps to connect it to a battery. And if we go here, we see it is $42.99. I will provide a link in the description. If you want to spend more, you can get more. If you like red, you can grab a red one from some places. This one actually has 2 USB ports, which could be handy if you need 2 ports. I only have 1. This one has I think it looks like it might, just 2 USB ports. And there are plenty of others that go up in wattage. Now remember, you will need the appropriate wattage for whatever amount of power you need in total. And as you step up in watts here, notice $169 for a 2500 watt, $299 for a 3000 watt, and here's a 1000 watt one for $68. But there are plenty of choices here. My advice is to go with one that has high reviews and that has USB ports, and check out my links in the description. I'll put some links to some different power levels here for you also, so that you have a choice. But as we go down here, we see we have plenty of options here. We have some cool ones with like digital displays, which is neat. We have just normal ones again. We have some that have the plugs on top. If that's something that is important to you, you can have your plugs on top of the unit. And then we have this cool one that actually looks like a power strip. And you can see here that it has plugs on top and the fan on top. So if that's a better option for your install scenario, you might want to go with that. Here's one that is just like 2 little ones that plugs into your car outlet. And yeah, I will put a link in the description to some recommended ones, and I hope you guys enjoyed this little browse here for some 12 volt power inverters. So that's a quick look at the 500 watt Invertech power inverter, all the connections on it, and the wiring and the packaging. And when we get this unit actually in use, we can go ahead and tell you how it performs in the golf cart, because that's where it's going. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe if you like to see this kind of content, and I'll be bringing you much more in the future. Mr. Binks loves cat TV. He just can't stop watching cat TV. He's all about the cat TV. You would be too if you were a cat, because cat TV. It's saying we're out in front of the laptop now trying to get the controller to connect so we can reprogram the controller. All right, Joe's removing the old speaker. Cool. All right, we were able to find the correct software, the Alltracks toolkit.
And then you said, where are we going to hit set on the setting functions?
All right, we're going for a test rip here on the golf cart. We just reprogrammed the controller. It's the next day and we're out in front of the laptop now trying to get the controller to connect so we can reprogram the controller. So we have a USB cable connected to the side of the controller now, and I'm going to try fiddling with the USB port serial settings to see if I can get this thing to connect. And I'm just waiting on the slow computer. All right, Joe's removing the old speaker and radio holder. I think I gave you this years ago, right?
You did. You had it out of another golf cart.
Came out of my RXZ, I think.
Yep, and you passed it along.
I remember this now because it's a Apollo thing.
It's worked good.
2, 3 more over here. I'm wondering if we don't need a driver for that USB. I'm gonna go to their site and see if there's anything else.
Let's see.
More screws in it back here? They're back here. Very back. There. One of them's in there.
That's weird. I don't see.
That's that, man. All right, we were able to find the correct software, the Alltracks toolkit. It says for performance, a new standard speed torque curve is suggested. Do you want to change to the new one?
Yes, I think that was part of the problem that I had last time, so they must have made an update.
All right, we said yes to it. And I think now all that's left to do, it looks like it's done with the update. So now all you have to do is mess with your controls and see what works the best.
So the plan is that we're going to put regen back on, which I removed. I just wasn't a fan of it, but just for maximizing the battery, we're going to use the regen on it.
Okay. Only one problem is this thing doesn't work on battery, so we can't drive around with this without your inverter hooked up. The laptop battery doesn't work. We need to have it plugged in. So you need your inverter on, or we need to get a laptop with a battery, one or the other. They don't have an app? Oh yeah, yours isn't Bluetooth.
And then you said, where are we going to hit set on the setting functions? Okay, we're set.
And that button will turn blue, and when it turns back to white, you're ready to give the test.
Okay, now, okay, and you don't think the enable speed limit is an issue, and it's turned white. So, okay, well, we're going to go run and test this. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do this while on the fly, so we're going to have to hang up and potentially call you back. But I think that I got a pretty good understanding of it now. To be able to make the adjustments as needed. And the other thing, the throttle rate, I have it set at 7%. We did that just because, at least at the time a couple years ago, when I would hit into the throttle, it was jumpy, very jumpy. Has that since been fixed? It was jerking through the whole thing, so it was more like that as opposed to just the initial jerk on taking off. For the maximum RPM, I have it set at 6,500.
So yeah, basically you'd want to know what the max is for that motor and keep that number around there.
Okay, understood. I can do a little research. So, all right, perfect. Awesome. Hey, man, I appreciate you. Nah, man, I just want to say I appreciate you guys' customer service. You guys are always quick to the phone and know all the answers. So thank you very much.
All righty. You have a nice day.
Appreciate it. Bye.
All right, we're going for a test rip here on the golf cart. We just reprogrammed the controller finally, and we're going to see if that makes a big difference in the top speed and the acceleration with the new lithium battery. Now we don't have to really worry about pulling too much drain on the batteries. Probably gonna pop a wheelie. Car coming too. All right. You gotta get your speed up.
Alright, so our max speed prior was 30 miles per hour for a cab. Also, my back right tire is a little flat, which will make a difference on top speed.
Okay.
We're going to see if it unleashed it, which I don't think it did.
I bet your speed limiter's doing that.
Still at 29.
Yep.
I don't feel my regen kicking in drastically. That might be something else that we're going to look at. So we're going to go back, make some adjustments. I'm going to take that top speed off.
Okay.
I'm also going to adjust the top end RPM.
Yep.
From 6,500 to 7,000. I think it can take it. And then let's get this regen figured out.
All right.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Put it up again. I need a good place to put it. Oh, it's worse. You've actually added material.
Got him! Got him! Oh!
Problem is, like, if you do it, it like jumps it off. So I'm not going to keep doing that.
That's what.
And this is fine because it's covered, so I don't really care about that. I just want it to jump and hit something else.
Looks like the Amazon logo.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
All right, we're out here at Ace Hardware just looking at the connectors. Let's see, we're looking for ring connectors for the largest gauge. That's 12 to 10. I don't know if that's big enough. They probably don't have the big ones, would be my guess. They're very hard to find. I'm gonna grab these large. These will definitely not work. The hole's too small. So I grabbed a pack of these with the larger holes, and I'm gonna roll with those. Some more stuff up here, very top. There's some ones that don't have insulation. But yeah, I'm gonna go with these and see if these will work. All right, Joe's over here in the hardware section getting the bolts and nuts, which will cost a small fortune, but should do the trick. All right, we're just wrapping up the end of this part 3 of our video today, and we are going to go for a little ride here and just kind of measure the speedometer here of the golf cart, because when we last took you guys out, we had not adjusted the controller, but we showed you the adjustments, and now we just want to go for a little ride and kind of see what it's like now compared to what it was before.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we worked on was adjusting the controller And then the controller has a few different things that you can adjust. The first thing that I did was the throttle response. I had it set very low, so when I pushed into the throttle, it took a long time for it to start to get up to speed. So I increased that back to normal. So that was one thing that's already been done. So we should take off a lot faster this time. Much quicker than what it used to be.
Very much faster.
Yep. And then it also had a governor on it, which would not allow it to go over a certain RPM. So I took that off, which will allow it at this point to not stop at a certain speed and allow it to continue to increase speed as long as, one, the battery's charged up, and two, if we're heading downhill. So we should be able to get top speeds of 35 to 39 miles an hour right now, depending on a couple conditions. And then the other thing that I did was I turned the region back on where I had it off before. I just never really was a fan of it having the control of stopping the car for me without using the brake. But I figured to maximize the amount of voltage out of the battery, it was better for me to turn it back on, because when it does work, it's actually charging the battery as I let off the brake, as I let off the gas. So that will help the longevity of the battery when I'm running around having a good time with it. And then also, and I can go ahead and do that now, let's pull off. I have the Bluetooth option that I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys. That's pretty straightforward and kind of nice. The one thing about this Bluetooth though is that each time that you go in and out of it, you have to go back to the device list, and then it should connect each time.
And this is just the battery, correct? Nothing to do with controller. Okay.
Nope, not at all. This is just a battery. So right now, if you're looking at this, it's got a bunch of different stuff that we'll go over probably in another video, but I can at least on the screen see what my percentage of my battery is. So I have 93% right now, which is plenty of time for me to run around and have a good time. So we're going to go and stretch this thing out. We'll run it for a little while. I think we're going to get some sampling of how fast we go, and we'll report back.
Yep, I'm going to switch over to the speedometer and record the phone real quick. All right, we move to the phone now with the speedometer recording.
Okay. All right, so we'll get on the main road here.
It's already doing 21.
And that's half the throttle.
Punched it. That's full. 20. 2. 3. 4. 27. 29. Right into the back of the car. 31, 33, 5, 37, 37. All right, we got the cart up to 37, and we're going to be wrapping this video up because it's almost dinner time, and we're also been working all day on this.
Kind of a recap, obviously from my old batteries that I have, comparison to now, major increase in regards to the power and the sustaining power that it has. Opening everything up with the battery, with this battery, gave us the top speed of 37 to 38 miles an hour, which is really, really fast for this golf cart. So I'm extremely happy.
And we'll see you guys next time. We're going to wrap it up. See you in the next one. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the beautiful Studio A, which we just got rewired and now has the appropriate power to do whatever we need. And in our hand, Sling TV Box Express 4K right here. This is the S5 Max we were sent to take a look at today. This thing touts that it can do streaming media, things like movies and TV shows and other things like that. So we're gonna have to open it up and see exactly what it does, but we have the Sling TV Box Express 4K Plus S5 Max in our hands today, right out here in the studio. Let's see what this thing is all about on Supercar Street Racing. How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? You got Brad here on Supercar Street Racing, and today we were sent the Sling TV box. This is the Express 4K. Now this thing is supposed to do a lot of cool things. It's supposed to play movies and TV shows and other kinds of multimedia entertainment, and it's supposed to do it in 4K. We're gonna have to get this thing hooked up though to see exactly what it really does. It took a while to get this. They were on back order. So many people were ordering, but I'm excited that we finally have it. We're ready to get down with this thing and see exactly how it works. It says on the back, incredible picture, exceptional value. It says it uses smooth Wi-Fi, TV controls, and a 4K picture. You do get some things with this. You get a nice manual, a cable, an adapter, and a remote. So I'm assuming you get an HDMI cable. We'll have to go inside and find out if that's true or not. So let's take a look at this Sling TV box 4K today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it inside and get this thing unboxed.
All right, we're out here in Studio B, and we got the Sling TV box right here. This is the Smart Media Player Express 4K. This is the S5 Max that they sent to us to check out to give you guys a good look at. So what we're going to do right now is go ahead and get this thing out of the box and see what's inside of it. With all the side of the box you see, you just plug it in, connect to the internet, start streaming, and it says that you get 4.
We ran out of daylight last time. The guys are right behind me. We're gonna do the rest of the string lights. Hey there, we are starting the project again to do the rest of it. We ran out of daylight last time and everything that we have done has turned out great, looks amazing. So right now we're starting part 2 and we're gonna be getting set up here in just a minute. And tonight I will come back out and show you how it all looks, how great it is. It was really a fun project, not hard at all, especially with the great guys I had helping me. This is the part that we're going to be working on right above me there. That's where we let off last time. So anyway, it's been fun. Here we are again getting started with the project. The guys are right behind me. We're going to do the rest of the string lights. These things are amazing. There's even a do-it-yourself. You can change each individual light if you want to. That's what's so cool about it. But anyway, here we go. The guys are getting started over there and we're going to get the rest of this top part of the house done. All we've got left to do is that top part, and hopefully we're going to have enough to finish. Not quite sure about that.
Got him! Got him!
camera's on the ground. Sorry about that, the camera fell. Yeah, guys, I didn't tell my friends here that you really need to stick the sticky thing down for about 3 to 5 seconds to get it to hold good. And I didn't tell him that until way into the project, so he's never gonna let me hear the end of that one. I just realized that the camera went off before we finished, so I'm going to show you what all he did. All that, and then we came around this corner and did that part, and this is what it wasn't enough to do the whole side, so we decided just to do that and see how it looks at night. Hey everybody, I am here in front of the Sister Car Street Racing compound viewing my new beautiful lights. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is what I've got set up for Halloween. I've got it on blue, purple, and green. Kind of a Beetlejuice type theme. I'm a weirdo, whatever. I'm gonna show y'all some different things. This is what I did. I set up a DIY one on this, and that's what it looks like. If you go to that, you can see I've set it up to purple, blue, and green, 50% speed. Breath is the effect that I'm going for. It's not too fast, not too slow, it just kind of flashes between each color, and I just did this as my own. The normal Halloween colors were not showing up well on my house, so I'm going to show you some other different things. We're going to go back. Okay, this is where you can set it to your own custom color, kind of a yellow color. My house is red, so a lot of the colors don't show up as well as they would on a light colored house. It's kind of creepy. You can go up here to scenery. You have all different kinds of things. Willow, Glacier Express, speed, your own colors, whatever you can possibly think of. Let's try this. I haven't tried this one before, Dream. Okay, it is like a meteor. Let's try early spring. It takes it a second to change over. Let's try another one. Okay, this one's pretty cool. Kind of twinkling with blue and green colors. It's pretty awesome. Then we can go to life, which has trends, sports, meditation, dating. Okay, it's kind of a pink and red theme, I guess. Try sports. I guess you can set that to whatever color is your team. Let's go for a party mode. Oh yeah, that's my kind of vibe right there. Looks like a red, white, and blue party. I think we can change that to whatever we want, but I kind of like the red, white, and blue. It's kind of cool. See what work is. Looks like white. You can heart this, or you can go to this little 3-dot thing and you can set the speed of it. So many options, I don't even know. Oh, festival, I like this one. Okay, you have all these different things. Christmas, Valentine's Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Forest, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Football Day. Wow. Let's see what Christmas looks like. Okay. Let's get some green. Oh, there's our, I don't know what color that is. Doesn't look like green, but we can change that if we want. Okay, for Christmas, it's doing all these colors. But if I wanted to, I could just delete any one of these right here. Just click on it, delete it. And then I can add whatever colors I want my Christmas to be. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's too cool. Okay, we're going for Valentine's Day. Kind of looks like the dating one. Like that. Let's see what Thanksgiving Day looks like. Okay, this is our colors for Thanksgiving Day. And you can do that speed however you want, if you want it to be faster or slower, or... Oh, Neon World. I love that. Well, kind of looks like it's about as fast. This is it, and I could go on and on all night, and I probably will stay out here for a while.
Top speed in the Civic. With a very sick driver. Speedometer. Oh, we hit the speed limiter. We hit the top. Look at this guy. We hit the top speed limiter at 120 in the Civic. Nice.
It's going to be hot today. What the heck? Guys, welcome back to the channel, and you can see today it is going to be hot. As a matter of fact, we have a heat index warning for today in Florida. Everything's looking beautiful. My sister is on her way from Destin, but I turned this hose on and this thing is shot. Now, this most likely happens because you're not supposed to leave pressure in the hose all the time, and my pool guy doesn't understand hoses, so this probably happened from that. But today we have a solution for that. Now, the company that made this other one is no longer selling it, of course, and they're not answering any warranty emails. So today we have this generic expandable garden hose, 100 feet, and we're going to be showing you that and unboxing it today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, we got the expandable garden hose here. We're going to be opening up, see what's inside the box. And it is a lovely blue, but this is not what I thought it was. This is like a rubberish type hose. I thought it was a actual expandable, meaning that it would shrink down, but it is not. But I think I'm going to give it a shot anyway. They also give you this brand new sprayer nozzle. This wall hook thing made of plastic in a plastic condom. And here is the 100-foot hose, and it must still expand. And then they give you some O-rings. It must still expand quite a bit. It is rubber. Has decent reviews, not anything amazing. You can see on the end here, it has nice brass fittings on both ends. All right, let's get this thing set up and the other one removed. right, guys, we got the new expandable hose hooked up, and you can see the new nozzle here. It did expand, and so now what happens is when you let the water out of it, you just put the thing back in my nice hose pod here, and it stores away nicely. And so here's what the pressure looks like. It is pretty good on jet. I'm going to keep that other nozzle because actually it's much higher quality than this one. This plastic one is not going to last. So I'm going to place that back in there and keep that for when this completely breaks. All right, let's get this thing wrapped up. We know it works great. And all we have to do now is just store it away. All right, before my GoPro completely overheats and uses the battery life in 5 minutes, which it always does, here is a look at the expandable hose, all nice back in the pot. It is not what I thought it was. I thought it was the ones that that use the more flexible cloth stuff. This is actually rubber, and I'm hoping that it lasts longer. And there is a look at it stored nice and fresh in the hose pod reel. And I really like the blue color as well. I forgot to mention that I got blue on purpose just to go with the blue pool. And so, yeah, so the expandable hose, so far so good. Came with some extra washers there. Don't forget to put those in, those O-rings. And it also came with this nice hook, which I don't need, so I'll probably trash. But it comes with this nice plastic hook and hose clamp, which you can double as a hair tie. And it is 10 o'clock and almost time to go hit up the thrift store and Cliff's and get some groceries because my sister is coming in today. But after this, we're going to show you some options online for expandable hoses and how to get this one here. Guys, welcome back to the beautiful 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and we are so glad to have you guys with us today. We're so grateful for the support you guys show the channel and buying everything through our links. Even if you don't need to buy this hose, click through the link anyway and buy anything you want from Amazon, and we get a small amount of revenue from that. But what we are here today for is this 100-foot garden hose that you see right here on the screen. It is $45, so it is 8% off right now for the blue one, and it is available on Prime today. And if you see right here right now, it has 10 different spray patterns on this included little nozzle here, and also here it shows you that it has a 3-layer construction, and it has a what is it called? Burating resistant outer layer, whatever that means, water resistant middle layer, and a natural inner layer. And then here it shows you that it expands to 2 times its length when it does have water in it, and we verified that. It has really nice brass fittings on the end with a little on-off thing there, valve. And it shows you that it's tangle free, and it says 4.1 pounds for the whole thing. It is multi-purpose, you know, I mean, like you needed a graphic to see that it was multi-purpose. You can use your hose, whatever you want to use your hose for,
please use it for. But yeah, that's just this type of hose is a rubberized hose that expands, and there are ones that are cloth, and I did lose 3 of those out of the 4 that I have, so those did not last, and the lifetime warranty is absolutely rubbish because they have not replied at all to my emails. But if we go up here and we look for some other expandable hose, expandable garden hose, we can take a look at some of those. And you see here there are some metal ones, and this is kind of what I had before but from a different company, and this one is flexible and cloth, so it's a little bit different on how this works. And this particular brand I did not have. It's got a 4.2 rating. Mine are completely gone. They don't even make them anymore or sell them. Mine are the Fit Life, and I do not see those, but I see the metal ones from the Fit Life now. So you can spend anywhere from like $40 all the way up to $100 on your garden hose, but you can get these for $45 right now, and I would say as of right now that is a pretty good deal for this hose. You can see by the video there we have it right out back by the pool, and we have another hose on the side of the house that has not burst yet, but we hardly ever use that one, and I have a feeling that one day when we start using it, it probably will burst. So guys, I really appreciate you tuning in today. We appreciate you clicking through our links and enjoying all our videos. Please like and subscribe. It helps the channel greatly. And we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hey, what's up guys? I wanted to make sure I showed you guys Kling 2.6 with audio. Now what's awesome about Kling 2.6, it is definitely a cool thing, and Kling 2.6 audio brings expressive voice, sound, and motion into one flow. Now the model can generate a scene, its atmosphere, and voices that stay aligned with on-screen action in a single coherent output. Now this is a game changer for people like me that do video production. Now what's new in Kling is built-in audio. It makes the scene blocking instant, no extra editing. No extra plugins, generates a full shot, visuals, and voice in one pass. And also you can replace the audio later if needed, or you can keep it for fast drafts. It is optionally silent. You can turn it off if you don't want audio on a rendering or sound design at all. It's got better motion fidelity, so more stable multi-object scenes, cleaner camera paths, and higher global scene coherence, which is great. It's got higher prompt precision also, more accurate interpretation of action, style, framing, and emotional tone. 1080p too, so the quality stepped up. They got sharper faces, better skin tones, and more reliable fine detail realism. Now who is this for? This is for content creators. You can make shorts with it, explainers, demos, and instant voiceovers with synced audio. Advertisers and performance marketers and filmmakers, visual effects artists, educators and storytellers, and agencies and in-house teams handling high volume video and needing predictable low iteration audio workflows. Now, I thought that we would take a look at this together and generate some stuff. I've already been doing this over the past couple of days, so I'm already familiar with it. But basically, here's the layout here. Now on here, you can see on the left a prompt. You can see whether you want audio or not, what model you're going to use, what your duration is going to be. You can do 5 or 10 seconds. And let's put it on 10. And then you can say what aspect ratio you want. Now, 16:9 is landscape, and that's usually what you would use for things like YouTube and Facebook. Some of the other Instagram and TikTok are the portrait mode, so we're not going to use that for now. But we've got a bunch of cool pictures here of the house already lined up that I took with my Canon R5C, so they're absolutely fantastic pictures. So I thought we could work with these again and see what we can do with Kling 2.6 with audio. And I've already done a few. I did this one yesterday. I'll go ahead and play this one for you. It doesn't have audio on it. This one either, because I didn't specify a voice. It's got audio, but I didn't speak in it. So let's put something in here that can talk. This is another one I did without voice, but it looks absolutely insane. I mean, it looks incredibly real, but you can hear the guy walking. This is another one I did.
end of the world inside the studio, and there is the end of the world. And here's one I did with a Corvette. Does have sound on it as well. Here's another one.
I think we have the tools for the job. I think...
So you can see the audio is perfectly matched with the voice actor.
We need a nuclear power plant for all these microphones. We need a nuclear power plant for all these microphones.
These I've used in videos before. Check this out.
We need a nuclear power plant for all these microphones.
All these were Kling 2.6.
We might need a few hundred more microphones. We might...
These are funny, man.
We might need a few hundred more.
The crowd goes crazy on that one. I love it.
We might need a few hundred more microphones. We might...
So these all went into a video for a wireless mic. And here's the prompt over here.
I'm pretty sure they can hear us. I'm pretty sure they can hear us.
I love this, man. This is so cool for my videos. I use these on a lot of the videos.
I think we have the mics covered.
And see the crowd in the background.
I think we have the mics covered.
Here's the prompt I used, and it came out so good. Check it out.
I think we have the lights covered.
I think we have the mics covered.
The crowd laughs at him. All right, I'm going to drop a picture of me in now. Looking for a nice 16:9 picture over here to drop in. There's our picture. That's a picture of me. I'm going to say a man is looking at a painting at his house and says, "Wow, who drew this? A child? I think I am a better artist." Let's go ahead and generate it. All right, our video is done. Let's see what it did.
Wow. Who drew this, a child? I think I'm a better artist.
Wow, okay. That's crazy how much that looks like me, right? I mean, that's pretty cool. I think if we did it again and we say a man is looking at a painting at his house, the painting looks like a scribble. Let's generate it. See if it does anything different. Okay, I restructured the prompt just a little bit to be more specific to help out the AI, and here's what it came up with.
Wow. Who drew this? Was it a child? I think I'm a better artist.
Guys, this is Kling 2.6 with audio. Make sure you check it out on higgsfield.ai. Very cool thing. Very useful for anyone who does production, audio, video, any of that stuff. Comes out great. It looks amazing. Kling 2.6, link in the description. Go ahead and check it out at higgsfield.ai. Now, we would like to welcome back a great sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. Charge has been a long-time sponsor of us for a while. We did feature their power bank in another couple of videos, and it is sitting directly on my scooter outside. But they wanted us to take a look at this charger because it is kind of unique. This boasts to be the first QI... Okay.
Where is that, Brad? You know where it's at?
Hold on. Yeet! We don't need that where we're going.
Hell no. Got his ass.
On them. This thing actually starts... Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. And today, right next to me, we have this Vikoizva, or Vikoizova, however you want to pronounce it, portable blender that we're so happy to be taking a look at today. This thing is very cool. I can't wait to show you guys all the things it can do. Here's the outside of the box of the VESA before we go ahead and take a look at it unboxing. It's very cool looking. It's got like a crystal top looking thing. It's got a power button and a USB Type-C charging port on the front right here, as you can see. It's got a lid on the top that you just press a little button, it pops up. And then this whole thing comes unscrewed from the base and it becomes a cup. And they give you some cool little straws to work with as well when it converts into a cup. Now this is the model A9. You can find it on the Amazon link in the description below, so please order it from there. And also anything else you want to order from Amazon, click through any of my links. It doesn't have to be the one for the actual product, and it helps the channel out greatly. This thing does use 5 volts. It charges off of a 5-volt little charging adapter. You can use anything, a computer or a little USB plug, and it does come with a short little cable to charge it. And it does have an 18,000 RPM motor as indicated right here on this beautiful green box. Guys, we are right here in front of the VESA portable blender, which was graciously provided to us from the manufacturer. And if we look at the front here, it is a 21.2 ounce blender. Comes in a really nice shade of green here, packaging. And on the top there is the label that we see. This is made in China. And it does say portable blender, kitchen, office, gym, etc. And then on the side, here's a good look at the packaging. You can see it's got a USB power charger inlet right there and a power button right there. On the back, there's the model number. It is an A3, 600 milliliter bottle capacity. It's a 7.4 volt blender. It takes 5 volt charging, which is actually just a standard USB charger, and it has an 18,000 RPM motor, guys. So get hyped about the 18,000 RPM motor. And right here and right now, I don't have the SCSR scissors because I'm still PTSD from when they cut my finger wide open. So I'm using my good old hand and not working very well with it. Yep. And inside of the packaging right here, right now, we see the VESA portable blender coming out. Looks like the cap there. And inside, the good looking portable blender sitting right here and right now in front of you. They also give you these 2 beautifully colored straws. And here is the instruction manual. And that is all that is inside the box of the VESA blender. Okay, we just took a good unboxing look at the VESA portable blender. And inside the blender box, we did have this instruction manual that has some procedures on it. Tells you how to put the fruit in, liquid, tighten the lid, and go ahead and blend. And then it's some instructions here for your first blend. Make sure your blender is fully charged. We have not done that yet. And it tells you that the blend mode is for smoothies, shakes, and mixed drinks, and the pulse mode is for salsa, jam, small ice cubes, frozen fruits, and extra tough ingredients. And so if we look here at the front of the VESA, there is the power button right there, and then right below that there is a charging port, and up at the top, if you press this little latch button, the top flips open and you have access to this hole to pour out your liquids after you blend them, and then the lid just turns and spins right off here. And then in this other little packaging here, we ever get it open, there is a solid lid. So if you want to, I guess, take this off, it is flashing, so it is charged, and then this goes on the bottom, so it then becomes a drinking cup. Very cool. Very, very cool feature. And then this just simply screws right back on. You can see it is somewhat charged. So let's get this thing on the charger now. Okay, the VESA or VESA, however you want to pronounce that, does come with a little small USB-C charging cable, probably about 4 inches long. And you can see right here on the table here that we presented on the channel not too long ago, we do have USB capability. So let's go ahead and plug in the VESA here. So see, we just plug in USB type A right here on our table, plug in the VESA so gently right there, and it does light up and starts charging. I love the way it has green lights around the top and then 2 red ones indicating that it is still charging. And it actually tells you in the manual what the different green lights mean. No lights means it ran out of battery. All lights flicker in red and green alternately. It means the jar is not tightened. Stop working, all indicator lights flash for 8 seconds. Ingredients is too thick or too big. And then the battery level indicator is right here. And we have 2 red lights on. So it counts up from 2 green lights to 12 green lights. 12 green lights means you're at 84 to 99% charged. And then fully charged, all the green lights will show up here on the indicator. So you can see here we're charging right here and right now. We're just not quite there yet. And here is a look at the straws. They give you 2 nice straws here. And that would be when this turns into an actual cup. And then they give you a little cleaning brush as well, which is very cool. There's the 2 straws and the cleaning brush that come with the device. We do have the VESA portable blender right here, completely charged. It did come with somewhat of a charge. And these little green indicator rings down at the bottom is what lets you know if the blender is charged or not. And you can see right here and right now, all the green LED lights are on now after about 15 minutes of charging, and the thing is ready to go. So now all we have to do is test it with food. Guys, we are here in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen. Get hyped for making a smoothie. Now, we're not going to do any protein powder. I don't eat this stuff anyway because it's full of carbs, but I will show you with this fresh fruit how to make a smoothie with this electric blender from VESA. So the first thing we need to do is put some fruit in. And there's some pineapple and some whatever green stuff and some strawberries. And it was ridiculously expensive at $8 for this much fruit is ridiculous. And I will taste it, but I'm not going to actually eat much. I am on keto and none of this stuff is keto friendly, guys. So sorry, I'm not going to be eating this deliciousness, but if you're going to do this, go ahead and get yourself some protein powder. Get some crushed ice from your fridge. So let's go to crushed here. Let's stop it right there. And we have our top here for the blender to go ahead and put on. And it is good and tight, good and tight. And we can now test our blender out. Let's go. So all you have to do supposedly is push this button. Okay, it's giving us an error message saying that this is not tight. Try it again. Ah, it's still not working. All right, so we got to check the manual. It's giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flashes. Let's go check the manual. Okay, from what I can see, this is saying that it is too hard to work with. There is a strawberry blocking the blade. Trying to get it out. There's a strawberry right in the way. Yeah, I got to get the strawberry out. I think it's blocking the blade. All right, I have no idea what I did, but it started flashing green, so let's try it. Wow. All right, I had to turn it upside down. Now it's ripping. So if you have issues, turn it upside down and it'll start ripping. And there it goes, guys. So 1 press is regular, 2 is pulse. I don't know, it flashed yellow. All right, I heard some ice at the bottom. Yeah, it's having issues, man. It goes into overload a lot, but it is working. All right, this is pulse mode, supposedly. So every time you press it, it pulses. All right, that's good enough to test this. We got our stuff blended up. Let's try it. Now that our liquid is all blended up in the blender, let's go. We got to press this little button to get it open. It pops open and we have our straw to test our smoothie with. Let's test this. Yep, it's terrible. Super bitter and bland because there's nothing in it but fruit, but it did the job. Test. All right, guys, the blender works. It does protest a lot about the ice, so make sure you have a bunch of very crushed up ice when you do this. Other than that, the thing does its job. It blended. Now that we've taken a good look at the VESA blender and what it can do, let's throw it back to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studios. Welcome back to the 4K production studio once again, and today we have been provided with this VESA. It's very hard to pronounce and I don't know the correct pronunciation of it. Personal blender, and this guy is a rechargeable blender. All you have to do is plug this thing into USB Type-C until all the green LEDs around the bottom are completely green and it is 100% charged. Now you can see this thing does have a 4.2 star review. I had a few issues with it, with the actual power of it not being able to do the fruit, but I did have a piece of fruit stuck in the bottom of it. So once I got that dislodged and figured out also that the top wasn't tight enough onto the blender, everything started working better. So yeah, it does have 4.2 star reviews. It is $28.99. There will be a link in the description for it. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. It does the job. It's great for making little smoothies or whatever for your nutritious, delicious meals. So go ahead and order up the VESA personal blender from the link you see in the description, and anything else you might want to order from Amazon, click any of my links to order anything from Amazon and I get a little bit of a credit for it, and it helps out the channel greatly because we lose money on the channel, as you know, and this is just a hobby for me. So help the channel keep going, help Supercar Street Racing be strong. Go ahead and like and subscribe, and we will see you guys next time on the next episode. I'm out of here. Peace. is go and bend them whichever direction you want. So if you want them to be shaped a certain way, you just grab the root here and you just kind of look at the base of the stalk and you just kind of bend it and it should stay. And then you can bend these to whatever shape you like. See how they just kind of stay where you're going? And then once you get those shaped out how you like, should be good to go. They look awesome. This one I never kind of fanned out. So if you just kind of bend them, they will stay in that position. And if you don't know how, get somebody who does to help you out. Just like that. And we do have 2 plants ready to rock. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy to see you once again in Studio B. We are recording from Studio B right now. You can see Supercar Street Racing right behind us playing on the television right there while we do a live show for you guys right here on this video. And today you can see we finally replaced our old blown apart artificial trees that were in the front yard. Now what happens to these guys is basically Florida is relentless. The wind, the rain, the humidity is relentless. Anything outside of your house is going to have to be replaced in 2 to 3 years, no matter what. It's just a thing. You always buy warranties if you can on anything that's going to be outside. Everything wears out, including the furniture. It's just a way of life in sunny, hot, humid Florida. Now these trees were in the backyard on my patio. They sat there for a while, but when I built the front patio, if you go back and check that video, I moved them from the back to the front, and I will get some more for the back patio so that it also looks fly, because these are awesome. And they make so many different kinds of trees and plants here. I want to show you a few of them. Now these are the 5-foot artificial palms right here. They are $118. They also have this bird of paradise right here. They have the cedar topiary in both 3 and 4 foot versions. They also have these 5-foot cedar topiaries, and they are quite expensive, $269 for 2. Make sure that's what you want. I think I might buy those for the garage, right on each side when you come up into the driveway, right against the garage. Now this is a artificial Dracania. Looks pretty cool. It is 4 feet tall. It's $64. And right here, a cool artificial eucalyptus tree. I think that might look cool somewhere in the back around the pool area. Here is a 6-foot ficus for $114 also. Here's a Monstera deliciosa plant, 4.5 feet tall, faux Swiss cheese floor plant. Here's an artificial olive tree for only $79. And there's the 5-foot artificial palm trees back again. Now these guys are sitting at a solid 4.5 star reviews. I love the way the palm trees came out. You do have to go ahead and shape them the way you like them. When you get them, you'll take them and actually bend the bottom so that you get a nice natural looking plant wherever you want it. Now I'm gonna go ahead and order a bunch. I'm dressed like a complete spaz, but I was so hyped to get this castle nut in that now I want to see if I can figure out how we're supposed to put this in. I still don't see a hole.
That's what she said.
In this jack shaft for a cotter pin. Like, there's no hole.
That's what she said.
Well, the problems never stop. It broke the key off, so now I gotta go waste like $5 more on shipping to get a new key again. So, fuck, I duck.
All right, guys, we got our brand new brake cable here. We're gonna be looking at putting that in now. Alright, a little update here. I got the brake cable installed, but it was very difficult and there was no play left down here in this back area. I literally barely got the cable on, and now the brakes are pretty tight. They're not actually on, but they do, like, they might actually be on. I don't know what's causing that because there's no slack left here in this cable, and it's up against the holder right here. I don't know if this lever needs to be rotated more. It's very possible that lever needs to rotate counterclockwise. I'm gonna ask Joe if he wants to take a look at it. Guys, welcome back to the video, and finally, after another long week of waiting, we got the sprocket key in again. Every time I order one of these, it's like $6 shipping, and the part's like $1. The next problem we have to figure out is how to get this thing to stay on. There is no cotter pin hole in the jack shaft, so I am going to create one, and I don't know how I am going to do that yet. So, yeah, that is what I am going to be doing, is getting this chain back on.
Thunder, what's up? I can't even come close to keeping up. Do you hear any rattling in the front? I think it's the gas tank. Yeah. Still watch that video about tuning and just tweak it. All right, guys, we are back in the garage, and I wanted to show you guys what we did last night. We were in a hurry, weren't able to film. Joe was busy, but basically we decided to go ahead and rectify this problem for good with the castle nut backing off on the sprocket. So what we did is we pulled this off. He has the right socket size. I can't remember what size it was. It's pretty big, the castle nut. Went ahead and pulled that off, and what we did was we drilled a hole through the jack shaft there in order to be able to secure a cotter pin to the jack shaft, because this jack shaft has no hole in it. These castle nuts tend to work themselves off, and the whole point of a castle nut is it's slotted so that the cotter pin can go right between the slots and prevent this thing from backing off. So we used thread locker and we used a cotter pin, and we drilled right through that jack shaft, and now this is not going to come off. Now we have some other issues. There's some rattling going on up front. I want to do a bolt check a bit later and see if I can figure out what's going on with the rattling. I ordered a battery, and then so what we're going to have to do after that is attach the battery in here somewhere. I was thinking right down in here. We'll attach it to this
whatever this thing's called, the forks or whatever it is. And we'll have to have a switch as well. So we'll break the positive wire that goes up here to the light, and we'll wire up a switch somewhere, somehow. I watched an extensive video on tuning. Now I understand tuning. The gas cap is leaking big time. We filled it up with gas, and the gas is ruining my nice spray paint job. So it's gonna have to be touched up at some point. But that is where we are now. The bike is still breaking up on the high end. It is not solid. We do have new spark plugs. We have a good fuel filter, unless it's clogged now. I don't see anything in the gas here. I got to figure out the breakup, and then we will be good to go. This thing's awesome. We are still waiting for the wheels. The wheels are on back order, but they should ship any day now, at which time we have these beautiful street tires to go ahead and put on the bike. This bike will not be going off-road. Now, what is in the future? Well, we want to turbo it. We don't know quite how that's going to go, but we don't have any fabricating stuff, but I think we can figure it out. But for now, that's it for the video. Hope you guys enjoyed the fun last night, and we'll see you guys soon.
We ran out of daylight last time. The guys are right behind me. We're going to do the rest of the string lights. Hey there, we are starting the project again to do the rest of it. We ran out of daylight last time, and everything that we have done has turned out great, looks amazing. So right now we're starting part 2, and we're gonna be getting set up here in just a minute. And tonight I will come back out and show you how it all looks, how great it is. It was really a fun project, not hard at all, especially with the great guys I had helping me. This is the part that we're going to be working on right above me there. That's where we let off last time. So anyway, it's been fun. Here we are again getting started with the project. The guys are right behind me. We're going to do the rest of the string lights. These things are amazing. There's even a do-it-yourself. You can change each individual light if you want to. That's what's so cool about it. But anyway, here we go. The guys are getting started over there, and we're going to get the rest of this top part of the house done. All we've got left to do is that top part, and hopefully we're going to have enough to finish. Not quite sure about that. didn't tell my friends here that you really need to stick the sticky thing down for about 3 to 5 seconds to get it to hold good. And I didn't tell him that until way into the project, so he's never gonna let me hear the end of that one. I just realized that the camera went off before we finished, so I'm going to show you what all he did. All that, and then we came around this corner and did that part, and this is what it wasn't enough to do the whole side, so we decided just to do that and see how it looks at night. Hey everybody, I am here in front of the Sister Car Street Racing compound viewing my new beautiful lights. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is what I've got set up for Halloween. I've got it on blue, purple, and green, kind of a Beetlejuice type theme. I'm a weirdo, whatever. I'm going to show y'all some different things. This is what I did. I set up a DIY one on this, and that's what it looks like. If you go to that, you can see I've set it up to purple, blue, and green, 50% speed. Breath is the effect that I'm going for. It's not too fast, not too slow. It just kind of flashes between each color, and I just did this as my own. The normal Halloween colors were not showing up well on my house, so I'm going to show you some other different things. We're going to go back. Okay, this is where you can set it to your own custom color, kind of a yellow color. My house is red, so a lot of the colors don't show up as well as they would on a light colored house. It's kind of creepy. You can go up here to scenery. You have all different kinds of things. Willow, Glacier Express, speed, your own colors, whatever you can possibly think of. Let's try this. I haven't tried this one before, Dream. Okay, it is like a meteor. Let's try early spring. It takes it a second to change over. Let's try another one. Okay, this one's pretty cool. Kind of twinkling with blue and green colors. It's pretty awesome. Then we can go to life, which has trends, sports, meditation, dating. Okay, it's kind of a pink and red theme, I guess. Try sports. I guess you can set that to whatever color is your team. Let's go for a party mode. Oh yeah, that's my kind of vibe right there. Looks like a red, white, and blue party. I think we can change that to whatever we want, but I kind of like the red, white, and blue. It's kind of cool. So what work is some, looks like white. You can heart this, or you can go to this little 3-dot thing and you can set the speed of it. So many options, I don't even know. Oh, festival, I like this one. Okay, you have all these different things. Christmas, Valentine's Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Forest, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Football Day. Wow, let's see what Christmas looks like. Okay, let's get some green. Oh, there's our, I don't know what color that is. Doesn't look like green, but we can change that if we want. Okay, for Christmas, it's doing all these colors. But if I wanted to, I could just delete any one of these right here. Just click on it, delete it. And then I can add whatever colors I want my Christmas to be. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's too cool. Okay, we're going for Valentine's Day. Kind of looks like the dating one. Like that. Let's see what Thanksgiving Day looks like. Okay, this is our colors for Thanksgiving Day. And you can do that speed however you want, if you want it to be faster or slower, or... Oh, Neon World. I love that. Well, kind of looks like it's about as fast. This is it, and I could go on and on all night, and I probably will stay out here for a while.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another video, and today we have a very special sponsor with us. Rove was kind enough to send us one of their 4K, dual channel 4K dash cams for the Tesla Model S Plaid. Now I thought this would be perfect for the car because I need a dash cam in that car. You cannot access the footage inside of the car unless you have an incident. So this will really help out with that goal. Now this dash cam is awesome. It has GPS, it records in 2160p, it has a 2.4 inch IPS screen on it, it has a 150-degree wide angle lens, and it also has night vision, which is important if you're going to be driving a lot at night. These guys have 37,400 views on Amazon, so you know they've sold quite a few of those. I am super hyped to get into this gift box. They sent us a bunch of stuff for the 4K dual channel dash cam. This thing also supports over-the-air firmware updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megs per second download speed. It can geotag you with its built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. I think that we have an SD card included with this. When we dig in, we're gonna find out. And I just looked at the box. It does come with a 128 gig Rove SD card. Says it right on the front right here. This guy has an app for both iOS and Android, and we will look into that as well today when we dig into this. Right now on Amazon, this is a $99 purchase. It is 17% off right now. It might be different by the time you guys get this video, but for right now, you can pick up the Rove for 99 bucks on Amazon. Now, Rove was also kind enough to send in their big gift box this 3-lead hardwire kit. This allows you to hardwire your cam into your car permanently without having to use a USB-C port or any other type of wiring. Now, I don't know if we're gonna actually use that in the Tesla because of the high voltage system and getting 12 volts, but we're gonna look into that. And then there's another thing in the gift box, the Rove Ultimate CPL. This guy right here has a circular polarizer and a microfiber cleaning cloth for your Rove. We got 3 awesome products right here from Rove today to take a look at. So let's go ahead and get these 3 guys unboxed right now. What's up, guys? Welcome back to our other channel sponsor today. PureWex was so kind to go ahead and forward us some of their mushroom gummies. You can see them right here. They are 20-in-1 complex mushroom gummies. Now, these guys are so awesome. They help your brain, your focus, and your immune system when you take these. These guys have a powerful blend, a great taste. I let my neighbors try them. They said they taste just like chocolate, and I agree. Very good taste. I'm gonna go ahead and take one right now. So yummy. Literally tastes like chocolate. Now, these PureWex mushroom gummies have cordyceps, lion's mane, reishi, maitake, and shiitake, all in a 20-in-1 powerful blend. These guys help you get through the day and they help you keep focus. They help keep your immunity high and they help keep your brain at tip-top levels. I'm gonna continue to take some of these mushroom gummies every day and let you guys know in about 3 or 4 weeks if I feel a difference after taking them. But these are rated very highly online. I will have a link in the description to the PureWex mushroom gummies. And if you go to their store, you'll find a lot of other cool supplements you can take as well. If you don't want these, please buy something else from PureWex. Get your mushroom PureWex gummies right off of the Levanta.io link that I'm going to provide for you in the description, and let them know that Supercar Street Racing sent you and that you support us. Let's get back to the video. All right, guys, we're back in the SCSR living room now with the Rove dash cam. And the first thing we want to unbox is the main product. This is a Rove R2 4K dual channel dash cam we're going to get into right now. And on the front of the box, you can see here, it just gives you all the features: 4K 2160, Sony Starvis image sensor, over-the-air updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megabits per second, a 3-inch display, built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. You may want to upgrade that if you want to be able to store more data. There's also something on the front here with a QR code that says if you want to meet other Rove dash cam users, you can go ahead and scan that and meet up with other users. Now on the back, it does tell you all of the box contents, and we're going to dig into this and see exactly what it is inside of this box. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this guy on the side. Now on the side of the box, it just kind of tells you the same features here, kind of that it does up to 2160p recording. It has HDR. It does have a screensaver, supports up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It does have motion detection also, so that's cool. And it does use H.265 and H.264 codecs. H.265 is the newest and most efficient codec. It does support that. Let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR Smith & Wesson knife to get this Rove completely unboxed. All right, we got the plastic off of the Rove. Let's go ahead and open it up. And right at the top of the Rove, you do see a SD card here, a 128 gig SD card with a micro SD card adapter sitting right on the top, looking so fly. All right, guys, we got the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam right in front of us. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at what's included inside the box now. Now, the first thing we see on top of the box in the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam is this nice SD card. It is a 128 gig SD card with a SD card adapter in case you have a slot in your laptop for running an SD card. And right inside of that, there is a nice thick user manual to describe to you how to use the Rove R2 4K dual channel 4K dash cam. Pretty thick. Looks like it might contain a bunch of good information there. We'll take a look at that later. So this warning here on this card does show you that it wants you to use Rove only SD cards. If you get an SD card error, they want you to choose a class 10 U3 speed. Now they want you to use a Rove SD card, but I will challenge you that Rove SD cards are probably the same thing as other SD cards, so that is your call. I'm not gonna say that until we try other SD cards. They want feedback as well. Once you purchase this, they want you to go ahead and go into feedback and leave them some good feedback. They're also giving away $500 gift cards for big captured moments. So if you have done something on your Rove camera that you think is worthy, you can go ahead and apply for a $500 gift card. There is a little warning sticker here that says smile. You are on a Rove dash cam. So if you want to put that on your card, you're welcome to go ahead and do so. I'm not going to, but they do give you that capability to do that. And now inside the box, everything is labeled very nicely. This side says it is a USB Type-C power cable. Now it does have a rear camera cable for the rear. This is a dual 4K recorder, so it has a rear camera as well. You can see right there on the front, there is the second camera. They give you some nice spare stickers there also. They give you a 1 meter USB data cable as well. They give you cable clips. A wire trim tool, and some wet cleaning pads to make sure things stick properly. Let's go ahead and see what is on the left side of this. All right, let's get the left side of this unboxed now and see what's in this box that we already read here. All right, we got the first box out right now. And the first thing inside this box is some 3M sticky pads and also some cable sticky pads. Very useful for installation. We do have a little trim tool here. These are cool. I have a whole different set of these that I bought myself. We have a super long cable here, assuming this is USB-C. It is. This might be what gets to the rear of the car, so we will check that out as well. We've got some sort of a 90-degree USB-C to USB-A. We have a USB-A to USB-C, and we have another USB-A to USB-C, which is a little bit longer. We'll have to get in there and see what those are for. Now we got a second box sitting here that was on the other side, and this thing says it does have a rear view camera in it, a fast charger, and it looks like a cigarette lighter type charger, a suction mount, and a sticky mount. Let's get this guy open right here and see what is actually inside it. All right, right here in front of me, we do have some sort of a sticky mount. It looks like you have a 3M pad on the bottom of it, and this probably just does stick to the dash if you want to do it that way. That's not going to happen in my car. This is a USB type A cigarette adapter right here. I already know without opening it, that's what that is. Now right here, we do have a suction mount adapter for the dash cam. And then one final thing in this box. All right, now we do have the rear view camera was just pulled out. So here is the rear view camera, pretty cool. All right, we did get the rear view camera out of the box. It is that small. That's all it is to it for the 4K dual rear view camera. Let's put that in the box too. And all that's left to take a look at now is the actual Rove R2 4K dual camera sitting right here in front of me. Let's go ahead and get that out of the box now. All right, you can see how good they packaged the R2 4K camera here. Let's go ahead and unbox that real quick and take a look at it. We got it out of the box now. It is pretty cool looking. Check it out, guys. The Rove GPS 4K camera looking so fresh and fly. It has a protective film on the back. It wants you to go ahead and read all this stuff. This says it needs continuous power for operation. It wants you to use only Rove SD cards for this camera. It's talking about SD card errors again. And it does say it's merely a recommendation that you can use any SD card you want, and I agree with that. Why would you have to use their cards? You should be able to use any one you want. And there we go. We have the Rove 4K unboxed. It does need continuous power. And right here on the side of the Rove, you can see the USB Type-C connection for power and data. Up at the top there is the connection for your rear camera. So that would be where you would connect USB Type-C to the rear camera. And if we go back in here and look at the rear camera, it also does have a USB Type-C on the side. So we will be using the long USB Type-C cable to go ahead and check out the Rove. And that's all that's in that box. Let's go ahead and open the next box. And this is actually a 3-lead hardwire kit to permanently mount your Rove in your car. Let's get that opened up. All right, we got the Rove 3-wire kit right here. Let's go ahead and slice that open. We do have some sort of alligator clip device here. We have some wire ties and some sticky stuff, another trim tool, which is awesome. And there is our actual 3-wire kit. And it looks like you might have a turn-on wire like you do when you have an amplifier for a car. So it looks like you've got power, ground, and then a yellow. Yeah, so you have 3 wires here. Here you have power, ground, and accessory. The yellow is basically a turn-on wire for the Rove. Then we've got some other stuff inside here. Oh, wow. We have actual fuse connectors. They gave you everything you might need to go ahead and use your fuse block if you're going to do it that way. So these guys all provide you with different types of fuse connectors. They gave you everything. They thought of every possible thing inside of this Rove accessory kit. That is very cool. And that leaves us with one more box to check out. This is the Rove Ultimate Kit. It has a circular polarizer, a cleaning cloth, and a user manual for the Ultimate Kit here. We'll get that opened right now. All right, there is the kit there. There is your circular polarizer filter there, and they give you a nice cleaning cloth so you can go ahead and screw that right on the front of your Rove. Let's do that right now. I mean, that should be it right there. It's screwed directly on the front. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for the unboxing for the Rove. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now let's get this thing out to the Tesla and see if we can get it connected and start making some video. We are in the Supercar Street Racing garage right now with the lithium-ion 72-volt golf cart. We have everything for the Rove camera right here. You thought I was putting it in this Tesla Model S Plaid, didn't you? Not happening. It's going on the golf cart, and I will tell you why. The Tesla, I have a plan for that already. A manufacturer is trying to work with me to make the dash cam in the Plaid available all the time. So they have a product we are going to be installing. So we're going to be putting this in the golf cart, and I think it's really interesting for the golf cart, and I'll tell you what my plan is right now. This thing can mount several different ways. You have a suction cup right here. That's a standard mount, right? They also give you this little like extra mount thing here that goes with a 3M tape pad, right? Like a shoe. And then this can slide directly into the shoe like this. You just literally slide the shoe right into it, just like that, no problem. So I think what I am going to do is attempt to somehow directly mount this dash cam up here like this. I want it on the roof pointing forward like that. So just like that is kind of what my mission is. So I'm going to screw it from the top, and then what I'm going to do after that is run the wires over the roof. So I'm going to go directly over the roof like that, and you can see right here there is a grating for water to pass through the back of the cart and go down to the ground. It goes all the way through here and down to the ground. Well, my plan is come through here, drill a hole directly through here, and then tap into USB power right here for the cam. Now there's also a rear camera right here. So I'm about to show you what my ultimate plan is for the rear. It connects with a USB-C cable to the camera itself. So it'll go all the way over the top as well. But let's show you what we're doing in the rear over here. Okay, we're at the back of the cart here. So my plan is to also mount the rear camera to the roof. So the rear camera is kind of cool. It can rotate and all that stuff. So I am going to basically take the shoe mount right there. I'm gonna mount it up here, just like this. And then I'm gonna screw it from the backside right through there, right there. I'm gonna screw it right to the roof and then run the cable. I think that's gonna work out perfect if it still works. It might be broken now since I dropped it. Okay, so we went ahead and just used the sticky tape mount right here on the front of the golf cart. You can see right here, it is a shoe mount, and I went ahead and just pressed that hard right there onto the ceiling of the golf cart, the roof, and now you can see that the Rove Dual fits just like that. And here is the power cable. The power does just come directly out of the side. I am going to drill a tiny hole in the roof. It's going to have to be wide enough for this to pass through, so I'll end up like caulking it in with black caulk afterwards. Now here's the power wire for the rear camera, and you can see it's huge. Okay, we're gonna do a little test now with the Rove, but I wanted to show you guys the SD card that comes with it. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. If you need more than that, go ahead and buy one, but make sure you get a high enough speed card that it will support the Rove. I'll put a link in the description to some on Amazon. By factory default settings, your dash cam is ready to go without changing any other settings. You can now utilize the user manual or how-to videos to learn more about the dash cam. Oh, what's up guys? I didn't see you right here, but I'm glad you're here because we have a new sponsor on the channel today. Bakio is kind enough to sponsor us on Supercar Street Racing, and they have something that is very important for your, and you know, the only thing that matters in life is how comfortable you are in your, and so Bakio has sent us 3 of their boxer briefs to check out. And I gotta say, I was able to live with these guys for a week. These are the most comfortable boxer briefs that I've ever worn in my life. And Bakio asked me which ones I wanted to try. I immediately went down into the website and picked their boxer briefs made from tensile modal fibers. Now I'm gonna put a screenshot up here on the screen right now of the Bakios, and you can see they have a spacious pouch there in the front. They have an easy access fly. They are ultra soft, and I can attest to that. I did try them out for a week. I have 3 pairs. I wore all 3 pairs this week. These things also have the best moisture wicking in the industry. They also have tensile modal fibers, which are sustainably sourced, so that's also good for the environment. There's a bunch of different color options to choose from on this 3-pack, so go ahead and see what 3 colors you like the best. Now these tensile modal fibers are supposed to stay soft through a long period of time with these boxer briefs. These guys have a high absorption rate, so they keep you nice and dry during the day. Now these tensile fibers are made from renewable wood sources, so you know that they are worried about the environment when they're going to use products like that. Everything they use in those modal fibers is certifiable as biodegradable and compostable. These are the top end of boxer briefs. If this is something that you feel like you need to take care of, make sure you look into Bakio. They are so kind to have sponsored Supercar Street Racing. I wanted to get that out directly to you today so you could check them out yourselves. Now they are priced competitively due to what they have inside of them, the fabric, the brand, the quality, the craftsmanship, all top end. And it is so important that you guys help us with our vendors and our sponsors so that we can keep the channel going and bring you more stuff like Bakio and their amazing boxer briefs. Now let's get back to the video. Back in the Supercar Street Racing garage the next day, and I have a plan. I went ahead and bought some black caulk, got him.
These nuts.
And I am going to go ahead and drill right through the top here, run the wire directly on top of the golf cart to the back. It is then going to come down this nice little thing right here. This is actually a drain. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm going to drill through the side of this metal thing right here and pull the USB cable right out of the side there. All we have to do right here and right now is I found my sticky things. If they will stick, I'm going to use those to kind of route the wiring in the channel here on top of the golf cart. Let's see if it works. All right, we're back out in the garage this morning trying to wrap up this whole project. And last night we were trying to figure out a way to stick down the wires up here, and we did use our sticky pads and they worked great. So all we're doing right here and right now is continuing that process. We got it all the way down to there, cleaned up. So let's go ahead and finish the process of sticking down these wires ASAP. I have gotten the wire down through the channel right there. I am going to drill a small hole first with a little drill bit, follow it up with my step bit, and I'm going to need to have enough width to get this USB cable through. So it's going to be almost the entire width of the bar here. So I got to get this drilled out now. So let's see if we make things really bad. And I broke it. let's go ahead and power this on. See if it actually works. It does work. Power did come on. Let's go, son. Let's see if we see the rear camera. We do. Success. That's kind of perfect. So I got to clean this off first and go ahead and stick it here and then drill my hole wherever I feel like drilling. Let's do that. It does have 3M sticky tape on the back, ready to go. And it's perfectly straight because it's hitting the top of the trim. So it's level. I'm just putting pressure on it now. Not enough to break it. Yeah, I can get it from the backside with the screw. But check this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and drill just a tiny hole right here. But my wiring's right in the way, of course. Okay. Let's see if I did it wide enough. All right. Let's go. Got him.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Yeah, so the camera overheated again, of course, and I would say if I had to guess, the garage is maybe, I don't know, 82, 83 degrees, not anything crazy, but I did go ahead and clean up. I vacuumed everything off, and now our only job left to finish this entire project is to put caulk around the holes that we created in the roof of my beloved golf cart. I hate it, but I kind of wanted this project. I want video from golf cart, and I want good video, so we're gonna get our caulk gun here. We got black caulk.
These nuts.
Ready to go. And all we're gonna do right here and right now is seal up 2 holes, maybe 3. Not gonna lie, it definitely took me to another level of challenge. I don't usually have these many problems with a project. This one I kind of guessed on the way because I don't know the actual anatomy of the golf cart, but it turns out that I figured it out in the long run. And basically, we got the 4K dual dash cam installed for you guys, and I'm so hyped. And one of the cameras is right here over my shoulders. This is a rear cam, records at 1080p, front cam at 2160p. So 4K in the front, 1080p in the rear. And guys, it would help me so much if you order all of your Amazon purchases through our affiliate links down in the description. You don't have to buy this. I would encourage you to buy it from Rove, but if you don't, buy something else. It helps the channel so much. But tell Rove how much you appreciate Supercar Street Racing by buying this camera through our affiliate links down in the description. Okay guys, we are right in front of the Rove app for the Rove dashcam, and I just wanted to give you guys a little overview of this. I went ahead and set up Wi-Fi and changed the Wi-Fi password, so I can go ahead now while I'm in the app. I have already added the device, so that's the first thing you do is actually add the dash cam. But you do that by connecting to its Wi-Fi, which the default password is 1234567 But now that we have done that, we can connect to the Rove. It does use Wi-Fi, so it's going to show us its Wi-Fi network here, hopefully, if I'm in range. And there it is. So it is on the default Wi-Fi name. I did not change that, but I did change the password because you don't want people connecting to your dash cam, probably. Now it's going to say connected without internet, and your phone will probably prompt you if you want to connect to it always, and you just say yes. So you back up now. Now we are connected to the dash cam, and you can see right here, we are recording. We also do have a front and a rear. All right, this is the front dash cam here. If we click this right here, we can go to rear. You can see my garage door right there looking so fly. You can also go into the dash cam itself and look at videos. So here's videos from the front. From yesterday, we have a whole bunch of videos that I will be showing you. And this is how you configure the actual video. So you can set your video resolution here. I have it on 4K in the front, 1080p in the back, 30 frames per second. This is where you set up the loop length. So it's the length of each clip that you have recording. Now, this is the G sensor, and on the golf cart, it is very, very sensitive. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that off because we hit bumps in the golf cart. It thinks we had an accident. HDR is definitely turned on, and this is a default exposure for the camera. You can do time lapse on this setting. I do not use that. This is where you set the video compression. H.264 will be larger files. H.265 will be smaller, but also very good quality. I have the bitrate set on high for the highest quality. Your file size will be bigger if you do that. We did not put the 24-hour kit on. We're not turned on 24 hours, so we can ignore that. This is what you want to be stamped onto the video. I have everything switched on. This is how you change from mile per hour to kilometers per hour. You can hide the status icons on the camera after a certain amount of time. This puts the live speed and the compass on the display. And this allows you to rotate the video. Let's say you installed the camera upside down. You can go into either the front or rear, and then you can flip the camera view over. And that is it. We are connected to the camera right now. We can go to the front or the rear, and you can see right here the garage of the Supercar Street Racing compound. All right, here I am inside the Supercar Street Racing garage, guys. Now guys, that's gonna wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing garage. The next step, take it back to the SCSR editing studio, Studio B, not the main studio, the secondary studio, and show you guys this on Amazon. All right, let's wrap this up inside with a look at the Rove dash cam online. We're back in Studio B in Supercar Street Racing office, and we have the Rove R2 4K dual dash cam right in front of me. It does have 4.5 stars on Amazon, so it does have good reviews. Right now it is selling for $129, and there is a $30 coupon you can apply to it that you can see right there. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. It will help me out so much if you can go ahead and use that link. It just helps the channel out a little bit, gives me a few dollars to keep going because we lose money on the channel. So please buy from our affiliate links on Amazon. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. And we'll see you guys later. We got to get out of here later.
All right.
You ready?
Yep.
All right, so we've never even felt this before, so let's see what's up. You ready?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Okay, we're gonna hit it from just a roll. Ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Holy fuck. Holy shit.
Wow.
It's not real.
I told you, you feel it in your stomach? Like, oh, wow.
It's not real. Is that crazy? Dude, is that the craziest thing you've ever felt in your life?
Was I really seeing 119?
Yes.
Wow.
Now you see why this is the fastest production car made?
My God. It's
There's
like,
nothing that even comes close
it
to
was
this.
seriously like taking off in an airplane.
More. I think it pulls more. Gee, and that's a roll. I mean, that was a slight little roll, but I've never launched it. Dude, was that cool? That's the first time I ever felt it. So the brakes are a little sketchy in this thing. They're not the best in the world, so you got to be careful about being on 120 and then like trying to brake really fast.
Yeah, I noticed that just then.
I didn't get on them really hard, but they're not great. Everybody does like carbon ceramic brakes, but yeah, so that's a roll. There's 100 right there.
Jesus, that's
What do you think, Joe?
Damn. Ridiculous.
You see why this thing's fun, right?
So ridiculous.
Wow. Don't get in trouble. That's all I can say.
Well, the good thing is nobody will hear you. It doesn't even look like you're going fast.
Right.
That smart mirror peel is so good. The peel satisfaction on the smart mirror is so good in your life. That peel sat on the smart mirror. We got the smart mirror and we got the peel satisfaction. We got the peel sat on the smart mirror. Kitty, do tricks. Kiki, kiki. Do tricks. Oh, that was good. Guys, welcome back to the channel. It is Monday, and today we have something special. An upgrade to the editing rig. Studio A is getting an upgrade today. I did not realize that I could have went up in processor speed from what I have. I thought the motherboard was too old to do anything with, but actually this is an AM4 Ryzen 9 5950X, and that is going, there it is right there. That is going into the editing rig today, along with some Cryonaut liquid metal grease here, thermal grease. We're gonna get that out of the box and get it installed today on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us. In front of me on the table here is a AMD Ryzen 9 5950X, as you can see, marked on the box right there. And it is time today to take a look at this and also this nice Cryonaut thermal compound. What we're doing is upgrading Studio A. Studio A has a editing rig with a 5900X processor in it. This will be a significant upgrade to the 5900X because it has more cores and it is way faster. So this should upgrade the outside Studio A quite a bit and help prevent some of the issues every once in a while with lag and not being able to scrub the timeline and things like that. I'm hoping this is a big upgrade for that. We already upgraded the RAM to 128 gigabytes as well out there, so this will be the second part of the upgrade. And also, we do have to remove a water cooling block from the old CPU to get it out. I have done that before because I did it with the old CPU when the water cooler actually died. So what we're going to do today is get my editing PC out. We're going to put it on its side in the studio and take out the old processor and hopefully put in this Ryzen 9 5950X. Okay, we did do a project over the weekend with a golf cart battery, so I have all my tools here that actually need to go back outside, and I will need to get a screwdriver, a regular screwdriver, for taking out the water block. All right, we got the Ryzen 9 right in front of us, ready to be unboxed. Should be pretty quick and easy to unbox this. There's the actual processor. There's the Ryzen 9 5950X right in front of you. So that's it. There's not really much to look at inside the box. Let's get the Cryonaut open. Is a tube of Cryonaut thermal grease. And it has a verification code as well to let you know that it is 100% real. And a little paddle. It says to put a little drop 3x3 on this processor and spread it evenly. So let's just apply it with a little bit of pressure and evenly. So that's what we will do. We have to go disassemble the PC outside though. Let's get outside and get this thing installed. And we're booting up to Windows. Let's open up CPU-Z, see what we have. Ryzen 9 5950X right there installed. 16 cores. Let's look at Task Manager. There's the CPU, there's the 16 core processor. Hey guys, we're back in Studio B now. We spent some time in Studio A upgrading the editing PC out there. That PC originally started with a Ryzen 9 5900X. I wanted a little bit more power out there, and I did find out that I could upgrade my CPU to what's on the screen here. This is the Ryzen 9 5950X. This is the fastest AM4 processor available. You can throw this in any motherboard that supports AM4. AM4 is a DDR4 specification motherboard, so you have to use DDR4 RAM with it. And you can see right here, it does have a 16 core architecture and it does have 32 total threads. Its maximum boost clock is 4.9 gigahertz and it's based at about 3.4 gigahertz. It has 64 megabytes of cache. Its TDP is 105 watts total. It is unlocked, so you can overclock it. It uses the AM4 socket, and of course it supports Windows and RHEL and Ubuntu. It does not have any graphics built in, so you will have to have a graphics card if you go ahead and get this. And right here on Amazon, you can see that it is $308 right now. If you're looking for it, 308 bucks is about what I paid for it as well, and it was shipped the very next day. Now, I did do some testing on this in DaVinci Resolve Studio, and it is quite a bit faster than my old CPU. And I know a lot of the stuff is graphics card intense, but a lot of the speed change stuff in DaVinci Resolve uses all of your CPU power available, and I do a lot of speed changes in my editing, so it really helped in that area as well. Even the general performance of the actual PC itself was noticeably faster with the 5950X instead of the 5900X. I'm gonna put a link to this in the description if you guys wanna go ahead and get a Ryzen 9 5950X. Please order it from our official link in the description. It helps us out greatly when you do that for us. We get a few dollars here and there. Please like and subscribe also. It looks like we're gonna hit 200,000 subscribers probably within the next day, so that's gonna be awesome as well. And we couldn't do it without your help. So we really thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing and sticking with us through all these years and making us great. That's gonna do it all for today with this 5950X AMD Ryzen 9. We're gonna go ahead and get out of here. We actually have a real job.
Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. And can you believe that this is actually Florida back here? It is 2023 now. It literally turned 2023 last night. Happy New Year, guys. And this past week, this happened to all the plants. We had 20 to 25 degree weather in Jacksonville, which is very, very weird for the native plants. And a lot of them took a beating. We're going to see if those will come back. But check out the fog back here. And today we got something special because we have a whole box of goodies sitting in here on the counter that we're about to unbox. Welcome back to the channel, guys. All right, guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for 2023. As you guys can see right here, we have a whole bunch of goodies starting to come in for the car audio project for the golf cart. I know I call it car audio, but it's actually golf cart audio. And here we have the first bag. Let's go ahead and open this. Let's see. Pull to open. Okay, save this resealable bag for returns. Okay, here's the first one. And let's put this aside first. So this is just a bag full of stuff. And the first thing we have here is the Inverter Tech power inverter. Sorry guys, I just woke up. Here's the power inverter, everybody. It is pretty cool looking. It's pretty small, but it weighs a good pound or two. So yeah, definitely adding some weight to the cart with this stereo system, but at the expense of a nice sound system. You can see right here, this guy has a USB port right there. It's got two 110 volt, got a little fan, and then we can hardwire. It says do connect converter red terminal with the red rig terminal cigarette plug cable. Okay, so this is basically if you want to use the cigarette plug cable, or they have little jumper cables here. But what we will do most likely is we could either cut these little alligator clips off, or we can just run our own wiring. And this is the cigarette lighter adapter cable. Yeah, so that is the Invertec
500 watt power inverter for the cart. Comes with a couple of fuses, little owner's manual, and 2 types of cables and some instructions on the side there connected to the terminals. Got good reviews on Amazon, so wasn't scared to buy it. Invertec power inverter. Don't know why they tell you it's 35 by 35. I guess that's the size of the packaging. That's the first thing we got here. Perfect. Next on the list, we have some Velcro strips. Needed these to stick the Bluetooth adapter to the epicenter where it is actually going to be installed. Now we got our Y adapter. So what this does is out of our Bluetooth adapter, we are going to Y out of that because we need to feed RCA to both the epicenter and also the channel 1 and 2 input on the amplifier. So we have some VCE link Y adapters for RCA use. All right, next we have our FOSS power. I believe they're just RCA cables. Let's see. I think these are just RCAs. Yeah, so our FOSS power 3-foot RCA cables that will go from those Y adapters to the epicenter and the Rockville Phenom 5-channel amplifier. So we have the FOSS power RCA cables looking all slick and black, just like the golf cart. It's gonna look great on there, even though they'll probably be covered up with tubing to keep the installation nice and clean, like we like to do in supercar street racing. We're big about the presentation. It's a big box. And we have the Keybaoak. You know, how do you even begin to know how to say that? Keybaoak. So this is a crimping tool with heat shrinking connectors. I've been wanting these for a while because my crimp tool sucks, and also it's not heat shrink either. So this comes with a whole kit, a whole bunch of little connectors. So a bunch of different types of connectors, including round ones and spade connectors, and then you have the ability to heat shrink them, but you first crimp them with this beautiful crimp tool right here. So we will put this to the side. And that is it for the first package, and we have a couple more packages of loveliness to go through. Here's the second package. Oh, okay. I probably should open it the same way, huh? Yeah, I messed this one all up. It's still good for returns. Okay, so let's see what's in this package, everybody. This is cool. Okay, so this is just the tubing to dress up the wiring after we get done. There's 2 different sizes, and it's got good reviews. And basically you heat the end of it to keep it from fraying, but it's just dress tubing. So there is 2 different sizes here. There's a 1/2 inch and a 1 inch tubing. And that feels like that is it. Nope, see, I almost messed up. We have another package in here. Let's get this to the side first. And we have a little white package here to open. Let's see what this goodness is. Okay, this is a USB power for 12 volts. So what you do is you wire this guy to 12 volts and it provides you with a USB to power things. And I have a Bluetooth adapter that needs USB power. So I'll just use this little adapter and feed the USB to the Bluetooth adapter. That is all for that one. Now we have this big, lovely massive box to open here. And let's use our brand new Christmas gift. Get this box opened up so you can check it out. Okay, so nothing super exciting in this box, but it's still something that is necessary. Here is our fiber fill. So fiber fill is used in car audio and home audio to dampen enclosures, basically to make smaller enclosures seem bigger as the effect it has on the audio. And here are our two fiber fill packages. Oh, there's one other goodness in here, right here. I don't know what this is. Let's get this knife out and take a look at this goodness. I'm not going to look at the label because I want to be surprised with you guys. Let's get this opened up. Aha! So this is actually the master on-off switch. Comes with a few screws here. It is going to be hooked up to 48 volts. Oh, it's a big old thick daddy. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to wire that up yet and hook that up, but basically somewhere under here there is a you just put one positive on one side and you basically run it out of one of these little side thing. You just put positive through it. So this will have 48 volts from the golf cart, and this will actually go feed the 12 volt voltage reducer to power everything on the cart that's going to be 12 volts. So yeah, it's just a master on-off switch. That's on, that's off. We will mount it underneath the seat, close to the batteries, and we still haven't determined all our other mounting locations yet. So now that we have all this stuff unboxed, we can take a look at maybe kind of a mock-up of how this might be connected. So we are back here on Supercar Street Racing, and on my table we have the Rockville Phenom. This is a 5-channel amplifier. The 5th channel does provide for mono for the subwoofer output, and we have our Blaupunk EP1600X, which is a Epicenter clone. Does exactly the same thing as an Epicenter, but it is about $35 compared to $150. We have our Y adapters here, we have our RCA cables, and we have our USB power. This is our Bluetooth adapter. This will actually feed the audio system from the tablet or the phone, but most likely we're getting the Samsung tablet. Notice the Bluetooth adapter here has RCA outputs, and it has a power, which is USB. All right, so here's how we do it. We take our Y adapters here, if we can open them. Our VCE Y adapters. Here is our Bluetooth. Let's unplug the power for now, but we will come out of the Bluetooth. That's left, that's right. Now we have a set of stereo outputs. We will need our RCA cables after that. And here are our beautiful black RCA cables. Now what we do is we're not even going to have to take these out of the wrap off of them, because we're just doing a mock-up here, but we got one pair. Let's make sure we get the color right so we don't have backwards audio, reversed audio. And then we have our other pair here. Now if we flip this around for the close-up camera, as you can see here, we have some inputs on the side. We have channel 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 5 being mono. So we will come out of a set of these guys and feed channel 1 and 2, red to right, white to left, just like that. That's exactly how it's going to be on the cart. And then we feed our Blaupunk here, input. And I just realized I forgot a third set of RCA cables. We do have another set here in my garage. Grabbing the other set now, off camera, but here is, I will go ahead and order another set of these, but yeah, here is a third set. So what we would do out of our epicenter, these are very loose. And then we come into channel 5 over here of the amplifier. So there is the mock-up of how this will be connected when we go for our final run. We will have to figure out how to clean the wiring up, of course. Now, the outputs here, channel 1 and 2, we still have a channel 5 connected here with some tiny speaker wire, but channel 1 and 2 out of the Phenom will feed the Infinity Kappa, 2-way speakers going into the dashboard. Channel 5 out will feed the Scar Audio 12-inch woofer going into the footwell for bass, and we'll take a look at where that stuff is going to go now. Okay, we are back, and here is the area where the enclosure is going to go. Now, it is wider than that indention part there, so it will actually hang over about maybe an inch or two there. Sorry for my throat issues, but I just woke up. But yeah, the enclosure goes there. It is narrower than where these rails sit, so it'll fit right in there, and I don't have to disassemble anything. Also, my hope is that we have room for mounting things on the back there, even if we have to remove this panel, which we probably will do. That just literally feeds underneath here. This part right here, it feeds. It's just actually no, that goes to the engine compartment. Sorry, this part goes down to where the amplifiers and everything will be mounted. So yeah, we're gonna hopefully mount the inverter back here somewhere. We're going to mount maybe some other little things back there, and then put the enclosure right up against it to hide it, and then we'll permanently wire the inverter to a actual outlet somewhere on the cart. And I'm thinking the best place might be up here somewhere, but I don't know yet. I gotta kind of think that over. I don't want it in plain view, even though it'll be cut off when we don't use it. So that is the current plan for the golf cart. And we're going to take a look now at that diagram that we created the other day using technology based from Minority Report. And you can see that on the screen. That has all the connections and the design plan and everything for the cart. Once we get everything in, it'll be a few days, probably another week before we get everything in. We can continue, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And I hope that you will have a great new year. And please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. What's up, everybody? It's Sunday afternoon. I totally lost track of time. It's a good look at the backyard back there and the pool and stuff. I'm just chilling out in the sunroom. And wanted to let you guys know that I got in text from the seller. We had some issues with the first transportation company. Their truck broke down before they even picked up my car. Wouldn't you know it? So we had to cancel the delivery with the first company.
The seller did order a second transport company. I got some pictures yesterday afternoon of the car being loaded up on the transport and making its way to Jacksonville from Chesapeake, Virginia. So I did try to call the trucking company this morning. I got no answer and the voicemail was full. So I don't know when the car is coming, but it's supposed to be tomorrow or Tuesday is what they're looking for. But hopefully tomorrow. It's not that far. It's about an 8.5 hour drive. So I wouldn't see why they couldn't get the car here tomorrow. But that's what's going on. The first truck broke down before they even picked the car up. It set us back a couple of days. But pretty soon, the brand new car will be sitting in the garage. I already ordered 2 parts for the car. They're cosmetic only. You'll understand more once the car gets here and I do the reveal. And that will be either tomorrow or Tuesday. I hope you guys have a good weekend. And we will talk to you soon. Supercar Street Racing. Later. Bubba, look at Cat TV. You got to get it. It's Cat TV. Look at. Wishing you guys a Merry Christmas from the Supercar Street Racing Studios, guys. Merry Christmas from Jacksonville, Florida. And Merry Christmas from Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys will watch the videos and like them. Love you. All right, I just finished the island for the closet. It is right here, fully built. You can see it has 6 drawers right here to keep stuff in, which I'm hyped about. So I have extra storage in the closet. It'll sit right in the center and I can put my clothes on it when I do laundry to pick up my clothes. This thing came out good. This is IKEA. I will not be sponsored by this, but I'll put a link in the description to this guy. It's finished on the back too, which is nice. And it is on casters. So yeah, that's all done. Hey, what's up everybody? You guys saw the first part of the video where What are we doing up here? Is this a car on fire, dog?
Car on fire, man.
Is this why the cruise got canceled?
I think so. Yeah.
Too much smoke, they can't see.
We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm gonna tell you what I did, how we're gonna use this, and you're gonna see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're gonna talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video, and it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder, and he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off. And that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is. Let's download it. And it did work. It did put that sound in the background. That's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm going to do that for this video that it created. So I'm going to put this in there. This is the video that PixVerse just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did
The man
work.
is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just...
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and...
I'm James, been through a lot. I'm Liam. With time, I've gained wisdom from experience.
All right, I'm going to reproduce this with Liam.
The man is
Oh,
walking
it
up
made
the
his
stairs.
voice also.
He's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did make him say it as well. All right, we're taking a look at Restyle right now. That allows you to upload a video and pick a style to change it to. For example, let's go back and upload a different video than we just worked with. I'm going to upload this video, which was created with AI. All right, I uploaded another video of a Titanic-like scene, and all you have to do after that is pick a style, or you can customize it in the style of a classic no sound movie, black and white. Let's see what it can do. All right, it is done. Let's see what it did. Okay, so that is how it decided to put this scene. Pretty cool, man. I love this. And now the last one I want to show you guys is the most important one for me. Now this is called character. This is what I use the most for my videos. This allows you to upload a character reference and then explain what the character is doing, and it will create video for you. We're going to go ahead and use that. We'll call it Brad. We did create it, so now all we have to do is grab him, Brad1 right here, and go ahead and hit create. It will cost us 80 credits. And we're going to go 1080p. All right. Not bad. I like it. Let's go ahead and put that somewhere for later. But let's see what it can come up with for Captain Jack Sparrow as me. This is actually not bad. I'm going to add sound to that later. Let's go ahead and throw that in our folder too. Perfect. So good. All right, it is done. Let's see what it came up with. Guys, that's the new open that we made with PixVerse. So we made the whole thing in PixVerse. That was pretty cool. Now let's throw it back to Brad right here again to show you where you can get PixVerse and how you can get it. All right, you guys just saw how cool PixVerse is. We went through all of the different things it can do, and we actually created some cool videos with sound, and we also used them in this actual video. So what I gotta do now is throw it back to Studio B with Brad and show you guys how you can get PixVerse, and you can get your 30-day free trial on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it back inside to Brad for some more PixVerse stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to quickly show you this template creation, and all you have to do a template is pick a template out of all the available ones, and then you put a photo in, and it will generate a scene for you based on what you see right here on the screen. This one right here is called Who is Arrested? And it took my picture. And I did get arrested. And so, yeah, you can take any of their templates and put your picture in it or other people's pictures in there and generate anything you want. This one's called Welcome to My House. It says a sip of red and the rich life appears. Now, also taking a look at the rankings, check out where PixVerse stands. Here's your AI leaderboard here. PixVerse is at number 2, image to video. And then text to video, check it out. Look at that. Pixverse is also at number 3 on that. They wanted me to show you guys those rankings as well. All right, guys, we're right in front of the PC now in Studio B, and you guys just saw how we made that brand new open with the cool Pixverse AI. It was pretty cool. We made a new AI open like the old one I made in another AI program, but this time we did sound and new music, and it came out great. I encourage you guys to try out Pixverse. The first 30 people will have a code down in the description. You got to get there fast though to get a code. Check the description out in Supercar Street Racing down below in this video and go ahead and get your 30-day trial for Pixverse. And guys, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers. We have to get out of here right now though. We have to go to dinner.
Both tails are going. Come on, bud. Come on, Beans. And B's like, all right, I got a front row seat.
Cat showdown. He's going. Oh.
Here we go. Oh boy. Just to get up. You want to get cornered. Oh yeah.
Oh. Well, Cooper took care of it.
Cooper's taking up the middle.
He broke up the fight.
It's all right, Coop. Let them work it out.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is a special video because we are going to show you some cooking tips here. And we are making keto fried chicken with the air fryer. So the first thing you're going to need is some chicken breasts or chicken thighs or strips, anything you would like. I am starting with these frozen Tyson chicken thighs here. I think they were about $6.50, and they are a pretty good deal. They are frozen though, so you have to defrost them. We got those guys sitting right here in the water, defrosting, and we're not going to start cooking for about another hour and a half. About 2 hours actually. So we got our chicken thighs chilling right there. I'll put this all in the description and also on the screen. Then you're going to need some pork rinds. Now I got the Baconettes, which is a funny name. Crunchy Delicious Queso Chicharrones. And so these guys have no carbs, less than 1 gram, and that's the good thing about pork rinds if you're on keto. They are mostly protein, so they have 7 grams per serving and no carbs. So you get your pork skins. I also bought the honey mustard ones. If you like the hot ones, they have those as well. These were $2.29. If you buy them off of Amazon, if you buy the keto breading off of Amazon, it'll cost you about $8 or $10 or something ridiculous. You don't need that. All you need is your pork rinds here, one of these hammers. Go ahead and put your pork rinds in a bag. Get a hammer or use your fist or whatever. And these hammers work pretty good. And make those guys no longer pork rinds. Once these guys, don't use that ender to put holes in the bag. Once these guys are good and crushed, they are ready to be applied to your chicken. But like I said, I bought the frozen chicken. It may not be the best kind. If you like the fresh kind, by all means grab that for your keto fried chicken. This stuff needs to be as thin as possible, and you're going to then egg and pork rind bread your chicken. And look how consistently chopped that is. This is ready. I didn't do the whole bag. I did like, half the bag. So I'm only doing 2 chicken thighs at this point. And then if I want some more, I'll add some more later. but I went ahead and labeled the bag here for queso pork rinds. And then what we will do, that's probably plenty for 2 chicken thighs. So here's the size of the 2 chicken thighs right here. You can see them in a bag defrosting, and I'll keep putting water in this bag until they're fully defrosted. And then also you're going to need some eggs or egg substitute product. Now I like the Publix Eggsters here. Here they are. So these guys right here are 0 fat, 0 cholesterol, see, fat-free egg product. So I will use these. It doesn't take much. We'll just put them in a little bowl, and then we'll dip the chicken in here and then into the egg, and that will make the deliciousness come out. So we will check back with you guys when these guys are getting defrosted. Meanwhile, you will have your air fryer here. You're also going to need some spices for your keto, or for your pork rinds. If you only got the regular pork rinds, I got the cheese ones. And you need something to spray on top of all that once you bread your chicken, because that's what you have to do in an air fryer to make that nice crispy coating on top. So we're going to see how that is, and we'll be back to you guys in a couple of hours when we're ready to start breading our keto fried chicken. Wow. My phone is in use right now, so I brought the tablet out, but look at this insanity. I'm sure there's a gallon of water coming out of my leaking patio over here, but good grief, look at this. It is freaking coming down out here, man. We had a thunderstorm warning, and I think we just got it, bro. Check this out. All right, welcome back, guys. So the chicken has been in this defrost for a couple of hours. Let's see if it's, oh yeah, that's totally defrosted. So the chicken's gonna be nice and dry because it was in a bag. And what we are going to do is get out our little egg substitute here. We got our Eggsters from Publix. It's fat-free, cholesterol-free, good source of protein, and pasteurized, and it is also low calorie. 3 tablespoons is 25 calories, if you see right here on this, and it is 0 carb and tons of protein and no fat. So we're going to start with just a little bit inside this bowl. I always put way too much. I'm not going to do that this time. If we need more, we'll pour more. Alright, so we got our egg. That's probably still too much. We got our egg substitute in this bowl right here. We got our pork rinds here. And what we're going to do is go from here into here. And then onto the plate. Or actually, maybe we'll go directly into the air fryer. Here's our pork rinds. Boy, they smell so good. Just kidding. Yeah, so here's our pork rinds. And we're going to grab our air fryer and save a step instead of this plate. So get your air fryer basket and go ahead and spray your air fryer basket down with your cooking spray, non-stick spray. This is also 0 calories, so also good for your diet. That's probably not enough pork rinds, but we're going to start with that amount here. And we got our chicken right here in the bag. If you feel like cutting the fat off the chicken, go for it. I'm going to leave it just the way it is. And these are pretty big pieces. I'll pull this little piece of fat off because it's hanging off the corner. So first things first, dip it in your egg substitute. Yeah, I still put way too much eggs. Way too much eggs. Let that drip off. Now there's no other seasoning in this, on this bread. It's just literally pork rinds. Get it in the pork rinds, add some, kind of help it out there, flip it over, help it with the pork rinds in the places it didn't get, on the sides, give it a little bit extra. And there's already spray there, so drop it and put it into your air fryer like so. And I think we might have enough for the next one. Let's see. Okay. I'll let that drip off. There's a little bit of fat on this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I might take this little piece off the there. Put it in the egg. Substitute. If this is not enough pork rinds, we will grab some more. But let that egg substitute get off of it all the way. Get most of it off before you go into your pork rinds. And since these are fillets, you're going to need to cover both sides. Now, if you're doing bone-in chicken, there's absolutely no reason to do backside and waste a bunch of breading because you won't eat that side. We'll pour a little bit more pork rinds on here. Get those all into the chicken. Make sure you get all of them off the... Yeah, we didn't get hardly any on that side. So yeah, it wasn't enough. So we got a nice coating of those now on both sides. And we'll take that guy. And if you pick it up like this, you won't lose all your breading. And we got this nice little extra piece. We'll go ahead and cook. Get this little bit of fat off of here. We'll have a little nugget. Good enough, man. Love it. Get that in our bread, in our egg first. And then a little bit of breadcrumb action, whatever we have left here. Get it getting breadcrumby. Calling it breadcrumbs. It's not breadcrumbs at all. I don't like the feel of the goop on me, so I always wash it off as soon as possible. This is not breadcrumbs. These are pork rinds, so they are carb free. Here's a look at our chicken, and we're going to spray it from a distance so it doesn't knock off all of the delicious pork rind. We get it good and coated right there. That's going into our air fryer right here. And if you are curious about how long you are supposed to cook this, they have a guide for it that I'm going to do 390. So I'm going to hit power and then air fry. I'm going to do 390 for about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a good look at the crust on it till it's a good brown crust. Let's go ahead and hit start. You can preheat that also if you want to. Those are ready to go. We will check on them at 7.5 minutes. We will flip them over and probably spray that side as well, and we'll be back to you then. All right, guys, we're ready to flip these guys, and hopefully we don't get a copyright notice for the music that's playing. Oh, those look so fantastic. Ignore the music at all costs. Oh, some breading fell off. But it's looking good, guys. It's gonna take another 5 minutes. All right, guys, the timer went off after about 17 minutes. And that is what we are left with. Those look absolutely fantastic. So that is what we are gonna do now, is sit down and have a nice keto dinner with just a little bit of ketchup because it's my favorite thing. And you are allowed to have just a little bit of net carbs per day. Let's get this all made up and get some tasting done. let's give this a shot. So on our table, we've got some Ken's Ranch, buttermilk ranch here. It's important when you're on a keto diet to make sure that you're not eating anything with a lot of sugar. This only has 1 gram of sugar per, per 2 tablespoons. So that's good for low carb. If you want to be 100% low carb, you can do sugar-free or low sugar ranch. Also got our ketchup. Now this has a lot more sugar, so I'm gonna go easy on the ketchup. I haven't had any net carbs today though, none at all. So I'm in good shape. We also got our slice of cheese, which is completely carb. So we're just gonna have a little bit of ketchup here and some ranch. And I've got the salt as well because I'm a salt freak, but I don't really know how much salt I'm actually going to put on this. I'm going to give it a try first because pork rinds are salty. There's some ranch for dinner. And so this is the first time I've ever made this recipe. So why don't we start off. This little nugget is pretty crispy. There's not much to it. We can start with that. A little ketchup, a little ranch. Oh wow. Really good. Really good. Really crispy. I'm tasting almost, I mean, it does literally taste like it's fried. And here comes the rain. We decided thunderstorm morning. So sorry about the rain sounds. We do have the skylights that are loud, but let's get a piece of now our, remember this was frozen. Let's see how tender it is. Okay, yeah, it cuts pretty easy. There's a look at the inside of it. Completely done. Probably could have come out a couple minutes early, but I like the breading to be kind of crispy. I do like how this crisped up on the shell here from the air fryer. Let's give that a little taste with some ranch. Wow. So first thing I noticed, I can't smell, haven't in a couple of years. First thing I definitely noticed is the queso taste from the pork rinds. Second thing is for frozen chicken, this actually is very tasty, very moist. It's not dried out at all. Let's try some of our cheddar cheese. Delicious. This will be my dinner, 2 of these. So hot. Moist, tasty. You can really, really taste that pork rind. And to answer the question, it does not need any more salt. Absolutely fantastic. Can't believe I've never done these before. These are amazing. I highly recommend you trying this recipe. Wow. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's as good as any fried chicken I've had before. Look at that guy in his golf cart getting wet. That is absolutely fantastic. So good. Just want to eat the whole thing at one bite. It's so good. Forgot to put one up. That's probably better. The Ken's Steakhouse Buttermilk Ranch really takes it up to another level with that creamy taste that goes along with the fried, good onion fried food, and it's keto friendly. Keep the sugar down, you're good with keto. The ketchup is way more dangerous for your keto diet. If you have any worries about it, use Carb Manager, the app, put in the ranch, put in the ketchup, and see what you come to. I have not had any carbs today. Absolutely. I know you guys think you know how to cook air fried chicken, but you don't know how to make air fried chicken because you don't know how to make it like this. You know you want some of that air fried chicken. That air fried chicken is going to slap you right in your gut. It's a full out here today, but it's definitely going to be a hot one, guys. We're going to have to get in that pool. These things need to get retired. I think it's time for a replacement or an upgrade. What do you guys think? We are back at Supercar Street Racing once again, and today, if you see right here in front of me, I have my ASICs that I use to work out in every day. Now, I put about 3 miles a day on these, and I have been ever since I got them about 6 months ago. But you can see right here, they always wear out in the back, right here, always, because my feet rub up and down on them. Now, these are ASIC size 9s, and these are the gel contender 7s. And it's time to replace these simply because they are worn out. Now, part of the replacement of the ASIC shoes means that this pair now gets to become my new work shoes. This pair was my work and yard shoes, and now these will get retired to the trash can. Now it's time to take these old ASICs, which have done me so well for so many months, right on my feet when working out. These guys will become the new work shoes. So now what? Ladies and and gentlemen, right in front of me now, we do have our new shoes. We got to get these things unboxed. So let's just get them out right now. And right here in front of me, we have a brand new pair, hopefully not used, of ASICs. Pretty plain cardboard box. Looks like they use recycling, which is awesome. We got the ASICs right here in front of me, ready to be opened up. And you can see inside the box, they have a couple quality control stickers, and then they have like a little shoebox logo there. There's the asics.com website. We have the Gel Venture 9s in blue with a yellow stripe. Let's get these out of the box real quick and see what they actually look like. We have the ASICS Gel Venture 9 right in front of me, looking so fresh. Now these ASIC shoes are size 9.5. I am moving up to a 9.5 because 9s are kind of tight on me, and I've bought 9s for a long time, but I feel like 9.5 will work better for me. And I also need an extra wide shoe. It's kind of embarrassing, but yes, I do have bunions, so I need an extra wide. So these are the 9.5 extra wides, the Gel Venture 9. Now I believe I paid about 60 bucks for these on Amazon. I'm gonna leave a link in the description. And these are for working out. I'm going to use these on the treadmill as my walking shoes. And it says right here that they have this technology called OrthoLite, which is supposed to be like a foam inside, like memory foam almost. And on the back, it says long-term cushioning, high-level breathability, lightweight comfort, and 5% recycled rubber content. Pretty cool. So they do use recycled rubber on the ASIC shoes. Now let's take a good look, a harder look, a closer look at the styling of the ASICS Gel Venture 9. Starting at the back, they do have a loop to help you put the shoe on, so you just can pull straight up on this loop if you need help. At the very back, they say gel on the bottom like that. Around the side, they say Amplifoam right here, whatever that technology is. We'd have to look online to see. And they do have this nice yellow stripe with the ASICS logo right here. And the shoelaces are pretty cool. They're black with yellow dots, which matches the ASICS logo on the side and the pull string on the back. They do have a set of holes right here towards the front. And then in the front, nothing major, just a normal black, almost leather-like here with the soft material right here. And then moving up, you can see again the shoelaces, which are black and yellow polka dot. And then they're held in by these cool little black and yellow striped things here. Moving to the other side, obviously just a carbon copy of the front side, and you can see from the top right here, it does say ASICS OrthoLite inside of the shoe itself, and it has a nice little stripe right there that kind of accents the back along with the yellow stitching there. Okay, let's get these things tried on real quick and see how they feel. Okay, we did just get back from taking a walk with the new ASICs down here, and they are a little bit loose on me. Now, I am right between a size 9 and a size 9.5, so I think this is what is going to have to work for me. I'm going to go ahead and tighten up the laces a little more, because they might just be a little bit too loose, but they do move a little bit. But they are definitely better than the old ones as far as being tight on my toes. And they are extra wide as well, so that also helps. Let's go ahead and get these things tightened up and get on that treadmill. You're being overrun by whatever these are. Centipedes, millipedes. There's like tons of them over here. Look. They're all over the place. What the hell are they? Ugh. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. It's a very hot day in Northeast Florida, and today we have these nice ASICS Men Gel Venture 9 running shoes for you to check out. Now, I think I did pay about $65 for them because I wanted a certain type of color, but they have a lot of different colors available right here, as you can see right on Amazon. I will throw a link in the description, and they have pretty good reviews, about 4.5 stars out of 3,665 reviews. Now, they are very comfortable. As you can see, I went on a walk outside, and then I also did get on that treadmill for an hour to go ahead and break them in, and they felt really good on my feet. They're a little bit bigger than the last ones. The last ones I bought were a size 9. I went 9.5 extra wide this time. But please go down to the description down below on the video and order yours through the link in the description. It helps us out so much. All your support for the channel is helping it grow immensely. We have over 10,100 subscribers now, so please support Supercar Street Racing, and we will keep supporting you guys as well by giving you great video reviews and other things like that. So go pick your specific color. There is right there, black with glow yellow, and that is what I bought. They were $64.95, and then they have other colors as well, but you have to check and make sure they have your size. Some of them, if you pick your size here, like all you have to do is drop down your size. The ones that are not available will be grayed out on Amazon. The ones that are available, you can go ahead and get your order in and get your shoes as soon as 2 days like I did. Guys, thank you so much for watching the channel. We're about to go have brunch with Jared and the whole crew, so we got to get out of here, but we'll catch you guys on the next one.